You ready? Yeah, let's go on the record.
Points that were used to create that demonstrative aid or map were taken from interviews, going up to the scene with folks. Investigator Patterson's drawing that Your Honor may remember, I believe, been introduced into evidence. And the evidence logs. And my hope was really that it was just taken from the evidence logs, because most of what's in the Plata County Sheriff's Office evidence logs include the long lat, as they were referred to yesterday, of items that were taken into evidence. But it sounds like there's other data that was used to create that demonstrative. And lest this become much ado about nothing, what we would like to do, what's been provided to the jury, or what the prosecution started to provide to the jury yesterday, a video of this thing created in Google Earth, rather than the Google Earth. I'm not even sure what to call it, but what would have been necessary to create that image would have been points on the map. So that data is apparently not in one place. And so our ability to recreate it and double check it and add things that we believe need to be included on that map or a similar map to make the picture clear and the record complete is maybe a problem. And my intention would be in cross-examination to speak with Investigator Heidel about what are the longitudinal, latitudinal points that created this map, but it sounds like that may not be something we can answer today. And I hate to waste the jury's time having Investigator Heidel read off the long lat on 10 different items, each of those long lat numbers being, 15, 16 characters long. That doesn't seem like a great use of time, but it is information that we think we need so that we can meet that evidence, and review it, and challenge it where necessary. So our record on this needs to be tied to the confrontation clause under the U.S. Constitution and Colorado Constitution.
Mr. Champagne.
Thank you, Judge. This is really a very simple issue. The longitude and latitude for the items that are in the map are contained in the evidence log for those items where it was recorded. There are probably 3, perhaps 4 items where the longitude and latitude was not recorded in the evidence log, and those are instead contained in a hand-drawn map that's already been admitted. Investigator Heidel used the GPS locations in discovery, both in reports, in the evidence log, that have been turned over to defense counsel for years to build a map. For those items that didn't have a GPS location, he consulted the hand-drawn map from Investigator Patterson. After that map was created, Investigator Heidel and Investigator Izell went up to Middle Mountain, confirmed the locations of each one of the GPS items where GPS had been recorded to the best of their capacity and Investigator Izell's memory and observations at the time those things were recorded. So the map was then confirmed by Investigator Izell in that process. The map was then presented to the investigators who actually collected the items, including Investigator Galbraith, Investigator Patterson, and Investigator Gabbard. They all confirmed that those locations were accurate and the map was a fair and accurate reflection of where the items were collected. That's how the map was created. The GPS items are contained in a concise way in the evidence log. And so it's unclear to me what defense counsel is referring to when he says that the data is not available any longer, or that there were interviews that took place that he's not privy to. None of that is accurate. Just as we discussed yesterday, this is akin to a recording that is authenticated outside the courtroom by a witness who listens to it, confirms it's accurate, signs the disc confirming it was accurate, then that is played for the jury in the courtroom and presented and admitted as an exhibit. This is really not that complicated. I'm not sure why we're running into these challenges.
All right. I don't see this being any different than a compilation exhibit. The underlying data is available. It doesn't have to be in one place. It doesn't have to be readily available. It just has to be available. I know this is a huge case. I think it's a problem for both sides with all the information that's been gathered, but that's just kind of the nature of the beast. I'm overruling the objection stated today about the one exhibit. I assume both exhibits, because I understand from our conference at the bench there were two of them. The reason I continued that portion of Mr. Heidel's testimony was because not because of that so much as the fact that the exhibit that was tendered was slightly different than what was provided to defense counsel. It was a total of 25 yards in terms of radius of the circle that's drawn. Based upon the scale of what's going on, I don't see that to be a big deal, but I thought they should have the opportunity to look at it. And I don't know if this hit the record, but I know I heard it, and I believe defense counsel heard it yesterday, that it was just double checked, and that's why the difference between the two diagrams. Is that correct, Mr. Champman?
Yes, Judge, and if I could speak briefly on the topic. It turned out that the exhibit that had been tendered to defense counsel was actually the correct exhibit. Okay. So this, talk about much ado now about nothing. I had failed to update my printed copy. When we went back down and double checked the work, what we found is that the correct one had been given to defense counsel, and it does have the expanded range, which I think from defense counsel's perspective, and I don't mean to put words in their mouth, I think actually serves their interests and arguments better than the tightened range that was the incorrect one. So I think we're good on that. Unless there was other objection to Exhibit 489 from defense counsel, and I can only speculate, so I don't know. But that was something I wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I guess the only other thing I want to talk about is this weekend, I hope, or I will, go through the instructions given to me by both sides. I'll get you guys a preliminary thought as to what my idea is on instructions, so that you'll know if there's something you think I'm missing or is wrong. Give you some time to do that, so it's not all last second. And I know things will change when there's more evidence, so, but just the preliminary version of those. And I also want the parties to start thinking. You don't have to tell me now, I think it's too early, but just for planning purposes, I'd like to know sometime next week how long both sides want to present.
Great, thank you, Judge.
With that, I think we're ready for the jury. Are they in?
Oh, sorry, Your Honor.
Yeah.
We were going to call Drayton Harrison as our first witness and then recall Chuck Heidel, if that serves
Oh,
the
that's
court.
fine. That's fine.
Okay, thank you.
Once you have the jury. Thank you. Well, in terms of what's in, it'll be. That one? Okay, this is the one that was. Can I, Mr. Champagne? No? So is this one going to the jury? No, this is going to the jury. Oh, as the incorrect one, that was our question. So this was 10, this was what, yeah, I guess we need to keep it, so, okay, as being the one tendered yesterday. Okay. It's up here whenever you're ready for it.
Tell me. I'm gonna ask to have that published. if that's all right.
Thank you. Okay, great. We need to remember also, for the lapel mics, to practice with those on Friday then too. We got the cordless with lapel mics, we'd play those on Friday afternoon. No. Maybe rise for the jury? All right, we can be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, I wanted to let you know that we do appear to be back on schedule, so we don't have to worry yet about going longer than we anticipated. I think we'll be fine. Also for tomorrow, we've all talked. We will quit around noon, depending on how the witnesses fall, maybe just a touch later. But I wanted to let you know that in case you have plans to report. So, Mr. Johnson, your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The people called Drayton Harrison.
And if you'd raise your hand before you sit down, right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you. Have a seat. No, he's good. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Could you please start by introducing yourself to the jury by your full name?
My name is Drayton Patrick Harrison.
And could you spell your last name for the court reporter, please?
Harrison.
Mr. Harrison, are you recently retired?
I've been retired about 4 years.
And what did you do for work prior to your retirement?
I was a district wildlife manager for 26 years for the, at the time, Colorado Division Wildlife, and then they merged and became Colorado Parks.
Generally speaking, what is the Colorado Parks and Wildlife?
Well, my job, I mean, they're charged with managing all the species of wildlife within the state of Colorado.
And what was your job specifically with Colorado Parks and Wildlife?
As a district wildlife manager, we were assigned a geographical area. I'm kind of the frontline person regarding anything involving wildlife, the management. We were level and peace officers, so we enforce wildlife laws, education, like I said, anything to do with wildlife.
So you regulate hunting and poaching and things like that?
Correct.
Does this involve a lot of time out in the field?
It's pretty much 95% field work.
Okay. Meaning you're out in the mountains, out in the woods?
Correct, yeah, they give a geographical area. Mine was, I was based in Durango, worked in Silverton, all the way to the top of Red Mountain Pass, parts of the Wilderness Wilderness, so maybe 1,500 square miles.
Okay. And did that overlap at times with the Vallecito area? And
Yes, there was an officer, based out of Bayfield for a long time, and, so I called my neighboring officer. We worked together at times in each other's districts. His was Vicedo. And when the days off, I would go to Vicedo and cover his area. Or if I was on call, we're always on call 4 or 5 days a month. If I got some on call and was required to go over there, I'd go over there. Well, I spent time over there on my days off too.
And what kind of things did you do up there on your days off?
There's several trailheads up there. You can go up there and hike in some neat places. Hunted up there, just drive around and enjoy the view.
Okay. Do you also have a bachelor's degree?
I do have a bachelor's degree in biology.
Okay. And then you talked about some of your duties as regional wildlife manager. Were there also a specific duty that involved examining kill sites?
Yeah, so part of it said it involved anything to do with wildlife. So in Colorado, they have the state's liable for any loss of livestock by being killed by predators. So if somebody had lost livestock, sheep, goats, cattle, whatever, and they thought a predator was involved, we'd be called in to investigate. And we also manage, complaints with bears, lions, coyotes. So yeah, we're the point person. So within that district, if something came up and there was a phone call, it landed in my lap.
Okay. And in examining those kill sites, was part of your job to determine what the animal was that did the kill?
Correct.
Why?
Well, if certain animals, like if a lion or bear killed something like livestock, the state was required to reimburse that person for the value. And so, if you're a rancher or, hobby farmer, if you lose something that costs you a lot of money, they would like to get reimbursed. Plus, the animal's going to keep coming back and keep coming back. And so our job also was to stop the attack. So whether it was trapping the animal and relocating or just destroying the animal, that's what was required.
And in doing this work, how many kill sites of animals would you say over 26 years that you examined to determine what animal did it?
Several hundred would be conservative estimate.
Okay. Are you familiar specifically with Middle Mountain Road as well?
Yes, I've been numerous times.
About how many times? Just rough ballpark.
50.
So when you talk about recreating in Vallecito and working sometimes in Vallecito, that includes Middle Mountain Road?
Correct.
All right, at this time, I'd move to qualify Mr. Harrison as an expert in wildlife behavior.
I think his qualifications are a little more narrow than that, Judge. I'd stipulate the kill site investigation and animal management, but not behavior.
You okay with that?
Yes, and I would assume that includes the dispersal of those remains. If so, I agree totally.
And it would.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So you'll be so qualified. Thank you.
So, Mr. Harrison, the jury heard from Dr. Johnson already, so I don't want to cover all the same things, but your experience is very different than hers, fair to say?
Heather, and we were coworkers for many years. Heather was a researcher, so researchers, they have one specific task or topic, and they spend years studying that. And so, hers, we had different tasks. Yeah, we worked together if we could help each other, but she had her job and I had mine.
Is it within your area to inform this jury about what an animal does to disperse of remains, for example?
I've experienced that lots of times.
Great, let's talk about that. So I want to talk about bears. Bears are one of the animals that have done some of the livestock killings that you've investigated. What does a bear killing typically look like if a bear kills livestock?
So bears are, strong, powerful animals. They're more of a mauler, so they'll rush in, grab whether it's a deer, elk calf, lamb, goat, alpaca. They're not picky. Very powerful animals. They'll grab them. They'll bite. Very powerful jaws. They bite the upper back, the neck. During the struggle, they'll be biting on the head, sometimes the face, and then sometimes they pummel the animal with their front paws. So there's bruising involved.
Is it fair to say if a bear kills livestock that there's gonna be kind of a bloody scene that you're gonna see?
It's, yeah, there's a lot of evidence. There's ground disturbance, paw prints, chunks of hair, blood, and then, you know, if they're successful, then there's a dead carcass that we examine.
Okay.
And then that's the next step, to determine what really killed the animal.
Okay. And do they typically target those smaller animals when they can?
I've seen them take on 500, 600, 700-pound cows. So, yeah, no, it doesn't have to be small.
Okay, interesting. And then when they do, is the site of where the attack happened something that's typically visible because of the attack that you described?
Yeah, there's plenty of evidence to look at. I mean, they leave you lots of stuff to study.
Let's talk about what they do after a kill of livestock. How do they typically feed or move remains?
So bears, you know, sometimes they'll just start to feed, or they might take that animal, you know, if it's small enough, they'll move it into some brush or some trees where they feel safe and secure, and they'll start feeding on that animal. So bears in particular, if that animal is lactating, like if it's a lamb, or it could be a doe deer or a cow elk, lactating, that's the first thing they feed on is the udder. And then after that, they're kind of haphazard. They'll just feed on anything, but they kind of peel the hide off. It's interesting. They just, with their paws, they push and roll the hide back. And so it's kind of interesting. If they've been feeding on something for a day or two or three, you can see this hide kind of rolled up and pushed off to the side. So.
And you talked about them feeding directly at the kill site at times. At times, do they move animals any type of distance?
I've never seen that. They'll sit on that animal, that carcass, consume it. It might depend on the size of it. It might take them a couple days, but they'll feed on it and then you know, walk a short distance, rest, come back and feed on it until there's nothing left to consume, and then they'll leave it for the other scavengers to pick over what's left.
So bears typically, how far at most have you seen that they'll actually move remains?
You know, I've never seen them go a bear 50 or 100 yards. Just they didn't need to go far.
Let's talk about mountain lions, or should I call them cougars? Is it the same
They
thing?
go by cougars, mountain lions, pumas.
Okay.
It's all the same animal.
All right. Have you examined kill sites from them on livestock and cattle as well?
Numerous.
And what is that also a bloody type of scene, something that you can recognize where it occurs?
Yeah, mountain lions are so they're different than bears. They're I'm sure if you've got a house cat, sometimes you might see it stalking. So mountain lion is a much larger version of stalking an animal within, you know, they rely on stealth. So try and get 20, 30 feet from an animal, and then the last 30 feet is just an ambush. They're very, you know, average mountain lion is probably 150 pounds. A large male is probably 180 to 190. That's a large animal. They'll jump on an animal's back. A mule deer are their number one prey, mule deer and elk. But they'll get on their back, and they have very large claws. Sink the claws in, and they're biting the back of the neck. They're trying to break the neck is what they're trying to do to that animal. But again, I've seen, you know, in the it's a struggle for survival, right? Fight for life. So there'll be teeth marks on the top of the head, maybe once in a while on the face. So but they're very efficient at killing their prey.
So if that were to happen at a particular site, given the way that they attack, you'd probably see blood, etc.
Sure, there's plenty of disturbance and clumps of hair, again, blood, drag marks, because again, lions they're going to drag an animal to brush, trees, a place where they feel safe and eat, right? Basically, they're trying to hide their kill from another animal coming and taking it. So it's where they feel secure. And so they're going to feed like a bear. They're going to feed on that animal when they're full. Lions have a little different behavior. They will cover it up with leaves, pine needles. I've even seen them cover up an entire elk carcass with snow, just entombed in snow. And then when they're hungry, they'll come back and they'll feed on it again until there's nothing.
Okay. And what about the dispersal of those remains? What have you seen in all the kill sites you've examined in terms of how far they bring different parts of the animal, et cetera?
Well, it's like mean like more than just the animal itself, or?
Yeah, what do they do, what do they typically do with the carcass?
Nothing, they consume it, and when there's nothing left for them to consume, they abandon it.
So we talked about bears and mountain lions. Are either of these animals the type of animals that'll take a body part and run away with it?
No, so, no, they're, like I said, they will, I mean, they're top of the food chain in Colorado, black bears and mountain lions. So once they're eaten, there's nothing left, they'll abandon it and leave it for the other animals to come and scavenge.
Okay. So, and you talked about 100 yards, 50 to 100 yards on a bear. What about a mountain lion?
You know, they might go a little bit farther, just because they seem to be more willing to move the animal to a secure, safe location. But 100 or 200 yards it's a pretty far distance to drag something.
Okay. Do they prefer, in the sites you've seen, do they drag uphill, downhill? Does that make a difference?
I've never seen a preference. It's just, let's, get to a safe, secure spot before they start consuming the prey.
Got it. And then let's talk about coyotes too. I don't know if everyone's familiar with coyotes, but are they a large enough predator to kill a large animal, or are they more of a scavenger?
So coyotes are, they're like bears, they're omnivores. Bears eat a lot of plants and eat meat. Coyotes prefer fresh meat. People have probably seen them out in fields hunting rodents. So they'd rather eat rodents, rabbits, squirrels, but they're also very opportunistic. And so they will eat carrion, and carrion is a scientific word for decaying flesh from a dead animal. So they don't mind coming and eating carrion after something else has left a carcass, or something has died naturally in the woods or whatever. They'll take full advantage of it.
Okay. And you talked about animals feeding. Do all animals do sort of a survival analysis on their energy and their nutrition?
Yeah, if you're a wild animal, it's all about where's your next meal coming from and conserving energy. Otherwise, you starve to death.
So would that apply to bears and mountain lions in terms of how far they're going to bother to drag something?
Yeah.
Okay. Would that apply to coyotes in terms of how far they would want to carry something, for example?
Yeah, it's got to have a nutritional value. Sure.
So what have you seen in the field in terms of coyotes feeding and what they do?
Well, I mean, so like if are you talking about like if they were to be the next animal to encounter like a carcass of a bear or a lion left it?
Exactly.
So a coyote or a fox coyote or fox would come in, besides certain birds, magpies, ravens. They're all fighting for what's basically the crumbs. And so coyotes will chew on the bones if there's some flesh left. Maybe they'll be able to separate a bone from the skeleton. They'll grab it, maybe go a distance, like a day bed or something, and feed on whatever's left for them, and then keep coming back to that again until there's nothing left for the animals to take advantage of.
So at times, for example, they'll take a small part of a carcass and take it to where they go to feed.
Yeah, if there's a chunk of meat, they'll grab a chunk of meat. If there's maybe a bone with some meat on it, they'll grab that. Sure.
So let's talk about considering all these animals together. When you've gone out to the hundreds of kill sites you've gone out to, what is the typical, considering each level of scavenging that we've talked about, what's the general area you look for the scope of the remains of one of these kills?
Well, when I get called, I mean, normally it's right there, because unless, I've had calls where people said, a deer was killed illegal or elk and illegal, and come to find out it was just killed by a lion or a bear or something. But it's pretty much where they told me it was, because it's been a day. For me to investigate, to look at something and determine the cause of death, the fresher the better. So if it's like a day or 2 days, anything more than that is really hard to determine the cause of death, for me anyway. So, because decomposition happens rapidly, especially in summer.
Sure.
So yeah, when I get called, it's pretty much right there.
Okay. And then in your time in the field, you've seen kill sites from everything from old hunting kills to older cattle kills to the ones that you're fresh on.
Sure.
If you were to look for all the remains involved in that animal, what's the typical radius or distance that you'd be looking?
Well, I mean, I've seen, let's say I was working a poaching case and someone killed an animal illegally. and I had to go back, I went back a couple months later, to that spot. I mean, there's still parts of that animal there, skeleton, parts of the bones and stuff, but it starts to get spread out over time, I can't, I'm not an expert in how far those bones go, but they do seem to kind of spread. So I couldn't tell exactly how far some of those travel.
What's been your experience in terms of how far, you talked about how far a bear or mountain lion would carry remains, right?
Well, yeah, they don't carry remains anywhere. They eat it right there and they're done.
Right. And what's been your experience with coyotes? Like, how far have you seen one carry one of these bones you're talking about?
I would say a quarter mile, half mile would be extreme. That's a pretty far distance.
Okay. That's the type of typical animal behavior.
At least what I've seen. Yes.
All right. I want to talk about some general scenarios with you. In talking about these, are these basically, am I capturing the three largest predators that we could talk about, or scavengers that we could talk about?
In 2012, yeah. I mean, since then we've had a pack of wolves moving to Colorado. In 2012, we didn't have any known wolves.
That's kind of cool. Is that in South Colorado or North?
The northwest corner.
Okay. All right. So considering these three animals that we've talked about, though, in your experience, what's the likelihood that any of these animals would kill a 13-year-old child who's close to the road?
Well, a coyote, I think there's only been one fatal coyote attack in the United States, and that was a small child. There's been 3 fatal lion attacks in Colorado, and including the unfortunate incident with a lady last month outside Durango.
Well, it was a bit, well, were we talking about lions or bears?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about people.
I am. I'm sorry. So let me back you up. So you said one coyote in the country.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes.
But specific to Colorado,
Yeah.
just in terms of the likelihood.
No fatal coyote attacks in Colorado.
Okay. And then bears.
There's been 4 fatal attacks by wild black bears.
And one of them's the one that unfortunately just tragically happened.
Yes.
And then lions rare too?
There's been 3 fatal lion attacks in Colorado.
And we're talking about since the start of the state, the types of numbers?
Yeah.
Like years?
Well, Colorado's been a state for what, 145 years?
Long time.
Yeah, long time.
So bringing you back to the question I asked, based on animal behavior, what's the likelihood that a 13-year-old who's on a road or an ATV trail is going to get killed by wildlife?
Well, they're very, very unlikely to happen.
Now, we talked about Middle Mountain Road. I want to show you a couple maps real quick. I'm going to show Peoples 224 that's been previously admitted. The jury's seen this map before, so I don't want to belabor the point, but you reviewed this map and you're familiar with the topography up in those areas?
Correct.
All right. And then 223, please. .223 captures a few locations. The jury's seen this before too, but have you previously reviewed it?
Yes, I've seen this.
Okay. So you know the locations and the distances and the terrains that we're going to talk about dispersal remains in here in a second?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, sir. So I want to ask you about a couple of scenarios that might apply to these areas. So in terms of these animals distributing remains or doing anything with remains, are any of the animals we talked about going to take a body from that residence down there and bring it up to that Middle Mountain Road and normal animal behavior?
No, not in my experience, no.
Okay. And then talking about that location on Middle Mountain Road, that then you can see the line as the crow flies from site 2 to the skull?
Yeah.
And that goes up over, does that go up over Middle Mountain itself?
Well, so it's going to drop down that canyon to the east, and it climbs over the ridge, assuming it's a straight line.
Yeah.
It climbs over the ridge, over into what is the beginning, what they call Remnant Park.
Okay. That's about a 1,500-foot vertical climb from Middle Mountain up to the top of Middle Mountain there. Does that sound about right?
So
Leading,
Hold on.
he's telling them what the data is, I mean, like, right?
Yeah, why don't you ask?
Sure, sure. Is that a significant vertical climb from the location on the Middle Mountain Road up to the peak of the mountain before you go back down into Runlet Park?
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't, without looking at a topo map, I couldn't give you numbers, but it's a pretty steep climb. Yes, it's considerable.
Sure. Do animals travel in a straight line like we've drawn on the map?
Now, if you were to travel over there, I mean, you're gonna have to cross a creek, down trees, boulders. So no, it's not a straight line. And like when you do from one point to the other point, to get a true distance, you have to lay that on the topography. You're going down a valley over a hill, so I'll give you a truer distance.
Okay. So it's gonna be much farther than what we put in the straight line.
Correct.
Can you,
Beating, move to strike,
I
asked
think
and
it was just-
answered.
You're overruled. He was just recharacterizing the testimony. That's fine.
thank you, Judge. So let me ask you, based on normal animal behavior and the things you've already talked about, let's factor in this terrain in this area. Would you expect to see any animal carry a skull from down there all the way over into Runlet Park?
Can you be a little more clear about down there?
Oh, yes, absolutely. The middle location on Middle Mountain Road, over Middle Mountain down into Runlet Park. Can you see an animal, can you see a normal animal behavior, any of these animals we've talked about navigating that terrain and carrying a skull over there?
I couldn't see any reason for them to carry a skull. That's a long distance for no reason.
Have you ever seen anything like that in your time?
I have
Okay. Finally, let's talk about, you talked about the energy, nutritional kind of analysis that an animal does for survival, right? The animals move around inanimate objects that have no nutritional value.
No.
So do animals have any interest in moving things around like cell phones or wallets or backpacks, things like that?
If a backpack had some kind of food in it, they would tear it up to get the food out, but to just carry it around or a cell phone, no, there's no interest.
So if animals were feeding on a person for any reason, would you expect those articles would stay relatively close by? Okay. Have you, in your 26 years, ever examined a human kill site where the human was killed by an animal?
I have not.
Why not?
Because they're so rare, they just don't happen very often. So I'm glad I was retired and didn't have to get involved in the slave system.
But in the 26 years that you were here, did any humans killed by animals?
No.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Bogan?
Yes, please. Building on the conversation you were just having with the prosecutor, you've been a wildlife manager, it sounds like for 20, or you were a wildlife manager for 26 years, correct?
Correct.
And you recited for us what those responsibilities entailed, and it included doing kill site investigation, correct?
Yes.
And as you just testified, all of those kill sites regarded either kills of livestock or other wild animals, if I understand correctly.
Correct.
And it sounds like those investigations, when we're talking about livestock, were to determine what kind of animal killed the livestock, to see if the rancher was entitled to compensation from the state.
That's correct.
And it sounds like there's also investigations where you'll be investigating a kill of a wild animal to see if that was a predator or poaching.
Yes.
And you said something that caught my attention, that generally your investigations, you try and get in there to these animal kill sites within a day or two, correct?
Yeah, that for various reasons, yes.
Explain those reasons.
Let's say, as soon as something dies, decomposition takes over quickly. So, especially in the summer. So, decomposition takes over. Other animals could come in and start feeding on that animal. If there's a bear in the area, maybe that bear didn't kill the animal. Maybe the animal died from natural cause. But a bear comes in and will start consuming that, or a coyote. And so I like to get to them quickly before they're consumed, and then I can't tell what killed that animal. So just so I have a clear picture, that's why.
And it sounds like, and tell me if I'm getting this wrong, when we're talking about decomposition, the clock's moving pretty quickly.
It is. You have the bacteria, just natural decomposition of bacteria. Summertime, you have flies that lay eggs and maggots hatch real fast. Magpies grow, crows, ravens, all kinds of birds. Everything's joining in and just having that animal or whatever it is start to decompose real quick.
And your expertise lies in doing an analysis of these animal carcasses as soon as you can get to them.
Correct.
And you wouldn't venture an opinion if you were faced with a kill site that was only skeletal remains.
No, I wouldn't have any expertise in this skill.
And you listed several factors, including animals that contribute to decomposition: birds, coyotes, insects, and some of these apex predators will scavenge as well, correct?
That's correct.
And when I say apex, we're talking bears.
Bears, yes. Lions aren't to a small degree. They might feed on some. They like to eat stuff that's they killed and is fresh. If it's winter time and they're desperate, I have seen them feed on like a deer that got hit by a car or something, but it was fresh and they would take advantage of it. But that's not very common.
Lions will scavenge, not very common.
Not very common.
And when you've taken all of your investigations seriously because you want to know if there's a poacher and you want to know if a rancher needs to be compensated, right?
Well, yeah, and I need to know, was that a lion that's going to come back the next night and the next night, or so we can solve the problem.
Right. And when you're trying to figure out what killed an animal, you're looking at the carcass and you're looking at all the attendant circumstances around it as well, correct?
Yes, it's you got to look at the big picture just so you can gather as many facts as you can.
And it sounds like you're an expert on how bears and mountain lions kill things, right?
Oh, I've seen a fair amount. So.
And talking about mountain lions, you said they stalk and ambush their prey. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then they'll run up on it, and that initial impact can be catastrophic for what they're trying to get. Right?
Well, they grab on, they latch on, and then they start fighting neck, head, face, trying to kill the animal. Sure.
Can you venture an opinion on how fast a mountain lion will hit their prey?
No, I don't. I couldn't.
And you testified on direct that because mountain lions and bears are kind of at the top of the food chain, they don't really need to drag remains long distances, right?
No, they're really nothing's. I mean, a lion would kill, like, say, whatever it kills. Only it's going to take it away from them would be a bear. And so, yeah, they're really not. They drag off and they'll feed, but again, they don't know that. They don't know what's coming around the corner, so they're going to feed on that in a secure, safe spot.
And a couple things to follow up on there. The numbers that you estimated that you provided the jury were a bear will maybe carry a carcass or whatever 50 to 100 yards based upon your experience, your observations.
Correct. I mean, I've seen them, like, say, you're a sheep rancher, and they graze a lot of sheep on the forest in the summertime. I run in and grab a lamb, run 50 yards back in the trees and consume that, stuff like that.
And mountain lions a little bit further distance. I think you characterize that as could be up to 100, 150 yards.
I've never seen more than that. I mean, we would get calls sometimes, like in Durango, city limits, there's lots of deer. A lion might kill a deer in someone's backyard and drag it 50 feet, just whatever that animal felt secure. So.
And you said one thing that caught my attention, that one of the reasons a mountain lion's not going to carry these items very far is because the only thing that's going to take it from them is a bear. What do you mean by that?
So, I mean, it's a bear would be more dominant than a lion. So let's say a lion has killed a deer and it's feeding on it. Bears I always call a bear with a stomach on four legs, you know. And so all of a sudden you have competition, right? Who's more dominant? So I could see a bear pushing that lion off its kill because it's going to take over and consume the rest of the animal.
And safe to say, if a bear can take meat, whatever, a kill from a mountain lion, it could also do that with other animals, correct?
Sure. Oh yeah.
You had a bunch of coyotes, bear comes along, is like,
Sure.
mine now.
Yeah. It wouldn't be a fight.
And that's a behavior you know about from your expertise and experience.
They're top dog.
However, one thing you said on direct is, despite all your experience out on the field, and it sounds like it's been a lot, you wouldn't characterize yourself as an expert on how far bones will go from a particular kill site.
Yeah, you know, I would feel comfortable with that. I've like I said, I've seen lots of skeletons turned into piles of bones over the years, but I couldn't qualify myself as expert on how far they're going to disperse over time.
And talking about coyotes, it's your expert opinion based and experience that a coyote might carry a bone or a piece of meat or remains quarter to a half mile in your experience.
Yeah, they don't seem to travel. I mean, lots of times you'll see them just sitting there on that carcass, cleaning up what's left. But if they do grab something and run off, they're not going to go real far because they're going to come back when you get a chance.
Right. But I think you characterize that as maybe a quarter to a half mile earlier.
In my experience, yes.
Right. And out of all the animals we've talked about this morning, the ones who are most likely to carry a bone away from the original site would be a coyote or fox.
Sure, and foxes are small. I mean, a red fox is 15 pounds, so they're not going to carry anything very heavy very far.
Bigger bones can be carried by a coyote as opposed to other canids.
Sure.
But for wolves, which aren't in this area.
Not 2012.
One of the things you got asked on direct was based upon your experience, your observations of these animals, was what was the likelihood of a child, a 13-year-old, getting killed by one of these animals? And when I ask that question, I'm referring to lions and bears. How likely that would be in 2012 up in Middle Mountain? Remember, that was one of the last questions. Mm-hmm. And you said it was unlikely, right?
I don't know. I said very highly unlikely. I'm not sure.
Right. And that's based upon your research and your understanding of Colorado history, however long we've had a state there.
Well, just knowing every year there's millions of people that recreate in bear habitat in Colorado, and the number of bear fatalities, the odds are extremely high.
And even with those odds, you're familiar with the recent bear kill here up by around Trimble.
Sure, I was shocked just because it was so rare.
No further questions, Judge.
Redirect? Very briefly, Your Honor. So I just want to make sure that we're clear on this point, since we explored it and then council explored it as well. We were talking about coyotes might carry a bone from a quarter mile to a half mile. But I think in your direct examination, you said that would be the extreme example.
I think so, yeah. In my, like I said, it's normally, you see them on a carcass, they're eating what they can eat. If they have to grab something, they're going to run off a distance, a short distance, and then come back when they can. But to just grab something and run for distance, long distances, I've just never seen that.
Okay. And all these animals we're talking about, they're big enough and strong enough to do it if there was a reason to do it, right?
Sure, they all have the physical capabilities of doing it. It's just the rationale is not there.
And that's just not their normal behavior. No. Okay. And then in your 26 years of experience in the field, and then your life experience as well, that's based on the Colorado terrain that's pertinent to our case, correct?
Yeah, correct. That's my office,
Alright,
the woods
alright.
for my office. So I've looked at lots of topo maps. I've been all over the mountains and the wilderness. Yeah, that's where I work.
So if we're talking about what mountain lions do, we're talking what bears do, we're talking about what coyotes do. When we're talking to you, we're talking about Middle Mountain Road and that type of terrain.
Correct.
Thank you, sir.
Any questions from the jury? No? Okay. This witness be excused?
By all means.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank
Right.
you.
Thank you very much. You're free to go. Next witness?
People call Crystal Rodriguez to stand.
All right. Come up to the witness, stand up here, please. And if you'd raise your right hand before you sit down. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Have a seat.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
How are you today?
I'm well. How are you?
Doing well, thank you. Can you please state your full name, spelling your first and last name for the court reporter?
Sure. It's Crystal Rodriguez, KrystleRodriguez.
How are you currently employed?
I am currently employed at University of North Texas Center for Human ID.
What kind of work is done at the Center for Human ID?
We process missing persons case samples for DNA.
Approximately how many cases are worked per year at the center?
We do a few thousand family reference samples per year and hundreds of unidentified human remains samples per year.
And how would you explain the mission of the laboratory in which you work?
Our mission is to help in the identification of remains that are found that the law enforcement agency doesn't know who those remains are of. And so our work is to help aid medical examiner offices and coroner offices in making those positive identifications.
What's your current role within the laboratory?
Currently, I'm the assistant technical leader.
What does that mean?
So I function as a forensic analyst. I'm capable of conducting the laboratory, the laboratory testing procedures and doing the data analysis. I also do comparisons and generate statistics based on those comparisons and issue reports. I also act as the training coordinator for our newly hired DNA analysts and technologists. And I participate in our annual internal audit and help the technical leader with validation studies and anything else that she needs for our laboratory to help meet our goal.
Just briefly, what's the purpose of the audits and validation studies you just referenced?
So we're in an accredited laboratory, and so that means that a nonprofit, our accrediting agency is ANAB. Sorry, I just wanted to mention that. So that just means that a nonprofit, non-government agency comes into our laboratory every other year, and they audit us against the FBI quality assurance standard and the ISO 17025 document for forensic testing laboratories and forensic databasing laboratories. So we also conduct internal audits on ourselves. All these audits are to ensure that we're following the standards and making sure that we're following our policies and procedures.
Can you walk the jury through your education, please?
Sure. I first obtained a bachelor's of biology at Allegheny College in Meadville, Pennsylvania, and then I continued my education at the University of North Texas Health Science Center to obtain my Master's of Science in Forensic Genetics.
And I'd like you to walk the jury through your employment experience.
Once I graduated with my master's degree, I was hired on at the Center for Human ID, which is located at the University of North Texas Health Science Center. I was initially hired as a forensic technician, in which I trained for 1 year to become a forensic analyst. And so I was a forensic analyst and then continued my career, became a senior forensic analyst, and then in 2019, I became the assistant technical leader there.
When did you start at the center?
2007, but I did work there my second year of my master's program just as a student worker, helping stock the labs and things like that.
So as a student initially and then full-time since 2007?
Correct.
And how has your role changed over time at the laboratory?
I've just gained more responsibility there.
Can you tell us, please, if you've ever been a part of any publication related to the work of the laboratory?
Yes, I have a publication but when I was applying for graduate school, it was based on a study of suicides in Allegheny County in Pennsylvania.
And how about presentations related to the subject area?
I presented my master's thesis.
On what?
It was on the whole genome sequencing using a microarray for mitochondrial DNA testing.
Have you been qualified as an expert previously in forensic DNA analysis?
Yes, I have.
On approximately how many occasions?
A little over a dozen times.
Where were those court proceedings held?
So several were in the state of Texas, which we do a lot of casework for. And then I've also testified in Kansas, Tennessee, Michigan, and done some video testimony for Florida.
Your Honor, at this time, the people would move to qualify this witness as an expert in forensic DNA analysis.
No objection.
Should be so qualified.
Ms. Rodriguez, the jury's heard, I'd say, a lot of testimony about DNA evidence. So I'm going to move us fairly quickly through this part of your testimony.
Sure, okay.
When did you first become involved in the case involving a young boy named Dylan Redwine?
Our laboratory received a skull from La Plata County Sheriff's Office, and I was the case analyst that processed the case.
And I see you opening a binder in front of you. Is that reports related to this particular case?
Yes, this is the case, copies of the case file, which you also have.
Right. And you provided those so it could be part of the prosecution file and provided to the defense?
Correct.
If you need to refresh your recollection at any point, if you're going to look down, just let us know.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. It's the part of the court process. Just let us know if you're going to be looking down to
Sure.
refresh your recollection.
Okay.
We'll put it on the record, okay?
Okay, sure.
And how did the laboratory first become involved in the case involving Dylan?
We were submitted the skull for DNA analysis.
Is that something the laboratory does on a regular basis?
Yes.
And that's with regards to the number of cases you mentioned at the start of your testimony? That's the kind of work you do?
That's correct.
What do you require from law enforcement, if anything, before you begin your analysis?
We require that they determine that the skeletal remains are of human origin. That way our testing, it doesn't waste our resources because we won't get results if it's not human remains.
So you require law enforcement to go through a process to determine that the remains are actually human before you begin your process?
Correct. So just a report from the medical examiner's office or an anthropologist saying that they looked at the remains and determined it to be human origin.
And is that something that was done in this case?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, when had the cranium or skull been found?
I would have to look at our submission form.
The court's permission, I'd ask you to take a look at your submission form and see if that refreshes your recollection as to the date that the cranium has been found.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
And while you're doing that, I'll tell you that I'm going to be asking you next when the laboratory received the cranium or skull.
Okay. Listed here on our submission form, the date the remains were found was November 3rd, 2015.
And when did the laboratory receive the remains?
The laboratory received the human skull from Sergeant Izell on December 11th, 2015.
And if you could, just in your own words, walk the jury through the process that the laboratory followed after receiving the cranium in question.
Sure. So the first thing that happens when we receive evidence at our laboratories, our evidence custodians receive the evidence and they do an inspection on that evidence. So at that time, they're looking that the evidence is properly sealed, that there's no stains, leaking, tears in the packaging. And then once that's been determined and documented, then we log it into our system where it's assigned a unique case number and item number, and that's used for tracking through the whole process at our laboratory. It's then stored in our evidence vault, which is secure, until we're ready to begin testing. And so once we're ready to begin, then we retrieve the evidence from the evidence vault. And the first thing that we do is perform the evidence examination. And so to do that, we take written description of the evidence and take photographs. And once it's all been documented, then we're ready to begin removing our sample from that evidence to carry through the testing process. So the first thing that we do is sand the area that we're going to be removing a piece of bone from. That's to get rid of any dirt and debris that would be on the outside of the skull. And then we take about 1 to 7 grams worth of the evidence and we cut it in small pieces. And then those small pieces get sent through a decontamination process. And that's just a series of washes of bleach, water, and ethanol. And that's to further remove any other dirt, bone powder that got on the bone pieces during the cutting process and any extraneous contamination DNA. And then once the bone pieces have been cleaned, we grind that into powder, and that's to prepare it for the next step, which is DNA extraction. It's important to have it ground into bone powder because it provides more surface area for our reagents to break down the mineral deposits, the calcium phosphate and the proteins, the collagen that's in the structure of the bone, because the bone cells are entangled in all of that calcium and the protein.
Can I stop there?
Oh, sure.
Sorry.
No.
Is that the process you followed in this case?
Yes.
How'd you decide where to take the sample from?
So in this case, we were told by the agency to remove an area at the back of the skull.
What was the reason for that?
They didn't give a distinct reason, but often we're asked by agencies to, test a certain bone or test a certain area. It's not uncommon to have that, but.
And this was after the skull or cranium had been examined by a forensic anthropologist?
Yes. There was an answer report that was included in the submission paperwork.
So based on that input, it looked like from what you were demonstrating that you were going to take a sample from the back of the skull.
Yes, they actually drew where they wanted us to cut from.
And I have a couple follow-up questions on what you just described, okay?
Sure.
What's the reason that you actually have to cut a sample out from the bone, or in this case, the skull?
You have to remove some of the bone samples so that it can be used in the testing process. You have to be able to get the DNA from the bone that way because you have to break it down.
Is it possible to simply just swab the skull or cranium?
No, sir.
So what do you use to cut into the bone, or in this case, into the cranium?
So it's called a striker saw. It's what's standardly used for autopsies at MEs and coroner's offices.
How does the striker saw work?
It has a blade on the end of it that vibrates, and then it relies on you putting pressure on it to send the blade through the bone to cut it.
And what's the process for using the striker saw in a case such as this? What do you actually do?
You just assemble it, turn it on, and you can precisely cut where you want to, and you just make a series of cuts so that the piece of bone falls out, and then you collect it.
Where is that done? I'm just looking for you. I know this is your everyday work.
Oh, okay.
For a lot of people here, they probably have never been a part of this process. So,
Sure.
or seen an autopsy, for example. So with the striker saw in your laboratory, what's the actual process?
So we have a special room set up for cutting samples like this. And so we have, we call them cutting hoods, and so they have a stainless steel bottom that has a grate with holes and plexiglass sides and a door to protect us from anything, splattering out at us. And so then also we have like a vacuum that sucks the bone powder as we're cutting so that we don't breathe it in. We have, PPE on, ear protection, an N95 mask. And so, yeah, the process is done inside these cutting hoods where we sand it and cut, and all of the bone powder is sucked into the vacuum and away from the sample. So,
Thank you.
Sure.
Obviously, you're using the striker saw to cut into the bone. Yeah. How are you treating the cranium or skull otherwise?
Well, we're trained, we know this is a human being's remains that we're working with, so we're always treating it with as much respect, as, always treating it with respect, and also only taking what's necessary for us to do our testing. So, we only use as much pressure as we need to get through, to actually cut the bone. So some force is needed, but, not excessive.
Thank you. And were photos taken of the cranium, in this case, before and after the sample was cut?
Yes, the cranium was photographed before the cutting, and then we just take one picture after we're done cutting to show where we cut from and how much was taken.
Your Honor, can I approach the witness with what's been previously marked as People's 388 for
Yes, you may.
identification? You can show counsel. Ms. Rodriguez, what is Exhibit 388?
These are our evidence photographs. So it looks like the bottom picture was before cutting, and the top picture was after we removed the sample for testing.
Do those photos fairly and accurately depict how the cranium or skull looked before in one photo and after in another photo, the cutting was done?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, at this time, the people would move 388 into evidence, please.
Defense?
No objection.
388 is admitted.
Thank you. And with the court's permission, I'd like to put it on the screen just briefly.
Go ahead.
And Ms. Rodriguez, while we get the magnification right on this screen, I'll just tell you, you obviously see it on the screen behind you, but you have the exhibit in front of you as well, and you can look at whichever one you're more comfortable looking at.
Okay. Yeah, the one in front of me is more comfortable.
Okay. What do we see in the bottom photograph on Exhibit 388, please?
The bottom photograph is the skull before it was cut for testing.
And where were these photographs taken?
We have an accessioning room that adjoins to the cut room where we have our evidence lockers in there. And so when we examine the evidence and take the pictures and the written description, as I had mentioned earlier, that's all done in this small room that's enclosed.
And how about the top photo, Ms. Rodriguez?
It was taken after the portion was removed for testing.
You could take that down. Thank you. So the top photograph showed us where you took out the portion for testing.
Correct.
In your own words, can you just walk the jury through what was done in terms of the testing? You started to touch on it, but I'd love for you to just explain the process to the jury.
So pick up at DNA extraction?
Yes.
Okay. So as I had mentioned, we grind the bone into bone powder, and then we add our reagents, which break down the calcium and the minerals of the bone and the proteins. And these reagents also, they burst open the bone cells, releasing the DNA into the liquid. And then the rest of the DNA extraction process purifies this DNA and concentrates it down so that it's ready for us to use in the next step of testing. And so for autosomal SDRs, we use commercially available kits. In this case, we use a case that interrogates 15 different locations on the DNA that has been found to differ between individuals. Except for identical twins, they will produce the same DNA profile. And so we use this kit and an instrument to make hundreds and thousands of copies of the DNA at these 15 locations. And then that's put on another instrument that separates all these fragments out and collects the data, which we do our DNA analysis on to determine what the profile is from the evidence sample.
When this work was done on this particular case, what kit was your laboratory using at that time?
We were using Identifiler Plus at the time,
Are you still using that kit today?
and not anymore.
Fair to say there continues to be advances in DNA technology from when our career started to where we are today.
That is correct. And in the field, we expanded the number of loci that we look at now. So now we use a kit that looks at more locations on the DNA.
And what, okay. What kit are you using at the laboratory now?
Right now, we're using Promega's Fusion 5C kit.
How many locations does the Omega kit allow you to locate?
That looks at 22 different autosomal loci.
And at the time of this analysis, you were using Identifiler, which focused on 15 loci.
Correct.
You just mentioned one thing I want to follow up on about the DNA analysis, making copies. Can you just explain to the jury what you mean by that, please?
So we have in the kit, it has certain pieces of DNA that attach to these target areas that we're looking at. And so the enzymes within this kit provide everything that's needed to sequence that DNA and make a copy of it. And it keeps doing this over multiple cycles to get exponential growth of the number of copies of the DNA at these targeted regions.
And specifically, what kind of DNA analysis was conducted on that sample?
So we did autosomal STR testing, and we performed mitochondrial DNA testing, but that wasn't actually used in the comparison. We just standardly do those two types of testing on unidentified skeletal remains that are going to be entered into the coded space.
So you used autosomal STR for the identification process.
That's correct. They have the higher power of discrimination to be able to differentiate individuals.
What were the results of your analysis in this particular case, Ms. Rodriguez?
May I refer to my report?
Yes, if you can just let us know what you're looking at and whether it refreshes your recollection.
Yes, I was going to look at the genetic comparison, and it's on the second page of the report to refresh my memory.
Go ahead. Sure. Thank you.
Okay, sure.
Thank you, Anna.
So when we compared the profile obtained from the skull, we compared that to the direct reference sample that was provided by it was provided when the skull was submitted to our laboratory, and it was generated by the CBI laboratory from a baby tooth of Dylan Redwine.
So you had the direct reference sample, and in layperson terms, what does that mean?
It's just the DNA profile that was generated from a baby tooth.
Of Dylan.
Of Dylan, yes, sorry.
And go on, then.
Okay, so we did the comparison. So at every location, we compared our profile to the profile provided by CBI, and at every location, it was concordant between the two profiles. And so at that point, when there's concordance between two profiles, you cannot exclude it from originating from the same individual. And so then to further look into that, we run a statistical calculation called random match probability. And this is to measure the significance of that inclusion, of that concordance between the profiles, and to give you an idea of how often you would expect to see this profile in the population.
So when you say cannot exclude, it's fair to say that's a term of art that you use?
Yeah, that's just the term that we use, meaning that it was concordant and they're included.
Okay. And then you do the random
match probability.
Determine what?
That's the frequency of the profile in the population. It's a way to give you a measure of significance for the fact that the the profile from the evidence sample matched that profile of the reference sample from Dylan Redwine.
Go on, please.
So in my report, I stated that the nuclear DNA profile observed from the skull and from the DRS sample has an estimated frequency of occurrence of 1 in approximately 27 quintillion Caucasian individuals, 1 in approximately 2.6 sextillion African-American individuals, and 1 in approximately 30 quintillion Southwestern Hispanic individuals. Now, we always report the statistics for random match for the 3 major populations in the U.S., but I'm going to focus on the statistics for the Caucasian individuals in my explanation for you, since that's what Dylan was designated to be. So the 1 in approximately 27 quintillion Caucasians is 27 with 18 zeros behind it. And so this is a very large number. Currently, the Earth's population is a little bit above 7 billion, and so that's a 7 with 9 zeros behind it. So in theory, in order to see this profile again from some random person in the population, you'd have to look through 1 billion Earth populations.
So in your expert opinion, what were you able to conclude from this analysis?
So in absence of there being an identical twin, it's in my scientific opinion that the skull and the baby tooth originated from the same male individual, and I would expect an ME or coroner to make a positive identification off of this DNA work.
You say positive identification to whom?
To Dylan Nicholas Redwine.
And the notification would be to his family?
Correct. The ME, the medical examiner or coroner is who has the authority to designate a positive identification, and we're typically just a tool that's used to do that.
Right. So when you concluded your analysis and generated the report, who'd you share that information with?
The report was sent to the sheriff's office, La Plata County Sheriff's Office.
And approximately when did that take place?
Can I look at my report to see the date, please?
Your Honor? Yes. Thank you.
Our report was issued on May 24th, 2016.
What was done with the cranium of Dylan Redwine?
It was picked up by Sergeant Isdell, who dropped it off for us as well.
You retain any portion of Dylan's skull at the laboratory?
Yes, an archive sample is retained. We do this standard for our cases because as time goes on, science gets better, or if there's ever a question, we have something to go back to retest.
Your Honor, I have nothing further. Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez.
You're welcome.
Mr. Mogan?
Briefly. Could you tell us the steps that you go through in preparing the bone for a DNA analysis? And by that, I mean, you say you try to get rid of contaminants. Can you reiterate that for the jury, please?
Sure. So after we've taken the documentation of the evidence, we sand down the region of the bone that we're going to sample from, and that's to remove any dirt and debris. Because a lot of times these skeletal remains are out in the elements, in soil, so that all needs to be removed. And then once the pieces have been cut, then we send that through a more intense cleaning steps, which are the washes. So we use bleach, water, and ethanol to clean the surface of the bone to further remove any dirt. And then you just never know who has handled the remains before, too. Sometimes whoever finds them can pick it up, and so they wouldn't have gloves on. So we would want to make sure that any contaminant DNA on the outside of it was removed during this cleaning process, so that the profile that we obtained from the sample is indeed from the bone.
And just one more topic, I think. You talked about how your lab is accredited, correct?
Correct.
And if I understand your description of that, that means a nonprofit agency, forgive the layperson term here, looks at the work and the procedures you're doing at the lab and then compares that to the Federal Bureau of Investigation quality assurance standards.
Can you repeat that again? Sorry.
I got the impression that part of your accreditation process includes comparing your procedures and practices to FBI, Federal Bureau of Investigation practices.
That's semi-correct. So the FBI has issued national standards for all of us as a forensic community to follow, and they're known as the FBI Quality Assurance Standards. And so it's not that they're auditing us that we do exactly what the FBI does, but it's that the FBI generated these standards that we all have to follow.
The FBI sets the standards for labs that deal with these sorts of materials.
Yes, there are national standards.
Nothing further, Judge.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Any questions from the jury? No? Can she be excused?
Yes, Your Honor, please.
Yes, please.
All right, you're free to go. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next prosecution witness?
Your Honor, we can see with one witness, but we're a little bit behind schedule. Would the appropriate time to take a morning break?
I'd prefer not to, just because it'll screw us up on the back end of that. Yeah, go ahead.
Your Honor,
If you have to, we have to, but, yes.
sorry, the witness handed me the exhibit.
Oh, could you put it back, please? Thank you. Okay. Come on back up, Mr. Heidel. And Mr. Heidel, you're still under oath.
Morning, sir. Morning. So this is going to be a very limited direct examination, just to two maps that are separate and apart from the topic that we were discussing the last time you testified. Do you understand? Yes. Did you create some Google Earth maps showing the location of both the first remains site, the location of the skull, and Mr. Redwine's home? Yes. If I showed you those exhibits, would you recognize them? Yes. I've got here exhibits 518 and 519, if I may approach. Yes. Okay. Do you recognize those, sir? Yes. And what are they?
They are Google Earth screen captures of three locations.
Okay. Have you been to each one of those locations personally?
I have.
Okay. And as you review those two maps, are they a fair and accurate depiction of those locations?
Yes, they are.
At this time, we would move to admit exhibits 518 and 519.
Mr. Moran?
No objection, thanks.
They're both admitted.
This time I have no further questions. Well, let's go ahead and publish them just to take a moment for this to show them to the jury. So please publish exhibit 518. Okay, can you show us, and using the pointer, can you step down and show us what we have here on this map?
The yellow line is the outline of Middle Mountain Road. There's Mark Redwine's residence. This is the first recovery site. And then this is a recovery site of the premium.
Now, the jury's seen many different maps now of these two topics, but this is just a slightly different angle, is that right?
That's correct.
And exhibit 519?
Again, just a different angle. Mr. Redwine's home, first recovery site, second recovery site.
Okay. Thank you, sir. You're welcome to have a seat. I have no further questions for you.
Any cross on that?
Yes, please. Quickly.
Good morning again, Mr. Heidel.
Morning.
You're getting the frequent flyer of the witness box. So when you're creating these images, it's through Google Earth, you plug in the longitude and latitude, right?
That's correct. Sometimes.
Yeah, right, okay. With respect to the maps that we've just published to the jury, those are based on longitude and latitude.
That's correct.
I suppose Mr. Redwine's house is just based on plugging in the address.
No, actually, I can see
that location on Google Earth. So I can just put a marker on there or a pin on there, exactly where it is.
I see. With respect to remain site one, where are you dropping the pin? How are you determining, is it based on an item or is there a specific longitude and latitude that you?
Sure, it's where what's been described as the main location. I think it's been described as the dump site, where the initial, between the two logs, that's the location I use for that, the GPS location.
I see. I prefer remain site. I'm going to call it that.
Okay, yeah, that's right.
Remain site one then is established based on those two downed logs. We heard testimony, I think you were in the courtroom, by Sergeant Brenner and Investigator Patterson.
That's correct.
Okay, and those two individuals described finding, my recollection was bone at those two downed trees
Yes,
and black fabric that turned out to be Dylan's t-shirt
yes,
and kicker earbuds were at that downed tree.
correct.
So you're using the longitude and latitude of that spot to create the pin for remain site one.
That's correct.
Thank you. That's all I have at this point. Thanks.
Can I take care of you?
Yes, thank you.
Jury? I don't think so. You stepped down. Do you need some more time? I mean, we can take a break if you need to.
We have another witness ready to go. She's an expert witness.
Let's go till about 10, because otherwise it's just too long for Aaron to keep working.
Of course. So. People call Diane France.
All right. Hey, Ms. France, if you would raise your right hand before you sit down. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury the testimony you're about to give, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Have a seat.
And quiet, Your Honor.
You may.
Thank you. Morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
How are you today?
I am doing well, thank you. And you?
Doing well. Thanks for asking. Can you introduce yourself to the jury, please, spelling your last name for the record?
Yes, my name is Diane France, F-R-A-N-C-E.
How are you employed?
I am self-employed. I'm a forensic anthropologist and the director of the Human Identification Laboratory of Colorado in Fort Collins.
Can you please tell the jury a little bit about your day-to-day work at the lab?
That really varies. Some days I am trying to work up cases, trying to do identifications, or at least assist with identifications as a forensic anthropologist, or determine the circumstances surrounding death based on human remains. And other days I am out in the field trying to look for clandestine graves or look for remains, and to help exhume those remains if they're buried, or to collect those remains and map them out if they are on the surface. Some days I am making casts or writing books or writing publications. So it just really varies, just depending on what somebody needs.
I'd like to go through your education and career experience in order to bring us to how you ended up in this role that you have today.
Okay.
Can you tell the jury about your education, please?
I received a BA from CSU and an MA in 1976, and a master's also from CSU in 1979, and then I received my PhD in 1983 from the University of Colorado. I was then board certified in 1989 by the American Board of Forensic Anthropology.
And do you remain board certified up until and including today?
Yes, yes. I've been board certified the entire time since 1989.
Dr. France, let's turn to your career experience.
Okay.
Where did you start in 1988?
Actually in 1983, after I received my PhD, I went up to teach at Colorado State University. My former husband was employed there at the time and teaching. And so I went up and started teaching forensic anthropology classes at CSU. In 1988, I was an adjunct professor and remain an adjunct professor to this day, adjunct faculty. So I was teaching at CSU for a time, and then, well, shall I go into my casting experience at this time? It probably would be appropriate to do so. So in the early 70s, I became interested in making molds and casting bones and various materials. I was watching a fellow graduate student making a mold for his thesis, and I just became interested in it. Thought I'd just play around with it a little bit, and so I did. The first cast I made was a bowl of peanuts for a patty, and it was pretty obvious that they were fake peanuts, but it was fun to do. When I started teaching at Colorado State, I realized that I just didn't have the bones I needed to be able to teach forensic anthropology. And so and also primatology and just general physical anthropology. And so I borrowed an orangutan skeleton, made a mold of everything, every bone individually on that orangutan skeleton, and made casts of it so that I could use those to teach. And when I was teaching, I taught with that skeleton for a while, and then after that, I decided to develop a business, a casting business, while still maintaining my status as a forensic anthropologist. And so I developed a business and finally sold that in about 10 years ago. So most of it, I kept some of it. So much of my day-to-day work at that time, when I wasn't doing forensic anthropology, was actually making molds and casts of various materials that people were loaning me so that I could make casts for them and make casts to sell and so on and so forth. So basically, that was kind of my path, while still maintaining my status as a forensic anthropologist.
Just to close the loop on the casting experience you had, when did you start that casting business?
I actually hired employees in 1985.
How long did you have the casting business?
It was until 2011.
And what kind of things were you being asked to cast or mold during that time?
Oh my goodness, it was kind of a neat process. I cast the remains of 18th dynasty queens in Cairo. I was asked to cast a lot of things for the Smithsonian, also for the National Zoo. So I made a mold and a cast of a living tiger's tongue while he was being sedated for dental work. That was probably the neatest thing I did in the casting business. Cast tiger's paw, skulls for a tiger. This is all for the Great Cats exhibit at the National Zoo. I cast the brains of a fin whale, an elephant, a human, an orangutan, and a squirrel for the think tank exhibit at the National Zoo. Made casts of 80,000-year-old bone harpoon points from Zaire in the Smithsonian. Cast Civil War specimens, pathology mostly, from the National Museum of Health and Medicine. I cast the skull of Jesse James when he was exhumed in 1994. So I cast his skull. Various kinds of opportunities. Really fun.
And turning to your work as a forensic anthropologist and other work you've done that might be of relevance to the jury, in 1990, you start working with the Colorado Body Identification.
That's right. It was a group of multidisciplinary individuals. We had a pathologist and odontologist, a dentist. We had law enforcement. We had body recovery experts. Myself as a forensic anthropologist. We got together, there were 10 of us, and we got together and formed this group called the Colorado Body Identification Team, where we would respond to mass fatality incidents in Colorado mostly. We also went into Wyoming, but for the most part, it was in Colorado. After that happened, in 1993, the federal government, headed by FEMA, this group was headed by FEMA, started the Disaster Mortuary Operational Response Team, or DMORT, which took over the response to mass fatality incidents around the country. and actually also, they respond to, mass fatality incidents that, like US carriers, airplane carriers in other parts of the world. So it's pretty wide ranging. Well, as soon as that took over, then there was really no more need for the Colorado body identification team. DMOR just took over all of that. So then, the body ID team was disbanded.
You serve as a member of DMOR?
I did. As a matter of fact, I think I was either the first or second forensic anthropologist to be a part of DMOR. When it was first starting in 1993, they asked me if I would be interested, and I said yes. And so I was part of that group until about 2002.
So for example, just to explain the nature of that work, 1997, did you respond to an airplane crash?
I did. In 1997, Korean Airlines Crash 801 landed just short of the runway in Guam. They were crossing over the hill just before you land at the airfield, and they clipped their landing gear on a big gas line just on the other side of the hill, and they crashed into the top of the mountain. 235 people were killed. Amazingly, about 35 people survived. But we were deployed in multiple groups because you can't all go as one group to the area because they didn't, if that plane crashed, then you didn't want to lose all of your recovery experts and your identification experts. So we all had to go in just small groups in separate planes, and we flew into Guam. It was difficult because it was 100 degrees, 100% humidity. It took us 3 days to get there, and so the bodies were decomposing for 3 days before we could even get there. But we set up a station in a big Navy Quonset hut where we had several different stations set up. So we had an intake station where they would figure out what was associated with each set of the remains, personal effects, and so on and so forth. They would catalog those and separate those. Then the body would go to radiology. So they would take full body x-rays of the remains. Then it would go to forensic odontology. So the dentist would take a look at the remains. Then it would go to the pathologist, and it would go to us, the forensic anthropologist. Each one of us had a station, and we would do what we do and then send it on to the next station. The final station is where they are embalmed. In this particular case, they were not embalmed so much. They were just immediately casketed and then sent to a separate area where a group of Korean officials would come and they would perform a service and then take the remains back to South Korea. It's quite an experience.
So when you say each station would do what we do.
Right. So we would do the forensic anthropology. So a forensic anthropologist uses skeletal clues, whether or not there's still soft tissue on the remains. We use clues from the skeleton to try to determine or help determine identity and also the circumstances surrounding death. Circumstances surrounding death, of course, in this situation is pretty obvious because they were in a plane crash. But we were trying to help provide clues such as the age of the remains, the sex, the ancestry. Most of them are Koreans, but there were a few Americans on board. Stature, those sorts of things that we would then compare to records, medical records that we received from South Korea. So we would try to cross compare and see who each set of remains belonged to.
Were you deployed, as another example, after 9/11? And if so, what work did you do?
Yes. So after 9/11, all the airports were closed and no airlines were flying. Ordinarily, with DMOR, I was expected to be on a plane within 4 hours after receiving notification. And so the morning, everybody remembers where they were in the morning of 9/11, right? So I was, after I saw the planes hit, I immediately packed my bags and set up the care for my dog and so on and so forth. I was not actually deployed for 2 weeks just because airlines weren't flying. And so after 2 weeks, then I was deployed to Staten Island, to the landfill in Staten Island. So they would go to ground zero and collect all of the debris from ground zero, put it on barges, and bring it over to the landfill where they would stack all of the debris, remains and everything else, stack all of the debris in these long lines in this mile, it's a square mile area. And so they would stack all of this debris in like 40-foot stacks. So you had a path through these stacks to get to the debris. So they would pick up, using big trucks, in cranes and so on, they would pick up this debris and put all of it into these conveyor belts that would kind of shake everything into different size pieces, for want of a better term. So they would take all the big pieces and stack them. So all the big beams and the trucks and cars and everything, they would stack those in a separate area of the landfill. All of the medium and small debris, they would get a big backhoe and then just sort of just stagger it out along the ground. And hundreds of workers, all in white Tyvek suits, using rakes, would go through this debris, and then they would pick up anything that looked organic, either bone or soft tissue or anything like that, and they would put it into containers and bring it over to the NYPD trailer, which is where myself as a forensic anthropologist plus a graduate student, they always paired somebody senior with somebody more junior, we would go through it and determine whether or not the remains were human. If they were human, then we would send them on to the medical examiner's office. The medical examiner's office vowed to do DNA on every single piece of human remains to try to get them identified. And actually, it took me years to do that, but they did it. So basically, I spent 2 weeks there, 13.5-hour days for 14 days before, at that point, and that's standard practice with DMOR, you do 13.5-hour days, and then you go home for at least a week, and then you can be redeployed if you need to. There were so many people interested in participating in 9/11 and with recovery with 9/11 that they didn't need people twice. And so I spent 2 weeks and then went back home again.
Thank you, Doctor. So those are two examples of your work with DMOR.
Yes.
Let's transition now, if you would, and talk to the jury about NecroSearch.
NecroSearch is a fantastic organization. It is a group of about 45 individuals now, started in 88, sorry, I joined in 89. About 45 individuals, about a third are in law enforcement, a third in academia, and a third in private industry. Multidisciplinary, so we have geophysicists and geologists, botanists, myself as a forensic anthropologist. We have and a hydrologist, so many different experts in their fields who come together to form this multidisciplinary, volunteer, nonprofit organization. So when we respond to a case, we never charge for our time. We only charge for our expenses. So we are asked by law, and we only work with law enforcement. So when we're asked by law enforcement to help with a
Dr.
case.
Fran,
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. What's the reason you only work with law enforcement?
I'm sorry, okay. So we only work with law enforcement to look for clandestine graves or look for remains because we don't want to interfere with a case. If we approached a family member, for example, and said, hey, we want to help you find your loved one's remains, then if law enforcement doesn't know that we're there, then we could inadvertently compromise a case by messing up the evidence, right? So we only work with law enforcement. So when we are contacted by law enforcement to assist with a case, we send out a questionnaire so that they can tell us about the case. Tell us about the height and weight of the victim. Tell us about the height and weight of the suspect. Tell us about areas that a suspect might frequent, for example. Tell us when the person was last seen. All kinds of questions. We take that questionnaire back and then go through it as a team, and everybody, the different expertise, goes through and has their ideas about what can be used, what kinds of techniques and methodology and so on that can be used to assist with the case.
How many cases have you worked on as part of the necrosearch?
When I counted this up, gosh, it was probably almost a year ago now, we were at 322 cases. Now we've had a few cases since then, so we're probably up to about 340 now at this point.
Does that involve consulting with law enforcement and locating human remains?
It does. So our primary goal, we're kind of a cold case group. We are not usually contacted until the law enforcement just has run out of other options. They've run down every lead that they have. And so then they contact us and say, here's the case. Do you have any other ideas for us? We're kind of the group of last resort. So
Group of last resort when it comes to what?
when it comes to looking for clandestine graves and or scattered remains on the surface.
So in those 300 plus cases, your involvement has included the location of human remains and the analysis of the location.
Yes, the location of a clandestine grave or a location of something that of an anomaly, basically. So what we're looking for is something that looks out of place in the environment, and then we investigate whether or not that could include an individual, whether or not that actually is a grave.
Would that include, you mentioned clandestine graves, would that also include body dump sites?
Yes, body dump sites as well. Yes, all we're doing, we're looking for human remains.
How many states and countries has necrosearch worked in?
We are now up to 46 states plus the District of Columbia and 8 countries.
Can you talk a little bit about actually I'll transition to a different area for now.
Okay.
Just touch on briefly your work as within necrosearch, what positions you held?
I have been vice president and president for several years for vice president, for president.
How about your work with the Laboratory for Human Identification?
The Laboratory for Human Identification was formed at CSU, and so I was the director of that for many years before that was eventually disbanded.
Can you talk to the jury, please, about your teaching experience, just briefly?
I do a lot of invited lectures around the world, actually. But also, I did do some teaching, of course, at Colorado State University. I do not routinely teach at a university at this point.
Talked about being the owner of the business involving casting.
Right, the France Casting, really unique name. So France Casting, and then when I sold most of that in 2011, I started a new casting business called France Custom Casting, which is where I make molds and casts of just items that are not just mass produced for sale. So things like, homicide cases cast for use in court. Also the whole think tank exhibit for the National Zoo and so on and so forth. Those types of things.
Thank you, Dr. France. Can you tell us, please, about your board and professional memberships?
So I said that I was board certified by the American Board of Forensic Anthropology in 1989. And I have been on the board of directors. Actually, at midnight last night, I finished my 18th year. So I termed out and I'm now off the board. I've spent 5 years as president of that organization and secretary as well. But I spent 5 years as president.
Can you tell us about your work with the American Academy of Forensic Sciences?
I'm also a fellow with the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, which is, there are 2 big organizations for forensics in the world. One is the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, and the other is the International Association for Forensic Science. But I've been a member of the Academy since 1984.
Have you also been a member of the scientific working group in forensic anthropology?
Yes, so there are 3 different groups that develop the standards and guidelines for best practice in forensic science. There are several scientific working groups in various forensic science disciplines. One is SWIG, so it's Scientific Working Group of SWIG. ANT is, SWIG-ANT is for forensic anthropology. SWIG dog is for scent detection dogs. SWIG gun is for firearms, and so on and so forth. So I was a participant in SWIG-ANT for a couple of years when I was president of the American Board of Forensic Anthropology. Shall I go into OSAC at this point, then?
That was gonna be my next question. So let me
Okay.
ask you a question, just to,
Okay, sure.
OSAC being the Organization of Scientific Area Committee?
Yes.
Okay. What is OSAC and what was your role with OSAC? please,
Okay.
Dr. Grant?
So when SWIG-ANT finished a lot of their documents, a lot of the guidelines and standards for forensic anthropology, in 2009, at about the time when they had finished a bunch of their documents, there was a study that came out, a book that came out that was published by the National Academy of Sciences called Strengthening Forensic Science: A Path Forward in the United States. That was in 2009, and it was scathing about a lot of the disciplines in forensic science, and most notably bite mark analysis, for example. So when somebody bites somebody else, then they create a mark, and dentists will look at that mark and try to match it to a person who was the biter. And this study, this book, addressed several of the forensic science disciplines and said that there's a lack of standardization in some of these disciplines. That it did not actually really address shortcomings in forensic anthropology, but some of the things that they said about some of these other disciplines really does reach over into forensic anthropology. So it's just subsequent to that, Congress got involved, and they decided that there needs to be an organization that helps address these issues, serious issues, and to help develop standards and guidelines, best practices in forensics. And so the Organization of Scientific Area Committees was organized and developed by Congress. That was in 2014. That was their first meeting, and I was invited to attend. I was made vice chairman of the anthropology subcommittee for that organization at that time. That continued until last year when I was made chairman. So I'm currently chairman of the forensic anthropology subcommittee of that organization.
Thank you, Dr. France. And what awards have you received in connection with some of the work you've been describing here?
Well, one was an award for service from OSAC. About 10 years ago, I was awarded the Lifetime Achievement Award. It's a little premature to me, but Lifetime Achievement Award for from the Physical Anthropology section of the American Academy of Forensic Science. That was pretty special. I've received some commendations from sheriff's offices and so on too.
Commendations from sheriff's offices in connection with your work on homicide investigation?
Yes. Well, yes, and also I do this service, and I think most forensic anthropologists do, where if law enforcement or medical examiners or even the public goes out and they find a bone and they don't know what it is, they can text me or email me a photograph of that bone, and I can tell them whether or not it's human, usually, unless it's really a small fragment. And so, for example, the Pueblo Sheriff's Department has sent me so many of these emails, and I don't charge anything for it. And so they send me these emails, and so I've done that so many times that they finally made me an honorary detective, which I thought was kind of fun. But yeah, basically those kinds of things. A lot of it is human, non-human identification.
Have you testified as an expert previously?
I have. I think this is my 26th time.
And have you testified as an expert for both the prosecution and the defense in
Yes,
various cases?
Yes, I have.
Your Honor, at this time, the people would move to have Dr. France qualified as an expert in the location and recovery of human remains, as well as an expert in forensic anthropology.
Mr. Bogan?
No objection to those, to that endorsement certification.
She'll be qualified as an expert in those areas, and you're going to move into something else, so it's probably a good time for a break, correct?
Sure, thank you.
Okay. It's almost 10 o'clock. Remember my admonitions not to talk to each other about the case, and we'll start up again at 10:15. Everybody rise for the jury, please. All right, we'll be in recess.
Thank you, Honor.
Logan? Hello?
Mention this in court before we get the jury in. The three.
Well, I want to make my own record, but yeah. Yeah, I just don't think so. Yeah. I think you guys gave us the packet yesterday. Yeah. Is this any different from what you showed me? Then I've seen them all. And I designed my whole,
How you doing? How about you? Good. Shortcut. Yeah, yeah.
Thank you. You can be seated. You can call the jury up, please.
Your Honor, can I just touch on one thing very
Yes.
briefly? Thank you, Your Honor. Rather than do this in front of the jury, I thought it'd be helpful to the court just to address this in advance. There's 3 demonstrative exhibits that the people are seeking to admit through Dr. Francis' testimony to aid the jury in their understanding of the human skull, the condition of a skull when it's been fractured, as well as the condition of a dry bone. I would highlight for the court, as the court's aware, we're not seeking to admit into evidence Dylan Redwine's actual skull for a number of reasons, including we want it to be available to the family when the case is over. So exhibit 521 would be model of the human skull. 523 is a casting of a skull that has a fracture across the top. And 524 is a splintered bone. Earlier this morning, I showed it to counsel. I believe he has a concern about one of the exhibits. So rather than do that at the bench when Dr. Francis is on the stand, I thought I would just raise it now.
Sure. Mr. Bogan?
And I'd invite the court to look at People's 524 because it's an injury to a part of the cranium that does not resemble in any way, shape, or form, even in my lay opinion, the damage done to Dylan Redwine's cranium. I think it's misleading and confusing for the jury because they're going to see pictures of the actual damage to Dylan's cranium, then they're going to get this thing with like a hole in it. I don't think there's any relation there. So I object to, which number is it?
So it's actually 523.
523, I apologize.
Well, do you agree with that assessment, Mr. Doherty, or not? Do you agree with that assessment that it's inaccurate?
What I would say, Your Honor, respectfully, in response to counsel is, it shows the emanating fracture that results from an injury. So the 2 individuals suffer the exact same injury. I don't believe Dylan Redwine was killed in the same manner as this individual. That's not.
Oh, so this is not a model. I didn't understand. This is a separate person.
From a different case, yes,
Okay.
Your Honor. And it just shows the line, the fracture that emanates from an injury when one suffers such an injury.
All right.
Well, it shows,
Did you want to say something else?
it shows more than that. It shows a piece of that part of the cranium missing, which is not the facts.
Well,
In
I
this case.
think with the pictures and explanation, it's just demonstrative of showing what it looks like with the extension of the injury, correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
I will let it in. We'll note your objection at the time it comes in. We will, your previous objection. Your experts and your expert need to explain the difference, and the photograph should also explain it. You can also deal with it on cross-examination, Mr. Bogan. Anything else?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay. Give it rise for the jury, please. All right, we can be seated. Dr. France, come on back up. You're still under oath. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Hunter. Dr. France, forensic anthropology, does that include the analysis of trauma or possible trauma?
It does.
Can you explain that to the jury, please?
So, forensic anthropologists basically have two, sometimes more, but basically two different kinds of tasks. One is to determine the biological profile, which is age, sex, ancestry, stature, those kinds of things, to help with identity. So we compare our notes to what missing persons list is, for example, and narrows down that missing persons list so that then they can do the DNA or dental, that kind of dental analysis, that kind of thing, to try to establish a positive ID. Rarely do we ever establish a positive ID by ourselves, okay? The other thing that we do is to determine the circumstances surrounding death based on clues that we get from the skeleton. And that can involve sharp force injury, blunt trauma, gunshot wounds, that kind of thing. Okay, so we try to look for clues for that on the skeleton, even if the skeleton is still covered with soft tissue. Okay, usually we have to remove that soft tissue before we can look well enough at the skeleton to determine those things.
I'd like you to talk with us a bit about how you go about the work that you do and give the jury the background information they need when you discuss the evidence in this case.
Okay.
And I'll start with where you just left off and asking you, how do you process and examine bones, generally speaking?
Okay, so if the remains still have soft tissue on them, or if they are dirty, then I will take the remains after the pathologist. Okay, I come after the pathologist always, unless I'm working with him or her. So the soft tissue in a case just gets in my way. So the pathologist, who is an expert in soft tissue analysis, has to be done first. So then I take it and if there is soft tissue or if there's dirt on the remains, then I will take those remains and put them through a warm water bath, very gently remove that soft tissue. Okay, so some of my colleagues, and I have big disagreements with them about this, but they will actually boil the remains to remove the soft tissue. And I am very much opposed to that because I think it is just too strong. So I just put them in a warm water bath with some just dish soap. Believe it or not, Pam is really good at removing grease. And so I use that. I'm thinking about telling them that, but I don't know that they would appreciate it. So I put that, and I put soapy water and then let them go overnight, just warm water bath overnight. I go back the next day and I take off just with my hands, glove hands, take the soft tissue off as much as I can remove, put them back in, fresh water, fresh soap, and let them go another day. And I do that until they are clean. And then I let them dry at least overnight and then examine them the next day. Okay, so that's basically how I process the remains.
So generally speaking, remains will go from law enforcement to a forensic pathologist to a forensic anthropologist down the line.
Yes. And we don't always get involved in cases. The pathologist can sometimes just determine what they want to determine without an anthropologist being involved.
What kind of cases do you get involved in?
Oh, all kinds of cases. Burn cases, suicide, accident, homicide cases, just any kind of case where they're having a difficult time trying to establish the identity and also determine the circumstances surrounding death. So anything like that. In addition to that, I also have I can also provide law enforcement or medical examiners or coroners with the human or non-human identification service.
Once you're done cleaning bones and going through the drying process you just described, what do you do to document the remains that you've been provided?
Okay, so the first thing I do, I look through the remains just to see if I can find anything that is obvious to me, and I note that down. And then I take photographs of the remains, And usually in a case, I am taking hundreds of photographs, just to document. I mean, photographs now are cheap insurance, right? So, and then after that, I look at every set of remains, every bone, every element under a dissection scope, so that I can look for certain features that are not readily seen just with the naked eye. Even, you know, I need reading glasses, and sometimes even that, I can't really see everything without using a dissection scope.
The photographs taken before you begin, and then the dissection microscope.
Yes.
And I should ask you, what's the difference between forensic pathology and forensic anthropology?
So forensic pathology, I mean, that will encompass everything, because some forensic pathologists like to try to analyze the bones as well. But basically, a forensic pathologist deals with the soft tissue, a forensic anthropologist deals with the skeleton and teeth.
Are you familiar with perimortem condition of bones?
I am, yes.
And what does that mean? Can you explain it to the jury, please?
Okay, so there are 3 time frames having to do with life and death. Okay, one is antemortem, A-N-T-E, mortem, which means before death, perimortem, which means around the time of death, and postmortem, which means after death. So antemortem is basically, it's pretty much the same when you're judging soft tissue versus skeleton. It just means that there is signs of healing, for example. A pathologist may see signs of bruising or irritation, inflammation, that kind of thing, but usually you can see some signs of beginning healing, some reaction that would indicate that the person is still living, okay? The person still has a vital reaction. The heart is still beating, actively beating, okay? Perimortem means at or about the time of death, or around the time of death. And it is defined by a pathologist using soft tissue as it's kind of a snapshot in time, which means that it is the point in time when the vital reaction ceases, so the heart stops beating, okay? And at that point, you don't get bruising anymore. You don't get active bleeding anymore. You can get oozing, but you don't get active bleeding anymore. But it's because the heart has stopped beating, okay? And then you have postmortem, which is after death. And that is also where there is no kind of vital reaction, okay? No more reaction of the body to that injury, okay? So a dead body does not bruise. A dead body does not become infected, that kind of thing. So, but the perimortem and postmortem are defined differently with soft tissue and bone. So soft tissue, as I just said, you get that snapshot in time. But in order to define it in bone, I kind of need to tell you a little bit more about bone. So a lot of people think that, that bone is this rigid structure that it just supports the muscles and the skin and the organs and so on. But actually, skeletons are a little bit flexible. And the reason for that is that bone is made up of 2 different general components. One is hard tissue, which is primarily calcium phosphate, okay, the mineral component. And then you have the soft tissue component of bone, which is made up of a form of cartilage. And I just did this experiment with my little granddaughters, at 2.5 and 5.5-year-old granddaughters. You take a chicken bone, a fried chicken drumstick, and strip all the soft tissue off of it, all the meat. And then you put that into vinegar for a couple of weeks. And they're going to do that tonight. I guess they're going to take it out of the vinegar tonight. When you take it out of the vinegar, that vinegar has dissolved all of the calcium phosphate, all the other minerals in the bone. So when you take that chicken bone out, it's flexible. If the bone is long enough, you can actually tie it in a knot. So in fresh bone, in living bone, you have a ratio of that soft tissue component to the mineral component that allows that to bend just a certain amount before it reaches its elastic limit, in which case and then it breaks. Okay? In postmortem situation, so basically we define perimortem by that ratio. And that ratio will determine how that bone fractures.
Can I stop you there?
Yes,
Perimortem,
perimortem,
defined by the ratio of what?
of the soft tissue component to the mineral component of the bone. So that soft tissue component is interwoven with that mineral component. Okay?
How do you, as a forensic anthropologist, define perimortem?
Perimortem is, so a pathologist will determine perimortem or define perimortem as a snapshot in time. A forensic anthropologist will determine that by the ratio of the soft tissue to the hard tissue component. But if you have a body laying out someplace and it starts to decompose, then that soft tissue component, or rather the soft tissue, the muscles and the skin and the organs and everything will decompose. And after that point, when the bones are completely exposed, then that soft tissue component within the bone will start to decompose. Okay? So whereas the pathologist will define perimortem as that snapshot, as long as that ratio of soft tissue to hard tissue is the same, then you will still get a perimortem fracture. So you could have a body laying out there for a week, potentially, or a month, or depending on the circumstances and the environment, for even a year, or maybe even more than that. You know, the Iceman that was discovered in Austria, he could have had perimortem trauma if somebody had hit him with a hammer, even though he had been out there for thousands of years. Okay? So we define that as a window in time. It's not a snapshot in time.
So is it fair to say for a forensic pathologist that snapshot in time is at or near the time of death?
Yes, within minutes, yes.
And for forensic anthropologists, that window is larger depending on the conditions you just described and its impact on the bone.
Exactly.
How do you distinguish perimortem in your work from postmortem?
Okay, so postmortem, and I think, well, okay, so postmortem means that you do not still have that ratio of the soft tissue component to the hard tissue component, okay? The soft tissue component has decomposed away to a large extent, and the fracture pattern is completely different. And I know that you all walked out and you've seen a cow skeleton or a deer skeleton or something like that, and you notice that it is bleached white, right? And that if you hit that, then it would splinter. It wouldn't fracture in a perimortem way, it would just splinter. Okay, that's how we would define postmortem.
In preparation for your testimony to this jury, did you bring 3 different demonstrative exhibits to help us understand what you're referring to?
I did.
So with the court's permission, I'd like to hand you what's been previously marked as people's 524 for identification. May I approach?
You may.
And it's been previously shown.
Is it okay if I open this? And
With the court's permission, yes, doctor.
may I?
You may.
Do you recognize that, Dr. Friend?
I certainly do.
What do you recognize that to be?
There are 3 pieces of very dried out bone.
And are those pieces there, obviously unrelated to this particular case, are going to aid you in your testimony to the jury today?
Yes, these are completely unrelated.
And they'll fairly and accurately depict what you're about to talk about with regards to the postmortem condition.
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, people would move 524 into evidence, please.
No objection.
It's admitted.
You could take those out, Dr. France. Is this a fair example of what postmortem bones would look like?
Yes.
And I think you were just talking about the splintering effect.
Yes, and there's splintering all over my clothing. Yes, so we're talking about the splintering. Okay, so if you fracture this is a scapula, and it just comes apart. So this is very postmortem.
As opposed to if it was in perimortem condition, what would happen when you did that?
Well, first of all, with a scapula, I might be able to do that, but it would be difficult to just break it off with my hand. Okay, I would probably not be strong enough to do that, particularly with this part of the deer mandible. The bone would be strong enough that it would resist me doing that. But if it's postmortem, it's going to be much easier for me to fracture.
So postmortem, it splinters, it fractures, it's flaking off on your hands and clothes, it looks like.
Yes, and close. in the floor.
I'm going to switch gears briefly and talk to you about scavenger activity.
Okay.
Do you ever come across scavenger activity in your work?
Yes.
Can you just briefly explain that to the jury, please, what that looks like from your perspective?
Okay, so it depends on who the scavenger is. So if you're talking about a coyote, for example, you see grooves in the bone, and you also see punctures that are caused by the teeth. And I'm sure you've probably all seen that as well. So basically, I'm looking for grooves that would reflect the shape of the tooth as it scrapes across or punctures the bone. In addition to that, not only the coyotes and bears and that kind of scavenger, but you also get scavenging from rodents. So porcupines, skunk, well, not skunks, porcupines, rabbits, rats will go up and start gnawing on the bone. The anterior teeth of a rodent is, the anterior teeth are square on the bottom, so they have a square cross section, and that is the cross section that you see as it is scraping across the bone. Okay, so you get two different kinds.
What does that look like to the naked eye?
To the naked eye, it's just a series of striations where that little rodent is just kind of scraping. They say it's because of calcium, they want the calcium. So they're just scraping across the bone.
What if it's bigger than a rodent? How would it look?
It would look like grooves. It would look like grooves, and also you would get more fracturing. So the rodents aren't actually going to usually fracture the bone. They will just kind of scrape the bone. But if you get a coyote, for example, or a fox, then you'll get the crunching and breaking of particularly the opposite ends of a long bone. You'll get that because the opposite ends of a long bone have a lot of marrow and blood and fat in them, so they'll crunch those areas up. The middle part of the long bone it has more of the hard bone, the cortical bone, surrounding the shaft, and so they don't go after that quite as often. They kind of give up on it before they get to that part.
So they're going after the juicy parts at the end.
Exactly.
How would the tooth marks of the coyote look on the bone?
Again, just as grooves. Yeah.
How about
As grooves or punctures. Sorry.
So grooves or punctures
Yes.
for a coyote. How about a bear?
A bear is kind of the same, but a bear creates a lot of damage. In those cases I've seen where a bear has gotten in a hold of the remains, my gosh, they will go after the shaft. They don't just go after the ends of the long bones, they go after the shaft as well.
What's the impact? What's the result of what the bear does to the human?
It's more fragmentation. Generally speaking, more fragmentation.
Meaning it's broken?
Yes.
How do those groove marks that you described from scavengers or animals compare to a sharp tool, such as a knife or cutting instrument?
Again, what you're looking at,
Objection, foundation, this is tool mark analysis.
I think you have to lay a foundation for this.
Thank you, Aaron. Dr. France, during the course of your work in the location and recovery of human remains, as well as your extensive work in forensic anthropology, have you had the opportunity to see sharp tool marks left behind on the human skeleton or body?
yes, I have.
And have you seen cut marks or other sharp tool marks of that nature?
Yes, I have. And if I may, if you're a board certified, I'm sorry.
Hold on.
I'm sorry, I thought she was getting into the substance. It sounds like she's
No.
talking about her foundation.
Go ahead.
Okay. So a board certified forensic anthropologist is expected to know what some tool marks look like when they are applied to bone. Applied.
And in your approximately 40 years in the field, have you seen tool marks, sharp tool marks left behind?
Yes, I have.
You can go forward.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Dr. France, how do sharp tool marks compare to the grooves that the scavenger or animal might leave behind?
Okay, so again, you just have to look at the part of the tooth or the part of the sharp instrument as it is applied to the bone. So the grooves that are caused by tooth marks are going to be more rounded in cross section.
Sorry to interrupt, Doctor.
Yes, of
Just
course.
for the record, it looks like you're making a U-type
Yes,
shape
yes.
for the tooth
So
mark.
it's a groove. Yes, it's a U. Okay, and then the tool, the sharp instrument leaves a V shape cut, just the cross section of the knife or other sharp instrument.
And in your 40 years in the field, have you seen sharp tool marks left in weird or different places on the human body and skeleton?
I have.
And is that one of the reasons you use a dissection microscope?
It definitely is.
Court's permission, I'd like to approach and show you what's been marked as people's 521 for identification.
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. France, is this one of the demonstrative exhibits that you brought today to aid you in talking with the jury about your work
It
on
is.
the case?
It is.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of the, and model, she points out, of the human skull?
It is of a human skull, yes.
A human skull.
There are variations.
Your Honor, at this time, the people will move 521 into evidence.
Mr. Bogan?
No objection.
Submitted.
So, Dr. France, if you would just briefly help us understand what we're looking at in Exhibit 521, what it is, and how you as a forensic anthropologist would look at this in the laboratory.
This is a model of a human skull. Okay, cranium and mandible is a human skull. A skull. This is just the cranium. Okay, so basically, we're just looking at an example of what a human cranium looks like.
And what's the difference between cranium and skull?
Okay, skull includes the mandible.
What is the mandible?
Mandible is the lower jaw.
And what do you see on the human skull that's of interest, just generally?
To a forensic anthropologist, absolutely everything.
Well, I appreciate that. You want to share some of those things with us?
Okay, so there are a few features. First of all, you have the sutures up on top. Sutures are formed to help tie those bones together. Okay, so you have the frontal bone here, parietal bones here, and they're tied together with these sutures. Okay, so you have sagittal suture here, coronal suture here, you have lambdoidal suture here, squamosal suture right in here, right here. But basically, those sutures just tie the bones together so they aren't movable. When you have an infant or a fetus, then you don't have those sutures tying the bones together quite as tightly, or at all. Okay. We have some of the muscle insertion areas on the cranium, such as the mastoid process, which is the insertion point right here. The mastoid process is right behind your ear. Mastoid process, the sternocleidomastoid muscle, which is that big triangular muscle right here that's so big on football players. That inserts on the mastoid process and then down here on the clavicle and the sternum. We have basically, this hole right here is called the external auditory meatus, which is just basically the hole that goes into the ear. Okay, so those are important. This is called the foramen magnum. That is the place where the spinal cord goes into the brain and connects with the brain.
Dr. France, when you receive a cranium or skull and similar condition to the model, are you able to identify where the ear hole would be?
Definitely, yes.
And the sutures you described, do those appear on every human being's skull?
Yes.
So right now, standing here, I presumably have those same sutures on my skull.
Presumably you do. Now, in older individuals, those sutures can sometimes become obliterated. Okay, they just kind of, and they do that, they can do that on the outside of the cranium. If you look on the inside of the cranium, then you can see those sutures as well, but sometimes those are obliterated with age on the inside as well. And also in certain pathological conditions too. You can have a suture that is obliterated too early while the cranium is still growing, and you'll have a very abnormally shaped cranium or even a pathologically shaped cranium. Okay, but normally they are still open and available in most individuals that are not of advanced age.
If someone were to suffer from blunt force trauma to the head, is it possible that that could result in a skull fracture?
Yes.
And how would the skull fracture look on the human skull?
Depends on whether you were talking about an antemortem, perimortem, or postmortem fracture.
So
Okay.
can we break those down for the jury?
Yes. So in a skull fracture, an antemortem skull fracture, the way the forensic anthropologist looks at this, we would look for signs of healing in the bone. And healing can start within days, but we may not be able to see it for quite a few days. Okay, so even with a microscope, we may not be able to see those signs of healing for many days. That's antemortem. And then perimortem, you would expect the fracture patterns that I was talking about before. Okay, and then postmortem, if we hit somebody that is dried to this extent and bleached to this extent, then you would expect to see splinter.
Antemortem, perimortem, and postmortem can be determined based on your view of the skull fracture.
Exactly.
And how does a skull fracture emanate from the source of the blunt force trauma?
Well, typically, if you have blunt trauma, then that fracture would propagate usually in the path of least resistance. So if it's someplace near where the suture is, for example, then you'd expect that fracture to propagate through the sutures because that's the path of least resistance to the fracture. If you find that fracture that is in the middle of a major bone here, then you would expect that fracture to sort of propagate through the bone itself. Okay, if it's not really near a suture, you would expect to see it fracture through the bone.
Did you bring another demonstrative exhibit for the jury to help them understand the impact that blunt force trauma and a skull fracture could have in looking at the cranium of an individual?
I did.
And to be clear, this is from a completely different case.
It's from a case in Adams County. Yes.
And is what I'm about to show you a cast or molding of the actual skull?
Yes, this is a cast, and what you're about to show is also a cast.
So it's not actually part of someone's skull or cranium.
That's right. And I made that to present in court because it is rare anymore for the court to accept real bone as a demonstration. So this was made, I made that to present in court, in the court case.
And with the court's permission, I would then show you what's been marked, excuse me, as People's 523 for identification, Your Honor.
Okay, you may approach.
Thank you.
May I open it?
Yes.
Do you recognize 523?
I do.
And is that the cast or mold that you created to aid in courtroom presentations?
It is.
And is it in the same or similar condition as to when you created it?
Yes.
And would it aid you as a demonstrative exhibit in talking with the jury about the things we've touched on thus far?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the people move 523 into evidence, please.
Other than your previous objections, do you have any other objections?
I'll just reiterate the previous one.
Okay, the 523 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. France, and if jurors need Dr. France to stand, Your Honor, I would ask them to let the court know.
It might be worthwhile to do anyway.
Okay.
Just kind of stand up in front of them.
That'd be terrific.
And
Dr.
hold it up.
France, do you mind coming off the witness stand? Then I'm going to grab your microphone, please.
Yeah, that sounds good. And Dr. France, remember, we've got 3 jurors kind of over in that corner too. Okay?
All right. And actually, Your Honor, I can pass this around too after I'm finished talking.
That,
If that would be all right.
that would be fine with me. That'll be up to the jury.
Dr. France, this microphone's working, obviously. I'm going to ask you to stand back here if you would. And we're going to have you go through a series of questions and ask you to explain it.
And Dr. France, I'm going to ask you to come this way just a touch, or back up just a touch more. And then another step this way. Okay. Thank you.
So, Dr. France, you mentioned this was a cast or mold from an Adams County case.
This is a cast, yes. The mold is used, you apply the mold to the original, and then you take the cast out of that. So this is a plastic replica cast.
Cast of,
Okay, so this is an individual who, from a homicide case in Adams County, many, many years ago. And it was determined that a claw hammer was used to create these fractures, okay? And in this graph, you can see some impact sites from the head. And like I said, I can pass this around. There's an impact site here from the head of that hammer. And then there are also some impacts that were created to the claw side. And in fact, you can see right here, there is a clear impact to the shape of the claw. Right here. Okay? So you
Dr.
have-
France, can I stop you for 1 second? The court reporter just needs a moment. Go on, please.
All right, so in addition to those impacts, then you also see fracture patterns associated with or can be determined to be perimortem trauma. So you see the fracture here is crossing the sagittal suture, going from one parietal bone to the other parietal bone. And in addition to that, you see a fracture on the carpal bone, smaller fracture caused by the impact.
The fractures caused by the impacts, for the jurors who may not be able to see from where they're sitting, what do those look like as they're going across the cranium there?
They are not absolutely straight. They just propagate, again, in the path of least resistance for the most part. And so, you see the one here, but basically, they start out bigger where the impact occurred, wider, and then they peter out.
How were you able to determine that these were perimortem injuries?
By the fracture pattern. In addition to that, honestly, in this case, the pathologist was also involved before I ever got involved with that. And so the pathologist determined that they were perimortem.
Objection, you're saying?
If you lay the foundation, it can come in.
Sure. Thank you, Your Honor. So did you have information from the forensic pathologist in that case?
I spoke with him.
And did that aid you in your determination that what you were looking at was in fact perimortem?
It did not, because I would make that definition and make that determination based on the fracture pattern, regardless of what he said.
So, and that's a great point. So your analysis is independent of the forensic pathologist.
My analysis is independent.
So based on what you saw, you determined it was perimortem.
I determined that it was perimortem. And actually, that becomes a little bit of important because I have disagreed with forensic pathologists before on cases. And where I see injury in one place on the bone where the pathologist has not seen anything, or where the pathologist has said, well, you know, let's call this a gunshot wound over here. That kind of thing. So I've disagreed in a couple of cases.
So in this kind of case, you photograph it, then you look at it under the dissection microscope, all your years of experience, you're looking at just with your naked eye as well. But what is it that makes you determine that it's perimortem?
Because it's not splintering and it's not healing. So if it isn't healing bone, if I'm not seeing any evidence of healing, and frankly, you wouldn't expect to see evidence of healing in a trauma like this, but I'm not seeing any evidence of healing. And I'm also seeing that there is enough of that soft tissue component relative to the hard tissue component that you're not splintering the bone. The bone isn't splintered due to this impact, these impacts.
Thank you, Doctor. Your Honor, I'm going to ask Dr. France to return to the witness stand, and we can publish 523 to the jury, if that's okay.
Sure. Cindy? Dr. France, if you'd give the exhibit to the bailiff, please.
Your Honor, may I approach to the front? Yeah. Thank you for walking us through all of that, Dr. France. How did you first become involved in the case of Dylan Redwine?
First was in 2013. We were Neck Research was contacted by the La Plata County Sheriff's Office, and we were asked for a questionnaire about the case. We sent the questionnaire, and at that point, we were told that they started to find remains. So this was in 2013. That they started finding cases in 2014 and then in 2015. we did not hear very much as research about the case during that time frame. The questionnaire was finally returned to us in 2015, and that's when when NecroSearch became involved.
So you were first contacted by La Plata County Sheriff's Office before any remains were found. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
And that contact was with regards to asking assistance from NecroSearch in locating the remains of Dylan Redwine.
Yes, that's correct.
And then at some point during that time period, they started to locate the remains.
Yes.
And once remains started to be recovered, what was the request made of you at that time?
Okay, so in early April of 2014, I was asked to look at the remains discovered as a forensic anthropologist, okay, not including NecroSearch at all in that part of the case.
What was your role going to be at that period of time?
As a forensic anthropologist,
Doing what?
looking at the remains and trying to help establish identity and trying to help establish the circumstances surrounding death. So a forensic anthropologist, I should just say, does not determine cause and manner of death. That is for a coroner or medical examiner to do. So we just determine the circumstances surrounding death. We provide that information to the coroner or medical examiner, and then it is up to that person to determine, to establish the cause and manner of death.
So a coroner, medical examiner, forensic pathologist is looking at cause and manner of death. Forensic anthropologist, circumstances around it.
That's right. Now, not every coroner or medical examiner in Colorado is a physician even, let alone a forensic pathologist. I mean, there are some counties in which the coroner is a funeral director, or in the county where I grew up right now, the coroner currently is a farrier, issues horses for a living. So it is up to that coroner, if they are not really educated in forensic pathology, to enlist the services of a forensic pathologist to help establish cause and manner of death, which they then tell the coroner, and that coroner determines cause and manner.
That's because in Colorado, we don't have the medical examiner system. Rather, we have an elected coroner for every jurisdiction.
That's exactly right.
And it's actually a forensic pathologist or a medical doctor who has to be the one determining cause and manner of death.
Well, the coroner can. It is up to the coroner to determine the cause and manner of death, regardless of that coroner's qualification. Okay, that person is an elected official. It's that person's responsibility to determine that. But hopefully, that person will get the help of a forensic pathologist to help determine that.
And in April 2014, you were one of the forensic anthropologists who were asked to work on the case involving Dylan Redwine.
I was.
And you were aware that another forensic anthropologist, Dr. Mulhern, was working closely with the sheriff's office to identify animal versus human bones.
Well, human versus non-human, because humans are animals too, but yeah, so it's human versus non-human, and I was aware that Dr. Mulhern was doing that, yes.
So tell the jury, please, Dr. France, how you first became involved in April of 2014 and what work you started to do.
So in early April, I was contacted, and they said that somebody would be bringing the remains that were discovered so far to the Arapahoe County Coroner's Office in Littleton, Colorado. And so I went to Littleton on, it was the 9th of April, and looked at the remains that were discovered so far, and just opened the packaging and looked at the remains at the coroner's office. Okay.
What remains have been recovered up to that point, April of 2014?
Okay, so at that point then, and there were remains that were discovered that I didn't see, and I don't know exactly when those were recovered, but the remains that I was looking at were recovered, those were the right and left femora, so the femur from the right and left side, and the right tibia and the right clavicle.
That's a good point you just made. So for example, you weren't brought the toes in regards to this case.
I was not. I've not ever seen the toes. I've not ever seen the scapula.
But in April of 2014, you were asked to look at right femur, left femur, right tibia, and the clavicle.
And right clavicle.
Right clavicle.
Yeah.
Thank you. Can you describe the process that you utilized when you received those particular bones in regards to this case?
So when I first opened them at the Arapahoe County Coroner's Office, I didn't see any obvious circumstances surrounding death. I saw a lot of scavenging. And I also saw on the right tibia, which is the lower leg, the major bone of the lower leg, I also saw that there was an area of fracture on the bottom part of that tibia. There was just a fracture. It was not really consistent with scavenging, and so I asked if they had any information about what caused that.
What did you learn about that particular fracture?
So the Colorado Bureau of Investigation has a way to take samples of bone for DNA analysis, which is, and I'm told this, and it kind of is borne out by some of the remains I've seen, they will freeze the bone and then hit it and fracture off a few fragments of bone, and they'll use those fragments to establish DNA. And that was what I was told happened in this bone.
And other than the work done by CBI to determine identity, did you find any other damage to the bones inconsistent with scavenger activity?
None.
So everything you looked at with regards to these first set of bones that were sent to you were consistent with scavenger activity?
Yes.
Court's permission, I'd like to show you what's been previously marked as people's 236, 300, 305, and 327 for identification, and they've been previously provided and shown to counsel.
You may.
Thank you. Do you recognize those, Dr. Frank?
Hold on, we gotta get caught up here on our record keeping.
I'm sorry about that, Aaron.
Okay, that's
Sure, 236, 300, 305, 327.
All right, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Honor. I'm sorry for moving too fast there.
It's okay.
Do
We
you
all do
recognize-
it.
What's that?
Said we all do it.
Yes. I think I just started that again. Do you recognize those photographs?
I do.
And what do you recognize those photographs to be, Dr. France?
They are photographs that I have taken. It looks like number 236 would be the left femur, 300 would be the right clavicle, 305 would be the right femur, and 327 would be the right tibia.
And do those photos fairly and accurately depict how the bones looked when you analyzed them in 2014, April, to be specific?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the people move people's 236, 300, 305, and 327 into evidence, please.
Mr. Bogan?
No objection to publication.
Okay, they'll be admitted.
Thank you, counsel, I appreciate it. And with that, Your Honor, I would ask the court if we could publish people's 236.
Yes. And give us just a second so Aaron can get caught up too.
Sure.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Doherty.
Thank you, Your Honor. We'll publish 236, Dr. France. You have the photo in your hands, but you also see it on the screen. With the court's permission, actually, I'm going to ask you to step off, and there's a pointer up on the witness stand, actually. If you could just get us oriented to what we're looking at in 236, and what you observed in terms of the scavenger activity that you described.
Yeah, you may, and take the microphone off the stand there and talk into it. We need to move the stand if it's in your way.
Okay, so,
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah.
okay. So this is the left femur. Up here, which is, this is called the proximal end, so anything, the superior part of the bone would be proximal. So this is leading into the head femur here, and then lesser trochanter and so on. This is the back side, so you have what's called the linea aspera. vertebra, which is the insertion point, a lot of powerful muscles of the upper leg. And then this is down near the knee.
And approximately what age would you believe a person with a bone this size to be?
An adult, or close adult, yeah. I mean, so in a person of Dylan's age, I would expect to see that these areas of the body, here near the knee and several areas up near the chest of the femur, would not yet be fused to the primary part of the bone. Those are growth plates that are still growing. But the scavenging has removed those areas of bone. So you don't see those anymore, and there's no indication whatsoever here, even inside, that this is anything other than an adult person.
Doctor, in your expert opinion, what were you able to determine about scavenger activity on the bone depicted in People's 236?
There's quite a bit of scavenging. I mean, you can see the broken sections of the bone. You can see broken sections of the bone in the upper part as well. If this was a better photograph as depicted on the screen here, I think that might be. Yeah, I think there's some tooth marks right in here. Okay, but this is all really consistent with scavenging by like a coyote or perhaps a bear, but certainly coyote, fox, that sort of thing.
We've been able to blow up that part of 236. If you want to take a look at it, Doctor.
Yes, okay, yes. I'm seeing a scavenging puncture mark here that's probably caused by a canid canine.
What is, when you say canid canine, what do you mean?
A dog, so a dog is a canid, and then the canine is that long tooth that a dog has. The canine, what I'm talking about.
And would it necessarily be a dog, or could it also be another kind of?
It could be another kind of an animal, yes. I mean, bears have long canines as well, but this is consistent with, I'm not seeing a lot of scavenging on the shaft of the bone, then I'm a little less likely to say that it's there, or at least make the assertion that it's there. But this is certainly consistent with some kind of canid, like a fox or a coyote, that sort of thing. We had wolves down here, it could be consistent with a wolf as well.
So when you say canid, dog, fox, or coyote fall in that category?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. We're going to turn now to Exhibit 300 and put that on the screen.
Okay, this is the right clavicle. So this is the part of the clavicle. So the clavicle is up here. Okay, this is the collarbone, and the medial part of the clavicle is what is right in here near the sternum. Okay. That's what you're looking at right here. And the lateral part of that is part of the clavicle that goes over part of the scapula, the shoulder blade, and that is right in here. And again, this is showing exactly the same sorts of scavenging patterns as we saw in the left view before.
How so?
Just because you have fracturing here, you have some marks, some canine marks, and tooth marks too. You also have some teeth marks.
I apologize. We're just trying to blow that area up for you.
Okay. And actually, if you could blow up let's
Go back to
do that. Yes, let's not do that. Yes. Okay. You see these marks here, right here, and here. A little bit up here as well. Those are the kind of scrape marks that you would expect to see if an animal is running its teeth along the bone, trying to get a purchase on it. And you see that here as well, and right here as well.
Just for the record, Doctor, you're indicating a couple groove marks on the left and a couple on the right there.
Yes, yep, groove marks.
And how would those differ from sharp tool marks if we had a sharp tool impacting them?
If you looked at these in cross section, or if you made a mold of them, you would see that they are U-shaped in cross section. Whereas sharp edges are V-shaped.
Now we're going to turn to People's 305.
Okay, right femur. This is kind of interesting. You see that there's a fracture here. That is, and actually, I mean, it's all associated with the scavenging of this here. So same sort of fractures,
327, please.
Could you, and same sort of thing. Now, this is where the bone was fractured for DNA. This is the tibia, right tibia.
You're indicating, I'm sorry, doctor, on the right-hand side of the screen, it looks like there's a cut, and that's for the DNA identification.
Yeah, it isn't really a cut, though. It's a fracture. Because they froze it and then hit it with a hammer.
You're indicating the kind of arc that we see on the right side.
That's right.
Go on, please.
Okay. If you can blow this up, please, the top of it, this is the area that's near the knee. Thank you. See these marks? They are grooves, again, caused by the teeth. And along, and of course associated with the fracture is the upper part of that tibia.
Thank you, doctor. You can have a seat, and we'll take down 327, please. So, doctor, you look at these bones provided in connection to the Dylan Redwine disappearance, and safe to say you conclude that all the damage you've just described is from some kind of scavenger activity.
That's right.
And what do you then do with the remains of Dylan?
Well, I cleaned them, of course, and then photographed them, did my analysis, and then I sent a report to Sergeant, I think, Howling with the La Plata Sheriff's Office, and then I took the remains back to Arapahoe County Coroner's Office. Either that or somebody may have picked them up.
And in the report indicating no reason to believe foul play from these bones, scavenger activity, and you had completed your analysis, including first the photographing, the cleaning process you described, the dissection microscope, and the analysis you just walked us through.
That's right. I didn't see anything other than that fracture in the distal tibia. I didn't see anything at all that was not reasonably associated with scavenging.
That's in April of 2014, and then you go on with your work in your life and doing other things.
That's right.
Fast forward then to November of 2015. At some point in November of 2015, were you asked to look at a cranium in regards to this case?
I was.
And how did that come about?
So I was contacted, I believe by then Sergeant Ezel, who said, hey, we have a cranium, we would like you to take a look at it. And so he brought the cranium up to my lab.
And what did you see when you first saw the cranium?
Several things. It looked like it had been in the environment for quite a period of time, for at least a couple of years, because it was bleached white. And that is the usual pattern in my experience. I've seen that the usual pattern is that within a couple of years, the soft tissue is pretty much gone. And then if the soft tissue is gone and it's exposed to the sun, then it begins to be sun bleached. Okay, so basically that's what I found. One side of the cranium, I believe it was the right side, had a little bit more staining associated with it, which would indicate that that was the side that was close to the ground. And the rest of the cranium, the section of cranium, was more exposed to the sun.
And what did you do upon receiving the cranium for analysis?
I just brushed what little dirt was on it, and then I just took a look at it. Sergeant Ezel was there for a part of my analysis. But I just looked at it and noticed that, first of all, there was some significant scavenging, again, on the cranial piece, but there was also a fracture on the frontal bone of the cranium as well, perimortem type fracture. Then Sergeant Ezel left the lab, and I went ahead and did all my photographs and looked at the remains under the microscope, under my dissection scope. And that's when I noticed a couple of defects on the zygomatic arch, which is the area here. It's part of the area that forms the cheek of the cranium. But I noticed that there was just a little part of the zygomatic arch left on this. The rest was consistent with scavenging, being taken away by scavenging. But there were a couple of little marks on basically the root of the zygomatic arch.
And doctor, at what point in the process did you take the photographs you just described?
it was, actually, I took the photographs, the initial photographs, not very long after Sergeant Ezel left. And so I took those photographs, and then I started looking at it under the dissection scope and noticed those two little defects on the right zygomatic.
Those of us who don't use a dissection microscope on a regular basis, how does that compare to, for example, a magnifying glass?
It's more powerful, for one thing. It's really a high quality glass. And so it just gives you a good observation of what's actually on the bone. And I have for years now, I have looked at every single element of every case under the dissection scope, just in case there is something like sharp injury that I might miss just by looking at it just with my naked eye, or even with a magnifying glass or with a photography loupe or anything like that. This just gives a much better quality look at the bone.
Based on the size of the cranium, what age did you believe the person to have been?
They told me at the time that they thought it could be Dylan Redwine, and I said, this is consistent with that. But having said that, it is, so the cranium that I received, it was just basically a cap of a cranium. Okay, the space was missing, the sutures were still there, but the cranium is not a very good way to age an individual. It's not very precise. If you have the teeth and the teeth are still forming or erupting, then that's really good. That's a good way to age an individual. But when you don't even have that, then when you don't have that area of the face, then you can't really get a good precise age off of a cranium like that. There are ways to do it with the cranial sutures, but you get a wide range of variation with that.
The cranium that was provided to you in November of 2015 be consistent with the subadult of Dylan's age?
It is.
And you mentioned some scavenger activity on the cranium. Can you explain that to the jury, please?
Again, so it was missing the face, and honestly, that's pretty standard with the scavenging I see on crania, is that they will go for the face before they go for the rest of the cranium, in part because you have really thin bones here. You have a lot of sort of interesting things for a scavenger to eat around the face, around the nose, the mouth, just the general facial regions, the eyes, and so on. Scavengers kind of like that area. And then once that is gone, then they may break into the brain case and start eating the brains as well. So, but very often, I will find cranial remains where you just have basically the cranial cap because everything else has been eaten. Okay? In this particular case, I did see evidence of scavenging around the edges of that cranial cap.
In addition to the scavenger activity that you observed, you mentioned you also saw a skull fracture.
Yes, there is a skull fracture, and it's on the left side of the cranium, and it kind of courses up. It's about 4.3 centimeters long generally, but it fractures, it meanders a little bit, and then just crosses the midline when it finally just peters out.
And is that antemortem, perimortem, or postmortem?
The fracture pattern is definitely perimortem.
You say definitely. How do you know it's definitely perimortem?
Because it didn't splinter.
And what is the significance, in your expert opinion, of the fracture that you observed, where you observed it on the cranium provided to you in November of 2015?
The significance is that I believe that this is associated with blunt trauma, and probably blunt trauma in the area where the fracture is just a little bit wider before it peters out. You wouldn't expect that fracture to have occurred first in the area where it's just very, very thin and it peters out. You would expect it to have occurred someplace where the fracture is more, where it's wider and more significant.
Dr. France, with the court's permission, I'd like to approach and show you what's been previously marked as people's 364 through 382 for identification.
You may.
Thank you, Honor.
Very good.
Thank you. Dr. France, do you recognize those photographs?
I do.
What do you recognize those photographs to be
They are photographs that I have taken
of the cranium?
of the cranium, yes.
Sorry to interrupt you there. And do those photos fairly and accurately represent the cranium as you conducted or before you conducted your analysis in November of 2015?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the people moved 364 through 382 into evidence, please.
Mr. Bogan?
No objection.
They'll all be admitted.
Court's permission, Dr. France, I'm going to ask you to step down. We're going to spend some time with you up at the screen, if that's okay. And you could grab the pointer from the witness stand. That'd be great as we put number 364 on the screen, please. So, Dr. France, this is the first photo of the cranium that you're showing the jury. So I'd like you to just get us oriented to what we're looking at in 364.
Okay, so this is the posterior aspect of the cranium. So if I pick up this, here, we're looking at this view of the cranium,
So the back of the cranium.
the back of the cranium, yes. Mastoid process right here, the auditory meatus would be just anterior to that, with the transcortical suture and the neck.
So, and those sutures that you just pointed to, again, those appear on every human skull, including presumably all of us in this courtroom right now.
Yes, unless you have a pathological condition, yes.
I do personally. I'm just kidding.
Unless a person has a pathological condition, I'm assuming you don't.
Everyone, other than the pathological condition that might impact both, everyone has those sutures.
Yes.
So they're not unusual.
That's right.
Mr. Doherty, try and stay closer to the microphone.
Sure.
I'll turn it towards you.
What do you see that was unusual from this angle?
Well, you have quite a bit of fracturing here. Remember I told you about the foramen magnum? I think that's what's showing here. Actually, that may be fractured away. Fractures along in here that are reasonably consistent with scavenging. Okay. In addition to that, I'm starting to see some grooves here that are consistent with scavenging as well.
So we see grooves and fractures in 364 that you, in your expert opinion, determined were consistent with scavenging.
Yes.
Let's go to 365, please.
This is the top of the cranium, sagittal suture here, coronal suture here, like I showed you before. Top, sagittal suture here, coronal suture process from side to side. But also you can see some grooves here, consistent with scavenging.
What about the coloration on the top of the cranium? What does that indicate to you?
This is what I was talking about, is that this side of the cranium was probably close to the ground, and the rest of the cranium was more close to the sun and bleaching.
We'll go to 366, please.
It's just an arrow pointing out the scratches, those grooves.
367, please.
This is the right side of the cranium. You see this puncture right there? That's caused by the canine, okay, or some tooth coming down straight onto the bone. You see, here's the external auditory meatus, the opening to the ear. There's that tiny little bit of the zygomatic arch, which is this arch right here that you can feel in your own cranium. You have the coronal suture here, and one suture here.
Now we'll go to 373, please.
I'm just looking at these photographs so I can get because it's a little bit blurry here.
You want a hand, doctor?
No, okay, thank you. Okay. All right. Frontal bone is right here. Frontal suture there, sagittal suture there. And what's notable here is we have some scavenging right here, but what is notable here is fracture.
So as we look at this part of the cranium, what are we actually looking at in terms of directionality?
Okay, so you're looking can use the model here.
May I approach, Ron? You may. Doctor, I can help you there.
Okay, well, what I was going to do is just pull this out just a bit. That's okay? So what we're looking at basically is okay, so the face is missing here. What you're looking at is the top of the cranium, basically like this, right? And that fracture is coming up here.
You're indicating on the skull above the left eye.
Above the left eye, yes.
And what was noteworthy about that fracture in your expert opinion, doctor?
I think that this is consistent with perimortem trauma, perimortem blunt trauma.
What makes you say that?
I think because of the fracture pattern and consistent with the fracture, the cast of the fracture pattern from the hammer blow. I'm not saying that this is caused by a hammer blow, but it is consistent with blunt trauma with the fracture pattern as I showed you.
We'll go to 374, please. And 374 is just the same photo, but with an arrow there,
That's right.
and the arrow is pointing to the fracture consistent with blunt force trauma.
Yes.
We'll go to 375, please. What are we looking at in 375, Dr. France?
This is the internal part of the cranium, the inside of the cranium, and you can see the fracture pattern propagating. The fracture pattern. You can also see up here, there are a couple of punctures that are caused by a scavenger.
And the line you were pointing to initially, consistent with the blunt force trauma skull fracture, is it fair to say it happens on the inside of the cranium as well as the outside?
Yes,
And we're looking at the inside of the cranium at the same location here.
yes.
We go to 377, please. Or excuse me, 376, I'm sorry. 376, doctor, is the same photo with the arrow pointing to,
To the fracture. Yes.
and then we'll go to 377, which is a different part of the cranium. What do we see in 377?
Okay, 377 is the left side of the cranium. Again, middle, here, here, fractures.
Those fractures are consistent with scavenger
Yeah.
activity.
Yes.
378, please. What do we see at the arrow point on 378, Dr. Grant?
I was thinking that this might be consistent with a puncture from the scavenger. In addition to that, however, and this arrow maybe at this place, but it's this way. But you can see there's a little bit of a fracture right there, and this coronal suture. And the coronal suture I noticed was a little bit open relative to what it is up here. And again, I'm not going to put too much emphasis on this, but it is, I told you that a fracture will propagate through the area of least resistance, and it could be that that is a fracture that's propagating up the coronal suture. Like I said, I'm not going to necessarily emphasize that that is caused by blunt trauma, but it is a little bit of a fracture that propagates with it.
And that's in a different location than the fracture that you've already shown us.
That's right.
We'll turn to number 379, please. This is a close-up, perhaps, of the same area, Dr. France, and maybe you could just explain to the jury what you were just summarizing.
Okay, so here is the fracture that is on the frontal bone, right here. And here is, I think you can see that this area in here is a little bit open. And perhaps consistent with the fracture propagating up the coronal suture.
Go to 380, please. We have an arrow pointing at the same area.
Yes. Yeah.
381, please. What do you see in exhibit 381, Dr. France?
Okay, so this is a different suture here. This is not a fracture line. Okay, but what I'm trying to show is this opening here. This is along the coronal suture inside of the cranium. and you can see that there's a bit of a separation there. Okay, what happens with perimortem trauma is that, as I said, the bone will bend to a certain extent where it reaches its elastic limit, and then it will fracture. But then the interesting thing about that is that very often when you get that bending, the fibers that are bent, the bone fibers that are bent, they won't bounce back to the original position. They'll stay bent. And so that's one of the ways that you can point out what is perimortem trauma. Well, what I'm seeing here is that this fiber in here is part of the superset, but this part of the bone is bent a little bit inward. Now, again, I'm not going to say that this is consistent with perimortem trauma necessarily. This also could be caused by the scavenger. That the scavenger put that kind of pressure on the bone and then cause that bone to bend, not to be back, not fracture fully through. I just thought it was interesting that that was bent in a little bit. It could be part of perimortem trauma, but I don't think it's that necessarily.
Go to 382, please. A close-up with an arrow pointing to the area you just described.
Right. So this is an arrow pointing to the coronal suture.
And we'll go back to 373, please.
I don't know where it is at this point, but anyway, yes, okay.
Doctor, in your expert opinion, what caused the skull fracture depicted on Exhibit 373?
I think
Asked
it is,
asked and answered.
I think, are you recapping this portion of your testimony?
Yes, Your Honor.
I think it's okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Go ahead.
okay. So I think it is consistent with blunt trauma.
Thank you, Doctor. What would cause blunt trauma that would leave a skull fracture of this nature? What are some of the possible causes?
You could have something blunt hitting the cranium, or the cranium hitting something blunt.
And what degree of force would be required to inflict that kind of damage?
I am not qualified to say that, in part because we have not done the research yet to really be able to point that out. A colleague of mine at Michigan State University is starting to do that using,
He's waiting.
okay.
If she's gonna,
Depends on how far you go with this before we hear something.
I will object to hearsay at this point regarding what she's been told by her colleagues
No, this is published.
for what she's read.
Come in, okay? So far, it's okay, but I'll be watching and you can stand up again. So go ahead. All right.
So a colleague of mine at Michigan State is using slow motion photography, high-speed photography, plus a bolt with a specified force that he applies so far only to the side of the cranium to see the fracture pattern. But there isn't anybody else right now with commonly known data to show what force is required to create fractures in different areas.
So at this point in the field, however, you can opine that it was blunt force trauma. So either something blunt hitting the cranium, the skull, or
Cranium.
or the cranium hitting something blunt.
Yes, I think it is consistent with that.
Could it also be a large animal biting on the cranium or a large animal stepping on the cranium? What could some other causes be?
You know, I'm not going to rule that completely out. In my opinion, with the cases that I have seen, particularly where I know that it is blunt trauma, where it has been proven to be blunt trauma, it's really consistent with blunt trauma.
I'm going to show you a couple pictures from the location and date that the cranium was recovered. These pictures are in evidence, and I'm going to put up Exhibit 353. What do we see in Exhibit 353 consistent with the analysis you've provided for the jury?
Okay, so this is that fracture I was talking about. This is part of the upper border of the eye orbit, okay, the right side. External suture here, part of the secondary.
And we'll go to 354. What do we
Okay.
see in 354, Doctor?
Yes, this is the left side of the cranium, the coronal suture here, there's a fracture right there.
357, please.
This is the front of the cranium, there's the fracture.
You believe this is a perimortem fracture.
I do.
What about the coloration of the fracture itself? What does that mean to you?
Okay, so do you see how the inside of the fracture is dark? How it's darker? That means that it's been there for a while. It's not a fresh fracture. Typically, when I see something like that, well, always when I see something like that, where the inside of the fracture is darker in color, it means that that has been in the environment for a period of time, and that when the cranium was bleaching around it, that the sun didn't get into that crack, to bleach inside that crack. So I've used this countless numbers of times when there is a question about the timing of that perimortem fracture. Okay? If this was a recent fracture, then I would expect the inside of that crack to be as light or lighter than the outside of the cranium. Just because you are exposing fresh bone on the inside of the fracture, you see that it is, or it has been quite.
So, Doctor, based on that and what we're looking at in people's 357, anything here consistent with if someone had dropped the cranium on the day it was recovered, in other words, dropped it from knee height or dropped it to the ground?
No, this is not that. This is not a recent fracture. This is a fracture that was there when the cranium was.
And in the hundreds of cases that you've worked on, have you ever seen a fracture of this nature that is not from blunt force trauma?
Not that I know of, no. I think every fracture that I've seen that looks like this, that is perimortem like this, I can't think of a case where I would not call that perimortem blunt trauma.
And you had mentioned some injuries to the right zygomatic arch, am I right?
Yes.
You describe those just briefly for the jury, and then we're going to go through some of those photos.
Okay, so when I was first looking at the cranium, and especially when the Friedel was at the laboratory, I didn't see them. They're pretty subtle. And so when I was looking at these through the dissection scope, that's when I spotted these marks.
Why don't we go to, photo 368 in evidence, please.
They're all messed up there. Okay, so you're looking at the right part, the portion of the right zygomatic arch, right in here, and here's the external radius, the halfway into here.
Go to 369, please.
There's a little puncture right there caused by scabbing. So in this situation, in this photograph, you can see that there are a couple little marks right here, little linear marks. That's what you can see with the naked eye.
What are those consistent with, Doctor?
I think they are sharp injuries,
Meaning what?
sharp force trauma. I think a knife was applied in this area.
We'll go
A
to
knife or something sharp.
we'll go to 370, please.
It's just an arrow pointing to them.
And 371.
So this was taken with a 50 millimeter macro lens with a good lighting condition, across low level lighting conditions at my lab. Okay, there are two linear marks here and here. This is the most notable of those two. It has a V-shaped structure to it, and I don't, if you can see that this section, the lower section right here, is lifted up a bit. That's consistent with those bent bone fibers. Okay, that never snapped back, and didn't break off. Consistent with perimortem.
Go to 372, please. And,
Arrow is pointing.
and how about for the second arrow there?
Yes, the second arrow is also consistent with sharp injury, in my opinion. The edges are not lifted up quite as much, and it's not as,
How do these differ from tooth marks?
tooth marks, they are V-shaped. They are, they're not the U-shaped grooves that you get with a camera.
When you say V-shaped, do you mean the actual channel or tunnel
Yes.
of the injury that we're looking at?
I do.
And you mentioned perimortem. What made you determine and conclude that these injuries were from sharp tool and in the perimortem state?
Okay, so first of all, it's incised into the bone. Okay, it's not just a scratch on top of the bone, but it's incised into the bone. And this area, the lower area in this photograph, is lifted up a bit, so that, like I said, you know, it's lifted up a bit, bent, it isn't broken. That's consistent with perimortem.
And in your expert opinion, what would cause these injuries that we've seen in the photograph
Right.
here?
I think sharp.
Asked and answered.
Go ahead and answer it again. I think you were cut off.
It's consistent with sharp injuries and consistent with a knife.
Anything in the environment that could have caused these injuries?
Not that I've seen. Well, let me back off of that statement just a bit. In areas where you have obsidian, for example, where you can get where Native Americans used to nap obsidian and you get really sharp edges on the obsidian, so much so that you can't work with. Matter of fact, obsidian blades were used for a period of time, even recently, in like 80s and 90s, for ice, because they get just as sharp as scalpels. So if you had obsidian in the area, you could potentially have some kind of pressure put against that really sharp edge of the obsidian and cause that mark like this. You're not going to get anything that is like wood or bone or anything like that that would cause that kind of incision.
And doctor, after going through your analysis and completing your exam, did you also complete a report?
I did.
Part of this case?
I did.
And did you also have the opportunity to show these injuries to doctors with the Arapahoe County Coroner's Office?
I did. I took the cranium again, after I was finished with my report. I took the cranium down to the Arapahoe County Coroner's Office.
Objection, hearsay.
Well, not yet.
Well,
Maybe.
once it gets out, then that's an egg that can't be unscrambled.
Mr. Doherty, where are you going with this?
I'm asking the doctor to talk about the completion of the process, and I could direct her so as not to.
Why don't you?
Sure. After you completed your analysis at the laboratory that you have in Fort Collins, did you take this to the Arapahoe County Coroner's Office?
I did.
And did you meet with doctors there?
I did.
And did you have an opportunity to show this to them as well?
I did.
And once that process was completed, let me back up one step. All the photos that were shown to the jury here today, all the photos that you took were before the examination began. I did this out of order, so forgive me, I'm causing you confusion.
Before what examination?
Before your examination at the lab, when do you take the photos that you took here?
These photos, the close-up photos here, I took after I looked at the cranium under this section. The ones prior to that, with the fracture and so on, before I looked at the section.
Perfect, thank you. And after all of that was completed, then you can have a seat if you like. I have a few questions for you.
I've really scrambled these photographs, so I apologize.
Need to apologize, and it's not the first time we'll be putting them back in order. No worries.
Okay.
Did you attempt to cast or make a mold of the cranium in this case?
I did.
Can you tell the jury about that process, please?
Okay, so just as with the hammer case in Adams County, sometimes I will make a mold and a cast of evidence so that it can be presented to the jury and also so that evidence can be preserved. Okay? would you like me to go through the process?
Yes, please.
Okay. So, basically, I've done research on different materials to use and different techniques to use, and I've developed some of the techniques to make molds of anything. And so at that point, I had settled on, it's a silicone molding material. And this one was made by Silicones Inc. And so I have developed a technique so that I can apply this molding material as a skin on top of the item to be cast or to be molded as a skin. And then after that is applied and after that dries, then I go ahead and turn everything over and make a mold of the other side. In this case, the inside of the cranium. After that is done, then I apply a plaster jacket or maybe even a fiberglass jacket on the outside of that molding material, and so that it holds it in place when I'm making the cast. After I take the original out and I'm making the cast, it needs to be held stable because this molding rubber is pretty flexible. So if I didn't do that, then the molding rubber would bend and I wouldn't get an accurate representation in the cast. So after I did that, after I made the plaster on the outside, in this case it was plaster and not fiberglass, except on the inside I did some fiberglass too. But after I did that, then I started to take all the rubber off of the original, okay? The outside of the cranium came off perfectly well, okay? The inside of the cranium, there was enough of an overhang from the edges of the cranium that I was not able to get the molding rubber out from inside the cranium, okay? Doesn't happen to me very often, but once in a while it does. In that situation, my only choice is to sacrifice the mold and cut it off so that it doesn't hurt the original, okay? In this particular case, I used a scalpel blade with a sharp, it's like a sickle shape. It's not as big, obviously, but where the inside surface of this scalpel is sharp, the outside is blunt. And so once the outer part of this mold was removed, then I very carefully put my fingers on the inside between the cranium and the mold. I put my fingers in there, and then using my fingers as a guide, I cut the mold apart, not touching the cranium, not ever touching the cranium. So I cut the mold apart into small enough pieces that I could take it out without damaging the cranium. And I just sacrificed that.
Thank you. And again, just to be clear here, all the analysis you conducted, the photos you took, that was before this attempt to cast the mold of Dylan Redwine.
That's right.
Cranium.
Yes.
And fair to say you shared that information with the sheriff's office, prosecution, defense afterwards?
Yes, I did.
Did you keep the pieces of the mold that did not take?
Yes, I did. They are now at the sheriff's office.
Did the molding process have any impact at all on the findings that you reached in this case?
None.
And the reason for aborting the molding process was to keep the cranium intact, not to damage the cranium.
That's right.
Were you able to do that?
Yes.
And is the cranium still in evidence at the sheriff's office?
Yes. Yeah, I'm assuming so, yes.
And that's the cranium that has signs of scavenger activity, blunt force trauma, and the sharp tool marks.
That's right.
So I'd like to talk with you.
How much longer are you gonna go?
We're going to transition to talk about the location and recovery of the remains, Your Honor. I'd say 25 to 30 minutes.
We should probably break for lunch then.
Sure.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna break for lunch. Remember your admonitions, don't discuss this case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Don't initiate, post, or respond to anything about this case on social media. Keep an open mind throughout the trial and reach your decision only during your final deliberations. Don't let anybody talk to you about the case. Don't read anything about the case. Don't gather any information on your own. Don't try and learn about the case in any way outside of the courtroom. With that, I think it's kind of in between there. We'll start up again at 10 after 1.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Everybody rise for the jury, please. Okay, we'll be in recess. Doctor, could you put the phone back in the,
Absolutely.
in the baggie? And
Yes.
we can go off the record. Aaron, also, we need to scotch tape the back of the exhibit sticker on the scroll model. It's coming up. We good? Something else?
No, Your Honor, I was just waiting for you.
Oh, no, you're good. Don't worry about it.
Thank you.
Physical evidence for this.
Have to check those three numbers, that I got them right.
Well, I just was worried about this one. Although I'm sure we only have one model of the skull, so it's for training. I guess it's okay.
This goes with it, yeah.
So, okay. You bet. No, there are some. Once they're talked about, there are some.
Yep. Yes. Yeah, and a mountain lion skull.
Yes. That's right.
We're still hot. Be seated until the jury gets here. Thank you. Stop it, whoever it is. Do that while we're on the record. Turn this up. Okay. Okay, mics are live, guys. No, the mics are live. Oh, you don't have to stand up yet, Michelle. Now you do. Come on in. All right, we can be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, don't want you to blame the attorneys for the delay. That was on me. So with that, you want to bring in Dr. France?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Dr. France, you're still under oath.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
Dr. France, before we broke for lunch, you had talked about reaching the conclusion that the cranium showed evidence of scavenger activity, blunt force trauma, and sharp tool marks.
Yes.
And following that, you discussed your findings with doctors from the Arapahoe County Coroner's Office.
I did.
And then the cranium was transported back to the Plata County Sheriff's Office.
Yes.
And were you aware it was going to be taken to the Center for Human Identification at the University of North Texas?
Yes, for DNA. Yes.
And when you say for DNA, what do you mean?
That they would take a section out of the cranium and test it for DNA to make sure that it belonged to the same remains as were discovered in the first location.
What did you ask to be done with the DNA sampling process?
I requested that they take the DNA sample, the section of bone from the occipital region, so that it wouldn't interfere with any evidence that's on the cranium. That's one of the only places where I didn't see any kind of evidence of scavenging or blunt trauma or trauma.
And the area you just pointed to on the model of the skull is the back of the skull?
Yes, the occipital, yes. Sorry, yes.
Thank you. We're going to transition now and start to talk about the recovery of the remains and the location of the remains where they were recovered, okay?
Okay.
Can you tell us about your work with necrosearch and during the course of your career in the recovery of remains and also evaluating the location of remains?
So I have been a member of necrosearch since 1989 and have done these hundreds of cases. And so we've done quite a few recoveries. We've done a lot of cases, obviously, to try to locate the clandestine graves or the graves that are hidden by a perpetrator, but also the surface scatter. So we've done a lot of location using different scientific techniques, but also recovery of remains plus associated evidence.
And I'd like to talk with you now about body dump sites.
Okay.
What are some of the characteristics of body dump sites in your experience?
Okay, so according to the literature, but also according to the dive I did into the statistics with necrosearch, the number of cases that we've done, the classic dump sites that we have recovered are just not very far off of a road, within 50 yards of an access point. And road you would describe depending on what kind of vehicle the suspect has. Okay, so if you have an ATV, you can go different places than if you have a sedan, for example. I mean, just obvious stuff. So within 50 yards, generally speaking, downhill rather than uphill, just because it's easier to get the body there. If the body isn't directly off the road, which we've had, then you would expect that the suspect is heavier, bigger, stronger than perhaps the victim. You would not expect a 100-pound suspect to be carrying a 200-pound body very far, but that plays into your analysis of how far a body could be from the access point, from the road. Okay.
What, in your experience, do you tend to see between the access point and the actual dump site itself? If that makes sense.
Well, generally, you would expect to see some kind of path, either a footpath or if there's an ATV trail or something like that. You would expect to see something in the terrain that would make it easier to get to that dump site than if you are just trying to battle down timber and shrubs and all that kind of thing. You just need an access point that's relatively easy to get to.
And what, in your experience and also your review of the literature, what have you observed about the suspect's relationship to the dump site?
Generally speaking, with the literature and also what I found, is that a suspect is more than half the time knowledgeable about the area. Either the body is dumped or buried on the suspect's property, or the relatives of the suspect, or property that the suspect controls in some way, or property that the suspect is familiar with, either hunting, fishing, camping, hiking, that sort of thing. Just makes sense, right, if you're trying to get rid of a body. Now, I should say, however, that there are also opportunistic dump sites, which is where you take a body and you throw it into the back of the car. You drive on a highway, usually is where we've found them, on a highway in the middle of the night where there isn't a lot of light. You stop very quickly, dump the body off the side of the highway, and then you continue on and hope that there isn't something associated with the dump site that would tie that dump site to you, okay, fingerprints or property or whatever.
That's a good lead into my next question is, with all the dump sites that you're describing here, what's the goal of the person who's leaving the body?
Well, you presume that the person is trying to disassociate himself from the body. And so, and also put the body into a situation where either the body decomposes or is taken by scavengers or something that helps you get rid of the body and associated evidence.
Can you give the jury a case example that illustrates some of the factors you talked about and what you described as a classic dump site?
So, back in '92, our very first body recovery for neck research.
And Judge, at this point, I'm going to object. I think this is 402, 403, an investigation from 1992. I don't think it's going to arm the jury with information regarding this information in 2021. And I don't know how salacious this case is that she's about to speak of as well.
Well, I'm going to overrule you. You can certainly cross-examine about the period of time or whatever else you think is appropriate. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I'm just asking you to give a case example, if you would, and you can continue with your answer, please.
Okay. So, this woman was in Gunnison and was hiking with her dog and taking photographs with her dog back in the mid-'70s, and she disappeared. About 5 years after that, some hikers found some evidence, and about 15 years after that, somebody at the sheriff's office in Gunnison connected the evidence that was discovered, which was hair, to the case of the missing woman. Her name is Michelle Wallace. In 1991, neck research was asked to help with the case. So we were sent the case questionnaire, and the investigator in charge of the case met with us. We did some questions and answers and so on in a session. And then the next year, several of us went out to the scene, out to Kebler Pass in Denison County, and we were looking for remains. So the second day we were there, one of our members walking in the brush and discovered the cranium. It was discovered kind of upside down with sun glinting. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. Glinting off of one of the gold teeth in this woman's cranium. We went to that cranium. We did a walk line up to the road, to the nearest access point, so that the sheriff's investigators could call the coroner and call other people to bring them to the site so that we could begin processing the site. We don't process any remains like this until the coroner gets to the site, because the coroner owns the body. Law enforcement owns the site, but the coroner owns the body. And so we had to wait for the coroner to arrive before we could start processing. We roped off, had a surveyor come out, and we did a 100-yard square. So we isolated that. It was on a steep slope with a lot of vegetation. And so we surveyed that area while we were waiting for the coroner to get there, and then flagged any kind of evidence, including human remains, that we discovered. So we began, after the coroner was there and did his analysis, then we started to excavate the area. And we started up by the road, thinking that we would go ahead and progress down the hill as we were discovering evidence. But most of the evidence that we discovered was up close to the road. And we determined that that was the site of initial deposition. That was where the body originated, and that she had never been buried. We did an archaeological excavation and noticed that all of the stratigraphy in the site was all still natural. It had not been disturbed. There wasn't any mixing of the soils or anything like that. So we determined, based on that she had been deposited on the road. So and she was actually, we could show that she was taken out of the vehicle and then just tossed, but she landed up against a tree. And so based on what we determined and what we saw with the elements that we discovered up against the tree, that was where she originally rested. Okay, and then from there, gravity down the steep slope plus scavengers scattered some of her remains down throughout the rest of the area. So when we were excavating, though, we discovered something. This is back in '92 in the first body recovery. So when we were excavating, we would excavate an area. We had everything broken down into grids, and we dug down in 10-centimeter layers at a time, photographing, taking notes, doing all the evidence sheets and everything as we were going down. We would take the dirt that we took out of each one of these grids, put the dirt into a bucket, and then we would put a note in there saying which grid it came from, and take it up to the person up on the road who was screening everything. So she would note which grid it was, write it down, and then she would screen everything so that anything we missed in place in the grid, she would find in the screen and then note which grid it came from. So it's standard, it's actually not a standard archaeological excavation, it's a modified archaeological excavation, just to make sure that we can get as much evidence as possible from these sites.
Can I stop you there?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
No.
Is there something that ended up happening with the bucket?
That's what I was just about to say, yes. Yes, sir.
Share that with the jury.
Okay, so we noticed though that when the bucket was empty and placed on the hill, if somebody would start to take it down to the hill, to the grid, we noticed that occasionally the bucket would get away from that person and roll down the hill. And it ended up every time precisely where the cranium had been discovered. It rolled down to exactly the same point. And so we started to use that in our future investigations. Every time we had a body dump site or even a grave site that was on the side of a steep hill, we didn't use buckets because we didn't want a heavy bucket to end up on top of evidence, but we would do something, a ball, rubber ball or something like that, to, and just drop it and see where that ended up, to see whether or not there was any evidence at the bottom of where that ball ended up. We started to call that the bucket test. And so now, every time we're recovering a body on a hillside, let's bring out the bucket test. So it was just kind of an interesting thing that we discovered as we were working on site.
Thanks, Doctor. And I just have a couple of follow-up questions on the case you just shared and the bucket test as well. Are you always at the actual site yourself, being part of the recovery effort?
Well, no, not always, no.
Are there times where law enforcement, like in this case, will send you the remains and ask you to conduct the analysis that you shared with the jury?
Yes, that's right.
So that's not unusual.
That really is not unusual at all.
I think you mentioned in perhaps the nomenclature with which we're familiar, law enforcement controls the scene, coroner controls the body.
That's right.
And you talked about some of the common characteristics you see when it's a body dump site in terms of vehicle access, proximity to the vehicle access path or some method of getting to where the body is ultimately dumped, physical size, and also suspect's relationship to the area. And I'm going to ask that number 519 be put on the screen. That was entered into evidence earlier today. Doctor, have you had the opportunity to visit the recovery sites, in this case, involving the murder of Dylan Redwine?
Yes, I did, in October of 2018.
And when you went to those sites, did you spend time at both site number 1 and site number 2?
Yes, I did.
Describe to the jury site number 1 from your observations when you visited the location.
Okay, so basically you end up in and I think you've seen the video, but you end up at a curve in the road, and then there's a trail that goes down from that curve in the road. And Jimmy Zell took me down this trail and then went down a footpath, and he pointed out where the remains were deposited, were initially deposited. And just beyond that is a very steep, rugged hill.
And where the remains were initially deposited and located, is that fairly close to the footpath?
Yes.
And just
Where I was told, okay? So where I was told that they were discovered, yes.
Thanks, Doctor. And is the footpath lead directly from that location back up to the Middle Mountain Road access?
Yes.
And does that footpath go uphill or downhill?
Depends on what part of the path you're starting on.
This is why you're the doctor, not just the attorney. Let's say you're starting on Middle Mountain Road.
Okay, it goes downhill steeply.
How would you describe recovery site number 1 based on your experience and in your expert opinion?
It's a very steep area, and scavengers and gravity, yeah, it's very steep.
And you've walked that location?
I have.
And how would you characterize it in terms of a body dump site?
It's pretty classic.
What do you mean by pretty classic? It's
Well,
body dump site.
it follows all the rules, basically. You know, within 50 yards of the road, within 50 yards of an access point, downhill. It's a pretty classic dump site.
And in your opinion, is recovery site number 1 what would be phrased as a primary recovery site?
I think it's consistent with that, yes, with the remains And the number of remains and the type of remains recovered, I think it's consistent with that.
You've touched on this briefly, but I want to follow up with you. Are there cases where the cranium is never recovered?
Yes.
And when cranium is recovered, where is it usually located, Dr. Grant?
Well, in a situation like this, where we've recovered, it's downhill.
And why is that?
Gravity. Gravity and to some extent, scavengers, and, I mean, you just expect that the elements will end up below where the site of primary deposition is.
And in your experience, have you ever had a case where the cranium was found approximately 1.5 miles away as the crow flies, up 1,500 vertical feet, down 500 vertical feet?
Not where we found it, no.
Let's talk about the location of the cranium in this case. You've been to remain site number 2?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe that to the jury, please?
It's a little more gentle slope. You start off with a road up above, and it goes generally downhill, but it's a little gentler slope, and it kind of varies a little bit on its way down to where the cranium was, where I was told the cranium was.
And in your expert opinion, what was noteworthy about recovery site number 2?
I don't think the cranium rolled there. Particularly since it was discovered in a little copse of trees in there, but I don't think the cranium rolled there. I think if you did a bucket test in that area, I think the bucket would have stopped before it got down to the area.
To be clear, for the cranium to get from site number 1 to site number 2, as you look at 519,
Right.
it would have actually had to have been transported up and over
Oh, yeah. Definitely. Yes.
the opposite
Yes.
of bucket test.
Right.
We put 223 on the screen. Dr. France, you're looking at exhibit 223 on the screen and the distance between recovery site number 1 and recovery site number 2.
Okay.
When you look at that distance, what was your observation of the distance between
I was
recovery?
just a little surprised that the cranium was discovered that far away.
And you would describe site number 1 as a classic dump site.
Yes.
Asked and answered.
Just continue, sorry.
Thank you, Your Honor. You've testified already about the circumstances of Dylan Redwine's death based on your analysis.
Of the remains, yes.
Before the disposal of Dylan's body, would his body have held medical and forensic evidence that would have helped you determine the circumstances of death?
Potentially. Potentially.
And in your expert opinion, what's the reason his body is disposed of in this manner?
Well, again, I think
This is beyond the scope of her expertise. The reason a body was disposed of, 1, presumes that it was disposed of. 2, I think it goes into areas that do not include forensic anthropology.
Mr. Gordy?
Your Honor, the witness has been qualified by the court as an expert in the location and recovery of human remains. And I'm asking her what impact the remains being left here would have on her analysis and did have on her analysis, as well as based on her experience, what the reason is that there are body dump sites. She's testified at length about body dump sites and her extensive experience in this area.
And I guess which analysis? She's analyzed several different remains, Judge. So that,
The part that concerns me is her understanding or her belief as to the reason something happened. If you can show that she should have some knowledge of that as part of her expertise, then they can come in. Otherwise, I'm going to sustain the objection.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Dr. France, let me ask you this. You've worked hundreds of cases involving the disposal or the disposal of human remains.
Yes.
What is the reason or reasons that someone disposes of a body at a dump site along the lines of what you've described throughout the course of your testimony today?
same objection, Judge.
That's not quite the way I'm going to let you do it. It has to be just slightly different.
What's the impact on your work? Let me rephrase that actually. When you have a body disposed of at a dump site, what's the impact on the evidentiary value of the body from your perspective?
Depends on when we discover the body after it's been deposited. It is range from no impact at all to significant impact.
How would you describe the impact in the time period from Dylan Redwine's disappearance through the remains of the cranium being found? What impact did it have on your ability to determine the circumstances of death?
And this has been asked and answered, though it was phrased differently.
Yeah, but I think he's trying to, I think it's okay. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Go ahead, Doctor.
Honestly, I don't know what the impact is because I don't have the original remains to look at.
Just to round this out, what's the reason you don't have the original remains to look at?
Because the remains were deposited, they were weathered, they decomposed, they were scavenged, and so I don't have all of the remains to look at.
And the ones you were able to look at, the ones that were found, you were able to determine the circumstances of death that you've already shared with the jury.
Yes, I've determined, well, I have looked at some of the circumstances or some of the evidence and determined that at least some of the circumstances surrounding death are blunt trauma, sharp injury.
Dr. France, thank you very much. Your Honor, I have no further questions at this time.
All right, Mr. Bogan?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bogan.
You were just talking about some work you did back in '92 that turned out to regard a case about a woman who went missing in the 1970s, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it sounds like that was NecroSearch's first in the field excavation. Did I hear that correctly?
It was we had done many cases before that to try to help law enforcement look for clandestine graves, but that was the first set of remains that we ever actually found and recovered.
And as you described on direct testimony, at least a partial cranium was found by someone on your team, correct?
At that site in '92?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Yes,
it was
Doctor.
most of a cranium, actually.
And then after that discovery was made, the area was roped off, correct?
Yes.
And law enforcement was contacted so the coroner could be contacted.
Actually, law enforcement was with us on the scene. They are always with us on the scene. But the coroner was contacted.
And you roped the area off and you started an archaeological excavation. Briefly inform the jury what you mean when you say archaeological excavation in this forensic arena.
Okay. So what we did originally was to survey the area. And since it was so steep, we tied ourselves together and then just on our hands and knees surveyed the entire area. When we got to the archaeological excavation, we used modified techniques, but generally archaeological, so that we gridded the site where we found remains, near the road. We gridded the site and did a controlled excavation, controlled recovery of this evidence at the scene. Is that too brief or is that brief enough?
Close. One of the things you described is that part of the excavation is you and forgive the vernacular here, you dug stuff up, correct?
Yes, in a controlled way. We went down 10-centimeter layers, taking dirt in an even way, recovering evidence as we found it in place, photographing evidence as we found it in place, logging it, and so on, and then continuing to the next level.
And you're moving in 10-centimeter layers on a grid that you've set up that I believe you described as 10 centimeters, or the grid you set up.
The grid was 1 meter.
Okay. So this is a scientific, exacting, precise process.
In general, yes, in general.
And you described on direct, the reason you do that is so that you can obtain as much evidence as possible, right?
Yes, so that we can recover as much evidence as possible, but also make sure that we preserve as much of the locational information for each piece of evidence as we possibly can. That's why we gridded off We measure everything in place when we find it in place. We screen it with the general locational information of the grid, recovered in the screen.
And that's because as a forensic anthropologist, it helps to have that context of where certain items were found. That informs you and your team and how you make your opinion, correct?
Yes, and context is the relationship of every piece of evidence to everything else within the site.
And I'll bet as you found evidence back in '92 at this site, you knew what the distances were between all the different pieces of evidence,
We
right?
did, yes,
And in fact, I think you even said you flagged other pieces of evidence as
Yes.
well.
we did.
And safe to say, to the best of your knowledge, nothing like that was done in this case at recovery scene 1 nor recovery scene 2.
I honestly don't know.
Okay. Well, NecroSearch wasn't involved in an effort like that at recovery scene 1?
No.
Nor at recovery scene 2?
No.
Okay. After lunch, I want to revisit some basic concepts of forensic anthropology. You discussed them already, but I want to orient the jury before we get into the thick of this, okay? One of the things you talked about on direct was what forensic anthropologists do in these situations, and that's form opinions or theories about circumstances surrounding death, correct?
One of them.
That's one of them, right? And circumstances surrounding death, that's different than cause of death, correct?
Well, that's right. We provide circumstances surrounding death that helps to advise the coroner and medical examiner on how to determine the cause, how to write up the cause.
And circumstances surrounding death is also a different determination than manner of death, correct?
That's correct.
And cause of death and manner of death, as you said, are generally reserved for forensic pathologists and coroners if they're qualified to do so.
Well, no, a coroner can determine cause and manner of death whether or not they're qualified. That's by their duty as a coroner, as an elected official, they can determine cause and manner of death. Hopefully they have an instructed opinion based on a forensic pathologist or, forensic anthropologist or whatever, but that is that's their right to determine cause and manner of death, regardless of whether or not they have an informed decision.
And while a coroner or a forensic pathologist will make those opinions as to cause of death and manner of death, that's not something forensic anthropologists do. You stick to circumstances.
That's right. There is one of my colleagues in Texas determines cause and manner of death. He's a forensic anthropologist, but he determines cause and manner of death, but that's primarily because he was made a deputy coroner.
Paramortem.
Yes.
We got antemortem, which is the period before death, correct?
Yes.
And then we got postmortem, period after death, right? And as you described to the jury, paramortem to a forensic pathologist is that snapshot in time, right around, if not when the heart stops, right?
Correct.
Paramortem to you as a forensic anthropologist is not that snapshot.
That's correct.
That's a window of time.
Correct.
And that window of time is defined by the condition of bones that you're looking at, correct?
Correct. The amount of the soft tissue component of bone relative to the mineral component.
And if that ratio of hard tissue, soft tissue is similar to that of living tissue, that bone is in the perimortem phase, correct?
That's right.
And perimortem can be at the time of death, correct?
Correct.
For the time of death,
A little bit before the time of death, yes.
and after the time of death, correct?
Correct, until you get to the postmortem phase of bone.
Right, and you demonstrated that to the jury by
Making
kind
a
of crinkling up some
Yes.
postmortem antler or whatever that was. And how long a bone remains in the perimortem phase is affected by environmental factors, correct? For instance, or body gets left out in the middle of the Mojave Desert in August under the sun, those bones are going to dry out, lose their collagen quicker than other bones,
You know, that depends, because if a body is immediately mummified, if the soft tissue is mummified, then that helps protect the bone. And so it can mean that that bone will keep that perimortem state for a longer period of time than if the soft tissue is just all decomposed off and the bone is exposed.
I wasn't expecting the mummified answer. That was well played, doctor.
I wasn't trying to pull anything, I was just answering.
But and, you know, but you agree though that environment and the moisture in the environment, how those bones are sealed or not sealed is going to affect how long they remain in the perimortem state.
That's correct.
Where they are maintaining that moisture.
Well, that's correct. And if you really want to, okay.
May the record reflect, she locked eyes with me and said, if you really want, and I said, no.
I was gonna give you a gift, but okay.
Maybe later. And that perimortem phase, depending on environmental factors, that can last for days, weeks, months after death.
That's
correct?
right.
And
Right.
even years in some circumstances.
Correct.
New term we haven't talked about today, taphonomic or taphonomy.
Taphonomy.
Could we spell that just for the record?
Taphonomy.
Can you explain to the jury in layperson terms, maybe give us a topic sentence of what taphonomy is?
Taphonomy is anything that happens to a body after death. And that can include being in the desert decomposing, it can include being processed by a forensic anthropologist and then being cataloged and placed on a shelf, anything that happens to a body after death.
And examples of taphonomic factors, stuff that happens to a body after it's discovered, would include animals, geography, weather.
Correct.
As well as humidity, gravity,
Anything.
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 So we could probably spend you and I could probably spend the balance of this afternoon listing all the taphonomic factors, but we're not going to.
There's no reason to. It's
Right.
anything that happens.
Right. And within the canopy of taphonomy, things that happen to bodies after death, that includes scavenging as well, right?
Correct.
And you talked a lot about scavenging, and we're going to talk more about it specifically here in a moment. But you're familiar with, based upon your years and years and years of experience, of how bears, mountain lions, coyotes, birds scavenge human remains, correct?
Yes, I am familiar with it, yes.
And in fact, you've even given testimony today about what looks like scavenging and what doesn't, right?
Correct.
I'm going to ask the court's indulgence so I can get the HDMI cable.
Go ahead.
Approach the witness.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay.
Permission to talk while I set this up.
Yeah, go ahead.
You testified on direct about some initial findings you made. An initial analysis you did on this case in April of 2014, I believe it was.
Yes.
Okay. And that was an analysis, and you'll tell me if I get this wrong, of subcranial remains?
Well, we call it postcranial remains, but in humans, yes, it would be sub.
Okay. Postcranial remains means below the neck, safe to say?
Correct.
Okay. And I'd ask you to look in that binder in front of you, and it's all tabbed. And I'd ask you to look in the first section and look at what's been marked as defendants 1704.
Yes.
And are the people stipulating to these, or should I walk the walk?
No need, counsel, thank you. Counsel showed these to me earlier, Your Honor, which I appreciate. These are all photos taken by Dr. France, many of which were introduced as people's exhibits, but with the HDMI cord
Sure.
council wants to submit defense exhibits, we stipulate and have no objection.
Okay,
And-
so during this section, everything will be admitted that you mentioned.
Okay, and thank you, Judge. And at this time, I'm seeking to admit and publish defendant 1704.
Your Honor, just to be clear, the people's stipulation is for all the photos, so I appreciate counsel saying
And that's-
admitting 1704, but I'm agreeing that all of them can be admitted, they're all Dr. Francis.
Yeah, let's
photos.
just speed it up. Anything you talk about with Dr. France, at least for this portion of the testimony, is admitted. You don't have to do anything.
Great, thank you, Your Honor.
And Dr. France, this is one of the post-cranial remains of Dylan Redwine that you analyzed, correct?
Correct,
And which femur is this?
it's the left.
And your determination of this femur was that all of the damage that you observed could be attributed to scavenging, if not other taphonomic factors, correct? And you even gave examples of some of that on either end of the femurs. Could you discuss those briefly?
Yes, that's consistent with scavenging, as I said before. It's the missing elements, the tooth marks, basically it's consistent with scavenging. And as you say, other taphonomic factors such as weathering, because these bones are weathered too.
And could you make a determination in 2014 if the post-cranial remains that you looked at, if those were still in the perimortem phase? Did you do any sort of analysis of that?
Well, I didn't do a formal analysis, but they're really close, if not in the perimortem status, or in the stage, that they would be close to that. There's some weathering here, but, you know, in order to really determine that, you'd have to actually do some blunt trauma on it. But it seems like it's pretty consistent.
So the bones that is it okay if I call them the long bones?
Sure.
The long bones that you testified to on direct, and this one that we're looking at here, based upon your estimation, your expertise, trending towards, if not still in the perimortem phase when you looked at them in 2014?
Correct.
Okay. I'd ask you to go to the next tab.
Sorry to interrupt, counsel.
By all means,
You put the date that you looked at these on the record.
the date of your report was April 17, 2014, correct? Okay. And it was right around then that you did your first analysis of these.
My first analysis was earlier than that, about a week, maybe a little earlier than a week before.
About a week before April 17th,
Yes,
2014.
before, yes. I wrote my report about a week after I initially saw them.
I'd ask you to go to the next tab
Okay.
and identify defendants 1710.
Okay? The right femur?
And I'm gonna ask you to.
You have it.
Same finding here, correct, doctor?
Correct,
Scavenging damage?
correct.
And can you opine as to what kind of animal would do this sort of damage to the right femur?
Well, I think it's consistent with coyotes, perhaps bear. Coyotes, foxes, perhaps bear.
You're gonna say coyotes, I'm gonna say coyotes. What about this makes it, in your expert opinion, consistent with coyote scavenging?
Well, it's consistent with coyotes because it's just, it's typical scavenging. It's typical, I mean, I've already stated what makes it sort of typical with the tooth marks in the grooves and also the destruction of the ends, which is where they typically attack the long bones. Is where you have that spongy bone. You can actually see the spongy bone on the photograph. It's being exposed, and that is where the bone is full of fat and blood, and it just is more attractive.
Moving to the next tab, I'd ask you to look at, and I'm seeking to publish defendants 1719.
I have 1715 here.
It might be that it's probably the next tab. Does
Okay.
that help?
Yes.
While you describe it, I'll pull it up. What are we looking at? What are you looking at there?
Right clavicle. right collarbone.
And as you demonstrated to the jury, you got two of them, right?
Exactly.
And my right one would be here,
Yes,
correct?
correct,
All the damage here consistent with animal scavenging.
correct.
No tool marks, no nothing.
I'm not seeing any tool marks here.
And
I'm
you
seeing tooth marks, but I'm not seeing tool marks.
tooth, not tool.
Exactly,
Right. And the same would go for the last two photographs
correct.
as well, correct? And I think I skipped a tab. I'm gonna ask you to go back to the tab that's marked as tibia
Right.
and look at defendants 1715. And you discussed this a little bit on direct. And again, consistent with the other long bones you looked at, all the damage herein attributable to scavenging and some other taphonomic factors.
Well, with the exception, although this is technically a taphonomic feature as well, with the exception of the fracture in the distal aspect, the lower aspect of it, that was reportedly taken for DNA.
And safe to say, it's that damage on the viewer's right end of the photo. It's your understanding that's what Colorado Bureau of Investigation done?
Correct.
Okay. And after observing all these post-cranial remains where you didn't see any tool marks, the vast majority of damage could be attributed to animals and taphonomic factors, you had no opinion as to circumstances surrounding death.
Correct.
And as you testified on direct in November 2015, you got asked to look at, analyze the partial cranium, correct?
That's correct.
And I'd turn your attention to the tab that says, I think it says cranium photos.
Photo screening, yes.
And it was your understanding that Dylan went missing in November of 2012, correct?
That's my understanding, and that was also put onto the neck research questionnaire, so, yes.
Okay. And you obtained the partial cranium in November 2015, right?
Correct.
And when you obtained the partial cranium, it too was trending towards, if not in the perimortem phase, correct?
Yeah, it's a little closer to postmortem, but I still think it would probably be within the perimortem.
And that, when you received it in 2015?
Right.
Okay, I'd turn your attention respectfully to first photo, I believe it's defense 1721.
Okay.
Published this for the jury. Does that look familiar to you?
Yes, the photo's pretty washed out, so you can't really see the features
That might
very
be the
well,
wrong
but.
photo. Does that look better?
That's a little better, yes.
And what number is this?
This is still, I'm sorry, and I apologize. This is defendant 1721. And feel free to stand up, take the microphone, and point to where you see scavenging animal damage to this portion of Dylan Redwine's cranium.
Yes.
So and I pointed this out before, but basically it is these grooves here that are consistent with scavenging. They don't have a sharp V-shaped profile, they have a U-shaped profile.
Safe to say, based upon your expertise, this cranium got damaged by an animal, and that's demarcated or noticed by those scratches, striations, whatever you want to call them, to the right of that suture, correct?
Well, yes, in part it was damaged by scabs, yes.
Right. And other taphonomic factors as well. Okay. And I'd ask you to move to, or take a look at the binder again in front of you. And identify defense 1722. I put that up on the screen. And you've testified about this one quite a bit today, safe to say?
Yes.
And you've noted, and actually, I'm gonna ask if I can move around and you have a seat, I think, because that will expedite the conversation. Obviously, this is the fracture that you testified before lunch, correct?
That's correct.
And you also testified before lunch that you noticed animal damage along this aspect of the,
It's consistent with animal
right?
damage, yes,
It's, this whole area here is consistent with animal damage, right?
correct.
And just to inform the jury, what are the black specks?
I think it's just dirt.
Just dirt, okay. And then we can see some marks or some scratches on the viewer's far left here, towards the beginning of the zygoma, right?
Well, that's on the orbit. That's still on the frontal bone, it's on the orbit.
Okay,
It's not on the zygomatic.
okay. And can you grab the model of the skull? It's right in front of you. And can you show the jury, when I'm pointing to the viewer's left, this little area here,
You are pointing toward the upper orbit.
and that upper orbit, if you take your finger and run it down, it goes to the beginning of the zygomatic arch, correct?
Actually, it goes down to the beginning of the bone by zygoma.
Right,
The zygomatic arch is a feature that incorporates not only the part of the zygoma, but also part of the temporal bone. So when we talk about the arch, it's a feature.
okay. And so, and let's talk about that for a minute. That feature on the cranium, that's part of the temporal bone, and, right?
Mhm.
That's where that's where the arch is starting on the viewer's left, correct?
Correct?
And then it runs into
Into the zygoma,
into the zygoma.
which is this bone that's right here.
Okay. And we'll get back there in a second, but fracture, animal damage, looks to be some scratches and striations around the orbit, correct?
Yes. Plus you have, actually, if you don't mind,
I'm not asking a question here. I want to leave this one up and draw your attention to, in the binder, what's marked as defendants 1723. That's another photo you took, correct?
yes, it is.
And safe to say, when we look at these two exhibits, they're two different angles on the same fracture, correct?
Correct.
can you show the jury with the model what we're talking about with this angle here?
Actually, I cannot because you can't see the inside.
Can't see the inside,
Okay, what you're pointing to there is the inside of the cranium.
right? And to orient us, and as you testified, we can see this fracture here on the outside of the cranium, correct?
Yes,
And that same fracture is right here, correct?
correct.
And one thing that you've noted is that there are, in fact, animal bite marks on the inside of the cranium here as well, correct?
There are animal bite marks, punctures on the left side of that photograph.
Am I pointing to them right
Yes.
now?
Yes, you are.
Okay. So we got fracture on the outside, fracture on the inside, and the bite marks in the same frame as where that fracture is, correct?
That's correct.
And did you measure the distance between those bite marks and the fracture on the inside, or?
I did not, no.
I mean, nonetheless, you're an anthropologist. Safe to say those are millimeters or centimeters apart from one another, or would you venture?
Are you talking about from the bite to the fracture?
Yes, doctor.
Okay, the centimeters.
And so what we know when we look at those bite marks on the inside of the cranium is that obviously some sort of sizable animal left puncture marks on that part of the cranium, correct?
I would ask you to define sizable, but I suspect you probably are referring to coyote, fox.
Coyote, fox, bear, mountain lion.
Yes.
And you've testified on direct that you believe the cranium that we see in both of these photos here, that fracture resulted from blunt force trauma. Blunt trauma.
I think it is consistent with other blunt trauma that I have seen.
Okay. And you gave a very general definition of blunt trauma, and I want to revisit that.
Okay.
And I think you defined that for the jury today as something hits the cranium or the cranium hits something.
Right.
Okay. But you're not telling this jury what, if anything, hit that cranium. You can't say this fracture is consistent with being hit with a Xerox machine, frying pan, hubcap. Nothing. You can't make that determination.
Not in this case. There are some
This is the only case I'm asking about,
Okay.
if I can. And blunt force trauma would necessarily include if a cow stepped on this, correct?
I am not going to say that that is impossible. This is consistent with blunt trauma that I have seen.
Right, and you've met with the district attorneys on this matter before, correct?
Oh, sure.
Several times, right?
Of course, yes.
And you've even informed them that you can't rule out that this fracture comes from either a bear getting really after the cranium and biting down on it and crunching on it.
Correct.
And you told the prosecutors as well, you can't say this isn't resulting from a cow stepping on it, correct?
I told them too that I'm not going to completely rule that out.
And that's because you can't rule it out scientifically.
Correct.
And you did discuss a little bit on direct about generally when this fracture occurred. You remember talking about that, right?
Yes,
And that was because you were able to see in the crack and see what color is in there, right?
that's correct.
And again, you know that this cranium was in the wilderness for about 2 years, a little bit short of 2 years before you got it.
That's correct.
And you can't say with any scientific certainty, this is the date, this is the month that this fracture occurred.
That's correct.
And your estimates of when this fracture occurred are in relation to other damage on the cranium, if I understood your testimony correct. And maybe I misunderstood by the look on your face.
In relation to other damage on the cranium, could you be more specific?
Well, did you testify on direct when this damage occurred, the fracture, in relation to other damage, to the scavenging damage?
Well, what I said was that it is not a recent fracture because of the color within it's in the fracture. And actually, if you wanted to look at what color that would be, the fracture would be, if it was recent, then you just look at that area where the DNA segment was taken out and look at the color on the inside of the bone there, and that would tell you what color the fracture would be if this was recent.
And given this fracture, that doesn't give you any insight into cause of death, correct?
I don't do cause of death. But
And I think
essentially right.
I want you to skip a tab.
Okay.
I think it says something to the effect of photos left side. And I'm going to seek to publish and admit defendant 1725.
Okay.
Remind us what we're looking at here, doctor.
It's the left side of the cranium.
And can you point out to the jury briefly where you observed scavenging damage, please? Animal damage, taphonomic damage.
Well, certainly there is damage consistent with scavenging damage throughout this entire area. I think that it's more consistent with scavenging damage than probably anything else. This area right here is part of the swim lane, so that's not part of the scavenging damage. But the scavenging around in this area probably is. And I think there was also
What can you attribute that puncture to?
most likely scavenging.
And you mentioned a word, suture. And can you remind the jury what suture we're looking at on the left side of that photo, please?
Yes, this is it's called the squamosal suture. Okay.
And quick review on what sutures are. They're literally sutures between different bones in your cranium, correct?
Yes, right. I mean, they just tie the different bones together.
And two things you've testified about sutures. Well, at least one thing is when there's a fracture in a bone, it's going to follow the path of least resistance, correct?
Correct.
And that can mean that a fracture is going to follow a suture because that would be the path of least resistance, correct?
Yes, in that general area. I mean, there are other areas that are past the least resistance that you're talking about, for example, the very thin facial bones or something like that.
Right.
But generally, yes.
If a fracture, a bone break is coursing through bone in this millisecond, it's going to go path of least resistance, right? And that can mean coursing towards, moving towards the closest suture, because that's the weakest part of the bone, right?
Correct.
And what you know from your expertise is that, and you even testified about this a little bit, is sutures in young children are not as strong as sutures in adults, correct?
They're not as closely tied in really young children.
But even,
They're a little more open.
and those sutures continue to harden as we all get older, correct? Or become more entwined.
Well, harden is not,
Harden's the wrong word.
yeah, it's kind of a proper word. They become tighter.
They become tighter as we all get older, right?
Well, yes, and eventually they can become a blurry.
And in an adolescent human, those sutures are going to be not as tight as they are in an adult, correct?
Correct.
Therefore, they're even gonna, a suture in an adolescent is gonna be weaker than a suture in an adult.
Yes, more open, yes.
And I'd ask you to go to the next tab, which I think is labeled fractures. And while you're doing that, I'm gonna ask you a question. And you even said in your 2015 report that there were many fractures on the edges of this segment, correct?
Correct.
And when you say segment, you mean this partial cranium, right?
Correct.
And you said those were most conservatively explained by scavenging, right?
Correct. That's correct.
I want to turn your attention in the next
Did you
tab.
want that exhibit admitted?
Yes, please.
Then we need a number.
I thought I recited
You
it.
just said it's the fracture. I'm assuming it's 1726?
It's not, it's one prior to that.
Well, we did 1725, and then you said the next tab that says fractures. And on my list, that's 1726. So you just tell me what you want.
I can have one moment.
Sure.
My apologies, 1725. I'm moving for the admission of 1725.
That one's already in.
Okay.
But you just talked about moving to the next one, so
Yes.
that's fine.
1726.
So do you want that? So that one's in. That was my question. I just wanted the number.
Okay. Are you with me, Doctor?
I'm totally with you.
1726?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what we're looking at in this exhibit and also show them on the model, please?
Sure. So basically, we're looking at kind of an angled view where the fracture in front, where this fracture, it's an angled view so that you're looking at it like this. The fracture's in this general region, okay? But you're also looking at part of this coronal suture. And it's kind of going back into this area I was calling it the muscle suture, which we can write about.
And the thing about this photo, and you might want to stay up there while we're talking about this, is it shows both fractures,
Yes,
correct?
yes.
And point those out to the jury, please.
Okay, there's primary fracture here, and this is the fracture that is coursing up the coronal.
And as an expert, you can't tell this jury if those two fractures are related to one another,
That's correct.
or that they emanated from the same place,
That's correct.
or that they even occurred at the same time.
That's correct too.
Okay. I'd ask you to sit down, work your way to the next photograph, move to admit 1726, now moving to admit and publish defendant 1725. 27, I'm sorry, Judge. Went to law school, not math school. I'm gonna take a deep breath.
All I want from you is the number, okay?
Okay.
You don't have to say anything else.
1727.
Thank you.
You with me, Doctor?
Yes, yes, I'm with you.
Explain to the jury what we're looking at in 1727 and show them on the model.
Okay, so basically, this area right here is the upper rim of the eye, of the right eye. okay? As you go across, and here's the closable feature on the other side. As you go across, you get the scavenging damage. This is down close to sort of where the nose would start, right here, okay? And you are seeing a little bit of a frontal sinus, which occurs on the frontal bone right in the general area. So that's kind of the internal structure that you see, all right? And then you go up on the left side, where that area of the left orbit is taken out. You're not seeing any evidence of that area of the left orbit. And then it courses up like this, and then you get to that fracture.
And I'd ask you to describe the left side of the photo as well, and what's going on with that orbit over there. Yeah.
So then in here, all right, so you have a little bit of a break in here. This, I don't know if I'm speaking enough into the microphone. This area is part of the zygomatic arch. Okay, and then you have this gap in here where the rest of the orbit is removed. It's not there.
And if I can retrieve the model from you so we can talk about this some more. Safe to say, doctor, on a healthy human, this zygomatic arch is going to go from this part of the skull and then cranium. And then it's going to go up into the orbit, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And what we have here, and we can kind of see the beginning and the end of that arch in this exhibit, correct?
Well, you can see, depending on where you want to start with the beginning, but you can see what is close to the zygomatic root, right there, yes, just in front of the ear, okay? And then it breaks off. But you're not seeing the rest of the zygomatic in this direction, in this position at all.
Safe to say, this whole process, if you will, between the zygomatic arch and the temporal bone by the orbit, it's gone.
Well, by the frontal bone.
Frontal bone.
In the orbit, yes.
And as I believe you testified to on direct, the fact that that process, that bone is missing, can be attributed to scavenging activity, correct?
I think that's reasonable to assume that, yes. That is not the only way that it could be broken, but I think it's reasonable to assume that, yes.
And I'm going to ask you to move forward in the next tab to defendants 1728.
Okay.
Safe to say this is the right side of the cranium, correct?
That's
And we can see the beginning of the zygomatic arch on the viewers, kind of in the middle of the bottom of the photograph, correct?
That's correct.
And we know it's there because we can locate it next to, what's the word on it?
It's called external auditory meatus, but it's basically the opening to the ear.
Opening to the ear. So that this arch, this bone starts here, and then it's broken there, correct?
That's correct.
And then if you're moving from left to right, we can see the other end of it right here, correct?
Yeah, but that's not the zygomatic. It's not part of the zygomatic. That's all part of the frontal.
Right. But
Wait,
these can, go ahead.
It's all part of the frontal where you said the other end of the zygomatic. That's actually the end of the frontal.
Right. But this is connected by bone, as you just demonstrated on a healthy human being, correct?
Not in the path that you are representing there.
You represent the path.
Okay. So basically, if you have the frontal here, then you'll have the zygoma coming down like this. And then, so the zygomatic arch, the other end of the zygomatic arch is down in this direction, in this area. So missing, like I said, you're missing this part here, the entire zygoma, and you're only picking up just a little tag of the temporal bone, the zygomatic arch, temporal bone.
This little triangular bone right here. Sphenoid.
Yep.
What do you see there, if anything?
I see a puncture.
Okay, and what can you attribute that puncture?
Scavenging.
So we got a punctured scavenging mark on the sphenoid. Show the jury on the model where the sphenoid is.
It's a complicated bone, actually. So you're only seeing just a small part of that complicated bone on the outside of the screen, but it's just in this area.
And safe to say, on a healthy human, this process here, from zygoma to frontal, is going to run underneath and a little bit in front of them, correct?
Well, underneath, yeah.
And I'd ask you to move up one tab to defendants 1729.
Okay.
Safe to say we're looking at the same part of the cranium here, just a different angle, right?
Correct.
And can you identify that bite puncture mark in this one as well? And could you do so for the jury? If you want to start with the sphenoid bone and then the puncture.
Okay, the sphenoid bone is here. The puncture would be right about here.
And I'm going to ask you to work with me and prepare to discuss defendants 1730. Another photo you took?
Yes.
And can you show us where the zygomatic arch, root is, temporal bone, and the same puncture wound?
Okay, so that little tag of the zygomatic arch right here. Here's the external auditory meatus here. Here's the sphenoid, and here's the puncture.
And can you describe for the jury, aside from the puncture wound, what other scavenging damage you see to this part of the cranium?
Well, the areas of the cranium that are missing, down in here, up in here, those are all pretty consistent with scavenging. This is
And safe to say that zygomatic root on the left, you attribute that being absent to scavenging activity as well? Okay.
I mean, it's consistent with that. It doesn't have to be that.
Now, you testified that you also found some sharp defects on that zygomatic root, correct?
I did.
Seeking to publish defendants 1731, please. And the marks that you identified right here and right here, can you
Yeah.
see from that angle?
I can, yes.
Okay. And again, the same puncture mark is back here, correct?
That's correct.
And you've identified other scavenging damage to this part of the cranium, being around the meatus, and also scavenging damage attributable to where the zygomatic arch is snapped off.
I think that's consistent with it, yes.
Okay, so these two marks are but millimeters away from where that's snapped off.
That's correct.
seeking to publish Defendants 1732. Safe to say this photograph is pulled out a little bit further from all the other
Yes,
features we were
yes,
talking
that's
about.
correct.
Now, you described these previously as sharp insults, the two little marks.
Sharp injury, yes.
Sharp.
Yes, sharp insults is fine.
Okay, you've used both those terms
Yes,
interchangeably. Sharp insults, sharp injuries, correct?
yes,
And like you said, what you do when you do an investigation like this, is you look over all of the elements, meaning the bones, with a dissection microscope, correct?
that's correct.
And that's because you don't want to miss anything.
That's correct.
And did you do the same with the remains you looked at in 2014 or no?
Oh, yes,
Okay, so all of the bones that you've testified to today, you've looked over with what sounds like to be a pretty high-powered dissection microscope.
yes,
And after viewing all these bones, the only sharp insults you found, in your opinion, were the two here, correct?
yes, that's correct.
I'd ask you to look ahead in your binder to Defendants 1734. Do you have one?
I do.
Is that another photograph that you took?
Yes, it is.
And is that photograph of the zygomatic root and the marks?
Marks, yes.
And I think we got it up on the screen there. What's on the top of the photograph that's not bone?
That's my scale.
Okay, and what's your scale?
It's millimeters.
Okay. And you say scale, is that okay if I call it a ruler, or is that something else I'm getting? Okay. So that's a metric scale / ruler that's showing millimeters, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And safe to say, the actual millimeter is the area in blue, not the area in white, correct?
That's correct.
Right? Like if I wanted to look at 3 millimeters, there'd be a 3 next to one of those white lines, right? Withdrawn, that's a kooky question. A millimeter in this photo is designated by the blue area, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And what we know from looking at this picture is the marks, you call them cuts, are thinner than a millimeter, correct?
That's correct.
And safe to say you saw these as part of your investigation, but you didn't measure these marks, correct?
I didn't, no.
Didn't measure them for length or width? Okay. But we know they're thinner than a millimeter.
Yes,
And you didn't measure the depth of them either,
I
correct?
did not.
So we don't know what the width of these marks are at the deepest point, at their apex.
That's safe to say, yes. And that is one of the reasons why I made the mold, is because that would make it much easier to measure the depth.
So it was your aim in making the mold to be able to do more investigation, preserve more evidence.
Yes, that's one of the reasons, yes.
And that because it's about to go down to Texas too, to be changed forever.
Yes.
Now, you didn't take any measurements of these marks, but it's your opinion that this is sharp trauma, sharp force trauma?
Sharp force, yes.
Okay.
Sharp injury, yes.
Sharp injury.
Sharp insult, yes.
And you've likened that to being consistent with a mark from a a bladed instrument, or I think you even used the term knife today.
Yes.
Okay. But you can't tell the jury what the width of whatever caused this mark, what it was.
No, it's V-shaped, but no, I can't say what the width of that blade is at the point where it was inserted into the bone.
And you said consistent with a bladed instrument, consistent with a knife, but you can't tell this jury what caused these marks with any sort of specificity.
Well, I think I can. I think I can say that it was a sharp instrument.
A sharp instrument, right? But you would agree with me, living in the world we live in, there's a countless number of sharp instruments, correct?
Yes, I cannot point to a specific blade and say, yes, that specific blade made that specific mark.
Right. And by the same token, you can't say it's a blade of this width that caused this mark.
Right.
I want you to skip ahead a few tabs to, well, maybe it's not a few tabs, to defendant 1735. That's another close-up of this area, correct?
That's not 1735?
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, I went ahead to 1835. I don't seem to have 17. Oh, there it is. These are out of order a bit. Okay, 1735, yes,
And this is another close-up of the marks, correct?
yes.
And can you describe for the jury what that black dot is underneath the mark on the left?
Are you talking about this?
Yes, ma'am.
Just an actual foramen.
Okay. And what is that?
It's just a hole. So for the passage of like tiny nerves or tiny blood vessels or something like that, it's just a foramen, which means.
Okay. And safe to say, are those other marks there, other foramen or sulcus as they want?
That's not a foramen and a sulcus. They're
So-
two different things,
Okay, let's stick to foramen then.
because I don't see a sulcus.
Okay.
So there's a little foramen right here, a little tiny one here, here. Yeah, I mean, they're pretty common. Especially when you are taking a close-up photograph like this, then you would expose, several of them where you wouldn't necessarily see it just taking a look at the framing.
You would agree with me that this area, the zygomatic root's not smooth like a cue ball. That there's foramens and other relief on the bone there, correct?
Yeah, not at this magnification. It looks smooth when you're just looking at it, but at this magnification, we're going to.
Right, when we get down to this magnification, it's presented, there's different parts of the bone, some of them are higher than others, and there's its own sort of topography, correct? And we know that looking at the mark on the left, kind of goes at an angle, then it looks like it makes a turn there. Would you agree with that? That's not perfectly straight.
No, but I'm trying to think whether or not that would be partly just an optical illusion. I think that was essentially straight. It might have been a little bit of a purpose area.
That just might be I'm sorry, go ahead. And this one at the top of the mark is kind of a half semicircle there, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And this area here, this is where the zygomatic roots snapped off, broken, correct? Pursuant to animal scavenging. And you said it's consistent with scavenging several times today.
All right.
And because of all the damage of the cranium, you characterized the cranium in your report as having significant scavenging damage, correct?
That's correct.
And you've been to both the recovery sites, correct?
Correct.
But it doesn't sound like you've conducted the bucket test at either one of them.
No.
And when you use the term dump site to refer to where remains are found, are you referring to all places where human bodies are found, or does that have a specific definition?
No, I'm not referring to all places where bodies are found, because bodies are found in several different areas based on the scenario. I mean, you can have we've had dismemberment cases where different body parts are placed into a dumpster and other body parts are placed, in various different scenarios. And so I don't know that I would characterize each of those as a dump site.
So does the term dump site presuppose that there's been a homicide?
Yes.
Okay. So if I go hiking after court today and have a coronary up in Horse Gulch and my body's found there, and everyone's like, yeah, Bogan had a weak heart, that's not a dump site. No one's presupposing I got killed.
No, I would, when I'm talking about a dump site, I'm not talking about accidental death, and I'm not talking about suicide. I'm not any of those. I'm talking about cases where somebody is trying to hide a body.
Right. So therefore, when you use the term dump site, the prerequisite for that is that there's been foul play. You have to presuppose there's been foul play to use the term dump site.
Well,
if I got eaten by a bear up in Horse Gulch and they found my body, that wouldn't be a dump site.
no, but I mean, I can think of a situation where somebody's just trying to get rid of the body without actually having created or caused the death.
So at a bare minimum, dump site presupposes some nefarious motive.
I would think so. That's how we have always defined it, yes.
One more moment. Obviously, as you testified on direct, you tried to make a mold and a cast of this cranium, correct?
Correct, yes.
And those efforts were unsuccessful, right?
That's correct.
Nothing further, Judge.
Redirect. Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. France, I only have a few questions for you, actually.
Okay.
And I'm going to pick up where Mr. Bogan left off in talking about how you decide or what leads you to classify something as a dump site. And let's say Mr. Bogan, you used the example of dies of a heart attack at Horse Gulch. And since I'm superstitious, I'm gonna knock on wood right here, but let's assume that happens, tonight. And his cell phone, wallet, identification, and backpack are all gone. Would that be something, so you raise your eyebrows as I say that, why would the removal of things that could identify Mr. Bogan be something you factor into whether someone died of a heart attack or in fact,
I think it would factor into it, yes.
why is that?
Well, because if, I mean, certainly there are situations where Mr. Bogan, knock on wood, would go up into the mountains and die of a heart attack and didn't take anything with him at all. And it just collapsed in an area that would be significant as would be classified as a classic dump site. But the thing is that this classification doesn't act in a vacuum. There are some other features that law enforcement will probably work into its investigation and assist with the classification of that as a dump site. So it's not in a vacuum.
So when you talk to the jury about a dump site, you're also factoring some of those things that you're aware of.
Yes.
Counsel asked you about excavation work. Are you aware that the La Plata County Sheriff's Office and Search and Rescue conducted a very thorough search of the area for Dylan Redwine's removal?
I don't know exactly what kind of investigation they ran.
But you don't require an archaeological dig for excavation for the remains that you work on and provide an expert analysis for.
No, not at all. Not at all. There are several different agencies that will conduct their own investigations, and then all I see are just the remains.
For example, if you have a homicide with multiple victims who are, let's say hypothetically, burned in a fire pit, and you don't then require law enforcement to allow you to dig through the fire pit, you would accept the remains and do the analysis on the bones to determine the circumstances.
I will never say, no, I won't look at those remains simply because I was not there to excavate them.
And you're aware the coroner and Dr. Mulhern worked with the La Plata County Sheriff's Office on this matter.
Yes, I don't know the extent that Dr. Mulhern participated, so, I can't speak to that, but I am aware that she worked with the La Plata County Sheriff's Office in this case.
And just to be clear, you were asked to examine the right femur, left femur, right tibia, right clavicle, and cranium.
Yes.
I just want to be clear. And I just want to make sure that the jury has a clear understanding. Can we put 134 on the screen? There was a toe recovered that's in Exhibit 134. You weren't part of this analysis, right?
No, I was not. I have not seen that before.
It's a human toe.
Yes.
And then 242, scapula. You weren't asked to look at the scapula.
Scapula? No, I was
Scapula.
not. Yeah, I was not asked to look at the scapula.
Thank you. Doctor, I just have a few more questions for you. Is it fair to say, let me put it this way. You've been really clear. You've been really clear in your expert opinion about the scavenger activity on Dylan Redwine's remains.
Yes.
Fair to say, because of where his body was left, that animals chewed on his bones,
I would certainly expect them to.
and that's what you observed,
Yes,
and that animals chewed on Dylan's skull as well.
yes.
And you've been very, throughout your expert work on this case, you've identified where scavenger activity took place on Dylan's remains.
Yes,
And counsel asked if you've met with the prosecutors before, and I just want to make clear, you've also met with the defense before.
I
right?
have, yes.
And you've spent several hours with them as well.
5 hours total, yes.
Can we put 372 back on the screen? Doctor, in your expert opinion, are these sharp tool marks that were inflicted on the bone here,
Yes,
on Dylan Redwine's bone?
yes.
Counsel described them as only 2. Am I right in saying that's too many?
Objection, argumentative, Judge. do this at closing.
I think it is argumentative. Mr. Doherty?
Council described it as only two, Your Honor. I'll withdraw the question.
Okay.
Here's my question then, if I may. When you look through a dissection microscope, and you see sharp tool injuries through the bone, as you see here, what is that consistent with?
Sharp injury or sharp trauma.
Can we go to 374, please? Counsel on cross-examination spent time pointing out to you the scavenger activity and bite marks that you actually identified in this case. Is that what caused the skull fracture that we see in 374, or is this consistent with blunt force trauma?
I think it is more consistent with blunt trauma than it is anything else.
And that's the head of Dylan Redwine either forcefully striking an object or an object forcefully striking the head of Dylan Redwine.
I think it's consistent with either of those.
I have nothing further for Dr. Franz. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Any questions from the jury? Okay. Okay, Dr. France, I'm just reading the first question for the record. I don't want you to answer it.
Okay.
In the remains recovery, about how far were the bones spread out? I don't think Dr. France was there at the time and has a basis of knowledge to answer that question. Second question I do want you to answer. In your opinion, what would be the significance of the skull found so far away from the primary remains site?
I think that's a very good question. And it surprises me that it is so far away and to so much topography. I'm not a wildlife expert. I would rely on a wildlife expert to say something about whether or not wildlife would carry the cranium, that cranial section, that far away from the site of primary deposition. But it surprises me how far away it is.
Any follow-up for me to send?
No, thank you, Dr. France.
Mr. Bogan?
No follow-up, thank you.
Okay. This witness be excused?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
By all means.
Thank you, Dr. France. All right, we're nearly at 3 o'clock. Let's take our afternoon recess. Remember not to talk about the case. Don't make any decisions about the case. We'll start up again at 3:15. All rise for the jury. Okay, we'll be in recess.
Yeah.
Cooler all of a sudden.
surrender.
You can be seated till the jury gets here.
Brandon Redwine.
And then who's after that?
Betsy Horvath.
Oh, I don't remember who she is. Is she gonna be right on, or do you know? No. Maybe get them both done today?
Yes. Oh. We may. Right. We may get to Brandy Flam today. L-A-N-N.
Wow. You guys are flying.
You ready?
Thank you. Your eyes, please. All right, be seated. Your next witness?
Yes, the people called to the stand, Brandon Nicholas Redwine.
All right. Will the witness stand up here, please, sir? And before you sit down, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you. Have a seat.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
Yeah, my name's Nicholas Brandon Redwine. I'm the oldest son of Mark Redwine.
And I think I have to apologize. I think I introduced you as Brandon Nicholas. It's actually Nicholas Brandon?
That's Brandon.
Okay. And how do you prefer to be addressed during this trial?
During this trial, I prefer Brandon.
Okay.
Great.
We'll call you Brandon Redwine from here on out. And Brandon, who's your mother?
Elizabeth Horvath.
Okay. And you said already said your father is
Correct.
Mark Redwine.
Mark Redwine.
And just very briefly, can you identify him in the courtroom for us?
Yeah, he's wearing the gray suit and the green tie.
Okay. Gray tie, is that what you said?
Green tie, sorry.
Green. Okay, thank you. I thought I was going colorblind there for a second.
Record reflect identification of Mr. Redwine.
Thank you very much. Do you have any whole brothers?
I do.
Who's your whole brothers?
Mark Allen Redwine.
Okay.
And then he now changed his name to Roser.
Okay. And do you have any half brothers?
I do. I have Corey Redwine, Dylan Redwine. I have Carter Horvath from another marriage, and then Christina Horvath from another marriage.
Okay.
Just think of it as
It's more of a family bush than a family tree,
yeah.
Is that right? Okay. And so, help me understand the chronology of your family. You were born of the union of Mark Redwine and Betsy Horvath.
correct.
And then, what's the sequence after that?
After that, Mark and Betsy Horvath, they got divorced. We wound up going to Arizona. She met my stepfather, Juice Horvath, and that's where Carter and Christina came into the picture. So
Okay. And then, are you aware of whether Mark Redwine remarried?
I am.
And to who?
He had married Elaine Hall,
Okay. And their children are?
Corey and Dylan.
Okay. Did you have a relationship with, how would you describe your relationship with Mark Redwine, your father, in the fall of 2012?
Fall of 2012, Mark and I had been talking a little bit. It wasn't Facebook, but the app that was before Facebook. We were talking for a little bit, and I just saw something about Dylan being missing. So I did talk to Corey on a more regular basis.
So let me stop you there for a second. I just want to talk about kind of the years, maybe the decade before, from 2002 to 2012. Were you close with Mark Redwine during that time?
Not at all.
Not
I
at
had
all.
one visit that I came out. It was a court-ordered visit. I believe it was 2002.
Okay. So is it fair to say he wasn't a strong presence in your life?
No.
Objection, Your Honor. Beyond the last question, this is going to stray into 401, 403, 404 area. If there's any further record needed about it, I'd ask to do it at the bench.
No, not going any further?
No, Your Honor.
All right, well, let's leave it there.
So you testified you had a court order visitation a few years earlier, and you weren't in real close contact with him.
Correct.
Okay. And as you said, as you testified, as I understand it, as we led into 2012, you were talking with him sporadically. Is that right?
Yeah, just sporadically.
Okay. And tell us about your relationship with Corey and Dylan Redwine.
Corey and Dylan, I always wanted a relationship with all of them. I know there wasn't much of an opportunity. I had the birth of my oldest son, who was born in March of 2008. And I believe Elaine, Corey, and Dylan just happened to be in Arizona. And I don't know the logistics of it, but we met up, we had dinner, and it was a good opportunity to start that conversation again.
How close in age are you and Corey Redwine?
I believe it's 8 to 10 years.
Okay, and then obviously more than that
Yeah.
for Dylan?
Correct.
Were you closer with Corey or Dylan?
I felt it was easier to talk to Corey than it was Dylan, just because Dylan didn't understand everything. I was just another random person there. So I think he was shy and timid, and he kind of backed off. I didn't want to push it any further until he was ready.
Do you recall roughly how old he was when you first met him, or you first had this Thanksgiving interaction?
7 or 8.
Okay, so pretty young. But Corey was much closer to your age, is that
Correct.
right?
Correct.
All right. And you started to talk a little bit about finding out that Dylan had gone missing.
Yes.
Can you tell us about how that came to pass?
Yeah, I had just seen something from actually Corey. It was a song that he put out. It was Blurry, talking about how just something wasn't right. And I reached out to Corey, and then that's when I started to get more involved.
And let me stop you there. You said it was Blurry. When you say Blurry, is that the name of the
Yeah,
song?
sorry, this song is Blurry. I can't recall who sings it, but
Okay.
that's the name of the song.
And where did you say that you saw this, that he
I-
put this out?
Can't remember if it was texted to me or on Facebook.
Okay. And so he put out some communication that you got, either by text or Facebook, about a song, and that struck your attention, is that right?
Correct.
And so what did you do after that? Just right after that, when you first saw the post?
I started planning on a trip to Colorado.
Or did you,
Well,
stop you
sorry.
there, hold on. Did you actually reach out to Corey?
I reached out to Corey, and
How did you reach out to him?
by phone. It was just a call.
Okay. And is that how you learned that Dylan had gone missing?
Correct. Corey said he was headed back down to Durango, and I followed suit.
Okay. Did you come to Durango or the Vallecito area?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you recall about when that was that you came down to this region?
I want to say it was like November 19th through the 24th.
Okay.
That's my best memory.
Okay. And where were you living at the time?
I was living in Gilbert, Arizona.
Okay. So you drove or?
Correct.
You
I
drove
drove with my boys and my wife at the time.
Okay. So the whole
Right.
whole gang came in, and do you recall where you stayed? Did you get a hotel or what did you do?
We stayed at the casino in this area. So we
Okay.
stayed there, and we just were kind of hanging out, trying to figure out what was happening.
Okay. And did you have interactions with Corey and Elaine and Mike Hall during that time?
Mostly with Corey. I know we went mini golfing with my kids. We were going to go bowling. We went to a restaurant. We were just kind of trying to figure out what was going on. Obviously, I didn't want to throw my kids into the whole conversation right away, so we tried to make it as age appropriate as we could.
Okay. So you're doing activities to keep the kids busy, and then were you and Corey talking about this whole situation?
Yeah, when we had time, and we were just communicating.
What was your approach to this whole scenario? What were your thoughts coming into this to the situation on the 19th, 20th, 21st, that whole time period?
I knew something wasn't right, so I just wanted to come down and at least get involved as much as I could. And at first, I didn't have any expectations. I just wanted to be involved with getting answers. That's how I always phrased it.
And when you came down here, and after you got settled in, got the hotel room, et cetera, did you have opportunity to meet up with your father, with Mark Redwine?
Corey and I, we did drive by the house, and Mark was talking with the police. He was being talked to. So.
Okay. Did you have a chance to have a sit down with him and Corey at a later time?
Yeah, we did have a sit down the next night. It was either the same night or the next night.
Okay.
But we just had a quick sit down. We were just trying to talk about what the game plan was to figure out what was happening.
And tell us about, so who all was present in that sit down that you had?
In the sit down, it was myself, Corey was there, Mark, and David Stone.
David Stone.
Correct.
Okay, that's a name we've heard before. Who is David Stone?
David Stone, I believe, is Mark's brother.
Mark's brother. And why was it's probably a stupid question. Do you know why he was here?
I think he was just there for support, is what I took it as. So,
Okay. So it's the four of you, and you sat down. So you thought it was, you said you arrived, you thought around the 19th, pretty early on. Do you remember, and it's fine if you don't remember the exact date, was it pretty early in the process when you had to sit down with Mark and Corey and David Stone?
yeah, it was within the first week. I know that with 100% certainty.
Okay. And how would you describe Mark Redwine's demeanor during this sit-down, this conversation?
We were just all talking, and I didn't feel like there was a lot of, okay, this is what we should do, this is what we can do. It was more directed by myself and Corey, and David was there, but very limited interactions. So there wasn't much going back and forth, but we were trying to talk about going around, knocking on doors, doing whatever we had to do to find Dylan.
Okay. And as you were talking with Mark about finding Dylan, did he, how did he respond to that?
I would say he wasn't like anxious to get involved. He wasn't like, yeah, let's go do it. There was a lot of back and forth in trying to communicate with both David and Mark, and we just wanted to get going, doing something. It was later in the night, so we were planning on doing something the next morning.
Okay. Did you find yourself expressing any frustration to Mark about his involvement in the search efforts?
Yeah, we were just talking about it, and we kept asking Mark, like, what are you doing to let everybody know that Dylan's not here? And we were trying to encourage him to get more active and letting people know something wasn't right.
Why were you doing that?
Because we still, at that time, in my head, he was still missing. We didn't know anything, but you have to start making noise to at least get that attention. And I'm not saying get negative attention, but just do something so people are aware of it.
And had you seen Mark Redwine engaging in those types of activities to get involved, to make noise, that kind of thing?
I did not know.
And was that a source of frustration for you?
Yeah, it was frustrating. Just like, it's your son, get involved. Like, make people aware that he's not with you. So.
And during this conversation, was Mark Redwine, did he come across as upset or sad or crying that Dylan was missing, any of those things?
No, I didn't really see any emotion, and that was something that got my attention too. Just, it was a normal, everyday, like, we're gonna plan what we're gonna do. And I just felt like the situation was very different than that.
And who was leading the planning during this conversation? Who was coming up with the ideas? Who was making the suggestions?
Corey threw out some ideas. I know Mark eventually did throw out some ideas.
Okay.
So I would say primarily Corey and then Mark. And I'm just not familiar with the area, so I was very much just there.
Okay. What happened next? You said you were planning some things out for the next day. Were there things that actually did happen that next day?
Yeah, so the next day, David, myself, and Mark, we just started going around. The goal of what we were gonna do, I know we were talking about handing out flyers for Dylan being missing. We went down on Biocito Lake and we kind of walked around the lake bed, and obviously you know what you're looking for, so that was tense, I would say.
Okay.
But,
Let me stop you there for just a second. You said it was yourself and David and Mark. Was Corey not on this drive?
no, Corey had elected not to go on that drive.
Okay. do you recall that you have told other, like the investigators or in interviews, you stated that Corey was there?
I don't recall. I know Corey definitely wasn't there,
Okay.
so it could have been a misunderstanding. I know Corey was a part of the conversations the night before, so I think that's how it could have gotten tangled up.
Okay, so Corey was not in the car with you.
He was not.
And so where did you and Mark and David Stone all met up? Where did you meet up?
We met up at Mark's house, and then we went and we grabbed some lunch at a little gas station, as I'd phrase it. And then we just went down to Vallecito Lake and we started walking around on the lake bed.
Okay, and you were kind of walking the shoreline, is that?
Correct.
Okay. And how long did that go on for?
I'd say we were there for about an hour.
Okay. What did you do after that?
After that, we just jumped in the truck and we were just driving around, and that's where we were gonna hand out the missing Dylan flyers.
Okay, do you remember which truck you were in?
I don't remember.
That's fine. And were you in the front seat or the back seat?
I was in the back seat.
And did you in fact drive around and start handing out flyers?
We were driving around for about 20 minutes. We never handed out flyers.
Where did you drive?
We were, to my understanding, it was basically up Middle Mountain, like up that mountain.
Okay. And tell us about that drive. What was going on during that drive? What were the people doing? What were you all talking about?
There was a lot of small talk about David and him being up here, and just small talk. We were briefly talking about Dylan. There wasn't any, like, it was just small talk.
Small talk. Like, how's work going? Those kinds of things?
Just catching up with somebody, because I don't think David had been up here in quite a while.
And this is just a couple of days after Dylan goes missing, right? Still in the same time frame?
Correct.
Okay. And there was not much talk about Dylan at all. Is that what you said?
Objection asked and answered. It was probably objectionable the first time. This is not consistent with the court's allowance of hearsay testimony. There is a specifically denied or defined area that is allowed for inquiry about that kind of stuff. So have to keep it limited to that.
One, it's not hearsay, so the objection's overruled. We went through this earlier in the trial as to what hearsay is. Number two, I'm gonna allow it. I don't remember, maybe it was asked and answered, but I apparently missed it, so go ahead.
Okay. Did Mark specifically bring up Dylan, or do you recall how that came to pass?
It was very minimal conversation about Dylan.
What were you doing while you were in the car and driving up Middle Mountain Road?
I was looking around on the side, like I wasn't driving, so I didn't have much control over where we were going, but I kept looking just in case I did see something. And I was just trying to get a better feel for Mark and David Stone. So I was just trying to kind of ease my way into that situation.
Okay. And are you sort of looking out, like through the window, like out
Correct.
onto the side of the road and that sort of thing? Did you see anything of importance?
I did not see anything that caught my attention.
Were you able to observe what Mark and David Stone were doing in the front seat?
I was not able to see anything specifically.
Okay. How long, or do you recall how long you were driving around or driving there on Middle Mountain Road?
I'd say we were driving up it for about 20 or 25 minutes.
Okay. And after that amount of time, did you in fact turn around and go back down at some point?
We didn't turn around to my recollection. I know there was somebody that wanted to put Mark on TV, and I figured that's a good way to get the story out, because we got to talk about it if people are going to know about it.
Let me rephrase the question, because I think I probably asked a poor question. During that drive, as you're going through this 25-minute drive, did Mark say anything about Dylan Redwine and the Middle Mountain area?
Again, there was some very casual small talk. I know there was a phrase that, as we're just driving up with a small talk, that I heard that I found highly abnormal, where Mark said, okay, he's not up here, we can hand these out. And
why do you say that? Let me make sure I'm clear. He said he's not up here. Why does that strike you as abnormal?
because we're looking for a missing child and we're handing out flyers for a missing child. And I found it very strange that I'm being told, okay, he's not here, so we can do what we went there to do. That just didn't make sense to me.
Meaning the flyers, like hand out the
Hand out
flyers?
the flyers.
Is that around the time that you guys turned around?
About that time, yes.
Okay.
We went to do the interview.
So after you heard him say, he's not up here, we can go hand out the flyers, or whatever the exact words were, how did that influence your perception of this whole situation and Mark Redwine, the whole scenario?
I took that and I figured Mark knows something. I didn't know what he knew. I didn't know how he knew it. But
Your Honor, if I may, this is pure speculation, objection.
Mr. Champagne?
Your Honor, the witness is testifying about his perception of how
Right.
this, his understanding of this whole scenario, and
But why is his perception really relevant?
well, it's going to be relevant to show the next steps and actions and things that he did as the months wore on.
Well, you have gotten out what you've gotten out, and you can stop there and
Okay.
and you can move on.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Well, let me just stop there. Hold on one second. You said that you never actually handed out the flyers.
no, we did not.
Did you go and follow through with a TV interview like you described?
Correct. We went and we did the TV interview.
Okay. You said you stayed around in this region for about 4 days, right? Or 4 or 5 days, is that right?
About that, correct?
And during that whole stretch of time, what was Mark Redwine's attitude towards participating in the searches for Dylan?
I didn't really see Mark get involved. I know I would talk to him about some things, but there was no action.
And how would you describe his demeanor and attitude towards the fact that Dylan was missing over those 5 days?
It was hard because I never saw emotion. I know as a dad, I don't have my kids. I'm worried. I never saw that worry. So
And in the months after Dylan's disappearance, after you left town, did you keep in touch with Mark Redwine more frequently?
yeah, we started talking a little bit more. Like I said earlier, I figured he would have the best understanding of what happened, and I felt like he always knew more than what he was sharing.
Did you initiate the conversations or the sort of increase in volume of contact between the two of you?
I would say yes.
Okay. And why was that?
I just wanted to know what was going on with my brother Dylan, and I wanted to get more answers. So I figured talking is the best way to get answers.
In February of 2000, well, let me just stop there for a second. Were you also having ongoing conversations with Corey Redwine and Elaine Hall over that time period?
Yeah, I was talking with Corey, and I would talk to Elaine when I had an opportunity.
Okay. Did you end up in February of 2013, did you end up getting connected with and speaking with Tanya Galbraith of the La Plata County Sheriff's Office?
I did.
And how did that come to pass, if you know?
I remember we were coming back to Durango for a vigil, and I don't remember exactly how I came in contact with Tanya, but I know I started talking with Tanya.
Okay. Was it an in-person meeting or a telephone call?
Yeah, we met at the police station, and we were just kind of, I don't remember what exactly we were talking about, but we were talking about Dylan.
And were there any things that you wanted to share with Investigator Galbraith during that meeting?
At that time, there were always conversations that I was having, and
With who?
with Mark. And I felt like there's something that he's not telling us fully. So I did talk to her about those calls.
Okay. Do you remember any specific conversations or statements from Mark Redwine that stuck out to you that you wanted to share with us?
Over the amount of time that I was talking to him, there were a lot of things, but about that time, we still didn't have any idea of where he was, and there was a lot of conversations about how Dylan could have been hurt, whether it was hunters, whether he was attacked by animals, and he always said with blunt force, or if it was blunt force trauma, but his voice changed so distinctively when it came to blunt force trauma. That's what I was talking to Tanya about.
And let me stop you there for a second, because we're going to get to that topic in just a second. But do you remember him saying that he knew where Dylan was?
I do
What
remember.
What did he say to you?
I was talking to him, and if you know where he's at, why are we still looking? And he was just telling me, Dylan's in my heart. And I remember thinking, that's just a BS answer. Like, it doesn't make sense that your son missing.
Do you remember the exact phrase, how he said it?
He said, Dylan's in my heart.
Did he say, I know where Dylan is? He's
I
in
know
my
where
heart?
Dylan's at. He's in my heart.
Okay. And you said that struck you as kind of a BS answer, right?
Correct.
Asked and answered, and this line of inquiry is not relevant. The speculation as to how this is meant is more prejudicial and prohibitive under 403. Object.
Going to overrule you on the 403. Let's move on, Mr. Champagne.
Okay. How would you describe your feeling about Mark Redwine and his involvement in Dylan's disappearance during this time? Were you suspicious or
I would say
curious? What's the word that you would
Objection
use?
4143.
It's fine. Go ahead and answer the question, or you can ask it again.
Can you
Yeah,
repeat it?
I'm trying to help the jury understand, like, during this time period, what you're feeling towards, about Mark Redwine's involvement in any of this, and whether you had concern, or what word you would use to describe your feeling about Mark Redwine based on these conversations that you had with him.
My feelings were that he just wasn't telling us everything. He's hiding something.
Objection, move to strike. That's exactly what we're talking about. That's the 401, 403 problem.
I don't think it is. I've ruled against you. The jury can take it for what it's worth. Certainly, it's an area for argument for both sides.
I'm just concerned.
So, I mean, you're going to be overruled on this. So, if you want to make the record, go ahead.
The record is just a speculation about knowing what someone else knows, and that they're not letting on more is beyond the capacity of people who aren't psychics.
Well, that's maybe beyond people who say they're psychics too. So, you're overruled.
And when he's saying things like, I know where Dylan he's in my heart, did that increase your suspicion as well?
It did. I just felt like he's telling me what I wanted him to say, and he's not doing anything to actually get answers, is how I always took it.
And over these months, as the fall and winter of 2012 wore on, and Dylan's still missing, and we move into the spring of 2013, were you aware of Mark's participation or lack of participation in the search efforts to find Dylan?
I was not aware of Mark being involved in any of the search efforts. I know we did have conversations about how he was going to do something, but there was nothing that ever actually happened.
Objection. The foundation necessary here would require hearsay. Objection.
Well, it might. You may be right about that, but I don't know that. You move to strike it, let's lay a foundation.
How do you know that?
That he wasn't doing anything. We were talking on a pretty regular basis, and he would have told me about the searches that he was doing.
And he didn't tell you?
No, there was never any, like, result of what he said was going to happen.
Did he give you, let me ask you this, during these conversations, how, you're having extended conversations or these short little snippets?
I'd say most of our calls were about an hour long.
Okay. During these extended conversations that you're having with him, were you identifying any sort of patterns of like the topics that he would bring up or talk about?
Most of what I felt Mark chose to talk about was things that like Elaine was doing, or things that Kat was doing.
Sorry, who's Kat? Do you know her real name?
Denise Hess, I believe.
Okay, thank you.
So, but talking about what they were doing, and I know I did make a couple comments to them. I'm like, stop worrying about what they're doing. Let's do something.
And when you were talking with him and the topic of Dylan came up, was it generally from Mark Redwine bringing that into the conversation, or was it you bringing that into the conversation?
It was primarily me bringing it up. It was, again, just trying to figure out if there was more to know about it. I wanted to have that conversation with Mark so I could hear it. So.
Were you bringing it up on purpose?
I was talking to Mark just to understand how things were going in his life, and then just to figure out what's going on with Dylan. So at that point, I still had a brother that was missing. I wanted to get answers, so I did bring that up on a regular basis.
Okay. And as we moved out from this is going on in the fall and the spring of fall of 2012, winter 2012, spring 2013, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Did you, around that same time, did you end up coming down to this region again for, I think you said you came down for a vigil, is that right?
I did come down here for a vigil as well.
Okay. And did you meet up with Mark Redwine during that time?
It was a very brief interaction, but I did see him there.
Okay. Was that was before Dylan's remains had been located, right?
Correct.
I want to turn your attention now to June of 2013. How did you first find out that Dylan's remains had been found and that Dylan was dead?
It was a text message, I believe, from my mom about that.
Okay.
And
And do you recall a conversation that you had with Mark Redwine the same day that it was revealed that Dylan was gone?
I remember giving Mark a call just to get his insight on, that's terrible news. I wanted to hear from him how he was taking it.
Okay. And tell us about that conversation.
I remember Mark, he was very stoic, and I didn't understand that, because if it were my son, I would be a lot more emotional. And I know that's me, but it didn't seem to be a reaction to finding out that your son that you've been looking for is no longer coming home.
Was he crying at all?
Pardon me. Objection to the continued inquiry about the cut of Mr. Redwine's jib. If it's not relevant, it's speculative, it's more prejudicial than probative. Objection.
The prosecution's trying to prove state of mind and his reaction to things, which is very relevant in this type of case. And so this is you can consider this to be a continuing objection, so you don't have to object anymore throughout the remainder of this testimony. As to that issue, go ahead.
Thank you. Was he crying at all during this conversation?
No.
How long did you talk with him? Do you recall?
Over time or that day?
No,
or-
just on that one day.
I'd say it was about an hour.
Okay. And during that conversation, besides the fact that you described him as stoic. What do you mean by stoic?
Just, I think, getting that news that we were talking about, there was no, like, sadness, or there's no, like, distraughtness that I was getting from him at all. It was just a very normal conversation, like I was talking about the Rockies or talking about something that was more a joyous, like personal character, a personal like, I guess.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the
A
last
personal
part.
like. I said it's like we were talking baseball or something.
Okay,
It was not related. The reactions I was getting didn't relate to a missing child or a child that wasn't coming home.
and, you said earlier, you referred to him using the phrase blunt force trauma. Is that right?
Correct.
And when was the first time when was the first time you heard him use that phrase? Was it during this conversation?
It was because we were talking about the remains. I asked Mark what was found, and he did tell me a fingertip, a collarbone, and a finger bone, or a fingertip. And then I was trying to get information about what he thought happened. I thought that was something, he knows this area better than me, so I wanted to know what Mark thought. And he would talk to me about different possible outcomes, like animal attacks or being shot by hunters, and then he'd always go back to blunt force trauma. And it was just such a distinctive, different way of talking any other time. So that's what got my attention.
Help me understand. I mean, it sounds like you're listening very closely to the way he's talking, described his demeanor, lack of emotion. Did it change? Did his inflection or his voice or change when he used the term blunt force trauma?
No, his emotion didn't change, but his voice, there's a lot more passion in the way he was saying it, and that just caught me off guard because I didn't understand.
Had you ever brought up to him this idea of blunt force trauma, like prior in the conversation, anything
Never.
like that?
I never did.
And had you ever heard anybody else talking to him about blunt force trauma when you were around him?
Not to Mark. The only other time I've heard it is on TV in the shows.
Okay. So he brought it up to you. And how, you said his voice was more passionate? What do you mean? Can you help me understand that?
Yeah, so he's just talking, and then when he went to blunt force trauma, like I just said, blunt force trauma in the same way, but with him it was always blunt force trauma, very direct, and that always it got my attention on a very big level.
On a very big level? Okay. Well, how did it strike you? Or what did you take away from that?
I always, I would have the conversations, and I remember telling my wife, he's telling me what happened, and he's not telling me what exactly was used, but we don't have enough information to be thinking about blunt force trauma. It just shocked me a little bit because I didn't see where it was coming from.
One moment, please. How many times did he mention that phrase blunt force trauma during that conversation?
I would say about 4.
And again, this is the same day that the remains were found of his son?
The remains, but no skull. And that's what caught me off guard because the limited that we found has nothing to do with blunt force trauma.
And what did you do after that conversation was over? Sorry, after that conversation was over, and having this feeling that you had as you described, he was telling me what he did. What did you do with that? How did you react?
Correct. The conversation was over, and I sent Tanya Goldbright an email just letting her know, this doesn't seem right. And I figured she's going to have the ability to look into it further.
Now, after you reached out to Tanya Goldbright, did you continue to communicate with her throughout the course of the case about your conversations with Mark Redwine?
I would on occasion.
One moment, please. And you said that you sent Tanya Goldbright a text message, I think is what you said, or is it an email, something like that?
It was an email.
Okay. And did you mention in your conversation with her that he had used blunt force trauma several times?
Correct.
During this conversation?
Yes, sir.
point, I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Moran?
Good afternoon. So, fair to say that you called him on subsequent occasions and wanted him to continue talking about blunt force trauma.
I didn't call him to talk about blunt force trauma. That was brought up by Mark.
You knew that was going to be something that was useful to law enforcement, though, right?
I did not know that was going to be useful to give to law enforcement, but I figured
Well, you reached out to Tanya Goldbright.
I did. I
And
felt
you were recording the conversations that you were having with your father, right?
I started at about that time, yes.
And so if there was really this big difference in the way he says blunt force trauma versus how he says other words, those recordings exist and can be provided to the jury.
They can, yes.
I want to start with the flyers. You're aware that Mr. Redwine, that your father had flyers made up that were giving information about who to reach out to in the event that someone had information about Dylan, right?
I am aware of that.
And in fact, he was out looking with you for his son Dylan, right?
We were on Vallecito Lake and we were going to go hand out flyers, but the thing that I want to be known is we never actually handed those flyers out.
Sure.
So we had
But
the
those-
plan.
You don't know whether those flyers were ever handed out. They were just not with the day that was with you, right?
Correct, I do not know.
Okay. And your dad had business cards that he was providing to people with Dylan's information on it, right?
That is correct.
And you encouraged your dad to go on the Dr. Phil's television program that has a national audience, right?
I did when,
And as we all know, he did that.
correct.
And that was despite the fact that, as you discussed that with him, you were noting for your dad that that Dr. Phil, quote, exploits other people's misfortune. That was your take on what would happen on Dr. Phil.
I think that's not exactly true. I said I think Dr. Phil, he's obviously very well known. I think he makes money off of this kind of stuff. I may have made a comment about that because obviously that's what he makes his money off of.
Would you agree that there were a minimum of 10 phone calls with your dad?
Yes.
And as you were discussing with Mr. Champagne a moment ago, get that language right. There were extended conversations, right?
That is correct.
He'd say things to you like he just wanted.
Objection. Hearsay, self-serving hearsay. We've been over this many, many times during the trial.
The prosecution elicited, and that's why I wrote it down, the extended conversation spanning months with Brandon and cherry picking certain remarks out of these
He
conversations.
hasn't said what's being said yet.
This
so
is a speaking
okay.
objection designed to.
This part is okay because he's not relaying to the jury the content of the conversation. So let him finish what he's saying. Go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
The information elicited by the prosecution was that Mr. Redwine wasn't expressing emotion around what was going on, and I think that the language of the discussions they were having said something entirely different, that there was a lacking care for what happened to his child. The conversations that they had and the transcripts that I reviewed showed different. So the impression that the jury would be left with, I think, is misleading, to suggest that he's stoic and doesn't seem to care, and discusses the loss of his child and what's going on with him as a particular baseball.
So you're asking this to come in under the rule of completeness.
106, please.
Mr. Champagne.
Your Honor, this is, these conversations are not recorded because these are the early stages of the conversation. So there is no true way to analyze rule of completeness in this context. right? What we have is the statements essentially from Brandon Redwine about those conversations. There's no transcript here. There's no way to say whether this is in context or not out of context.
I guess I can't make a ruling unless I know what they say, and that's not appropriate to the jury. So if you have a report that I could review, and we'll have to make it an exhibit, well, great. Is that
You know, as Nick Redwine was just testifying, there were a minimum of 10 phone calls, and some of them were approaching at least an hour. So there are extensive conversations, and that's, I think, what Mr. Champagne meant when he was saying, you know, were you observing patterns over the course of these extended conversations? And under 106, any other writing or reported statements which ought, in fairness, to be considered.
And I know, I'm agreeing with you on 106, but the question is I have to make a determination as to whether or not it should be, in fairness, should be considered. And without a pretrial hearing on this, like we probably should have had from both of you, perhaps, I don't know. It's just kind of difficult to do in the middle of the trial, isn't it?
It is, and I'm happy to make an offer of proof. I have some that I think maybe we could discuss outside the presence of the jury, but there are some that I think are so directly tied to what was listed on direct examination. I can move through that.
Well, you know, it's a lot easier, ladies and gentlemen, when we use this jury room, but with COVID and the size, number of jurors we have, it's a problem. Why don't, how long do you think this will take? Any idea?
Hopefully not so long, 10 minutes.
All right. Why don't you guys take a break? We'll call you when we're ready. And if it ends up being too long, I'll figure something else out. All right, everybody rise for the jury. Go on down to the jury room, please. Don't talk about the case. I wasn't paying attention. You don't know. That's all right. But you may need to stay here. I don't know. So have a seat. Everybody have a seat, please. Record can reflect the jury's left the courtroom and the door is shut. So.
Your Honor, I would also, it's sort of adjacent to sequestration to have Mr. Nick Redwine not present as we're discussing all of this.
Well, don't, maybe, I guess I don't care. I'm just looking at, am I gonna be you're gonna be talking about what's in the reports?
Yes, sir.
All right, why don't you wait outside? All right, Mr. Redwine's gone. Go ahead.
Your Honor, in view of a desire for personal and judicial economy, I was listening intently, wondering if the questions would be asked so broadly as to properly allow us to invoke 106, and they absolutely were. So without the things that I need to make, I'll make an offer of proof on right now. I think that we would be in violation of 106, which of course, as Your Honor is well aware, favors admission. And when the conversation on direct is that over the amount of time, there's a lot of things discussed in the calls, that's a direct quote. Then there's this extended, so if he wasn't searching, he was saying weird stuff, he didn't show emotion, didn't seem to care. Those things are rebutted and should be properly considered in fairness, contemporaneously with things like that Mr. Redwine was emoting and saying, I wish I had someone who believed and trusted me, that is there anything, and then Brandon saying, is there anything I can do to help you get through this? I think that shows that there is emotion that Brandon's observing. It rebuts what he was suggesting, that wasn't happening, that it was just stoic. There was conversations about specifically with respect to possible mechanisms of injury or death for Dylan, that shooting, stabbing, smashed in the head, natural causes, accidents, furry animals, bears, wolves, mountain lions, coyotes, abduction. The fear that Mr. Redwine experienced around thinking that his child was somewhere out in the woods screaming for help. He would say things like, that hearing and using language like skeletal remains were words that felt gross. And I have citations for all of this information. These are things that these two Redwine gentlemen discussed over the phone. Also, it would include Mark saying things like, "I miss my son every freaking day." That's a quote. Pardon me on the language there. There was something about how it's really strange, and it stood out that Mr. Redwine was saying that my son lives in my heart. That's maybe not the language I would use, but I think that that's appropriately emoting, particularly taken in context of him saying things like, "I talked to him," Mark referring to Dylan, I keep pictures around of him, he's about my whole life, my life, the world revolves around him. He lamented that he and Elaine Hall couldn't put aside their differences, cooperate in finding Dylan, rebuts this suggestion that Mark was just very strangely saying rotten things about Elaine. There's evidence to the contrary of that I think is necessary for the jury to consider so that they have a full picture of the information here. Further, these are all examples of the way he talked about Dylan: wonderful person, giving, funny, good friend, happy for the most part. I gladly give my life so that he can have his. These are the sorts of things that a grieving father would say about their child, and it rebuts the notion that's been created by the direct examination of the prosecution that Mr. Redwine was very stoic and didn't emote properly around the death of his child.
Mr. Champagne?
Your Honor, prosecution was very intentional and very specific about the conversations and the time period to which we directed our examination of Brandon Redwine. And to be very clear, there was the conversation when he first got down here and arrived in the area sometime, the days between November 19th and November 24th, 2012. None of those statements are recorded statements. There was a conversation when he came down for the vigil that was just touched on very briefly. There was almost no testimony that even came out of it. And the only other conversation that was specifically referred to was on June 27th, 2013, the same day Mark Redwine found out that his son's remains were found on Middle Mountain.
But you've also brought out that on various conversations, it just struck this witness that he didn't say flat affect, but I guess that's the way I took it, that there wasn't probably any emotion. I think it's fair game for cross-examination into that. This is not the rule of completeness, by the way, now that I've looked at it again. But this is not the entry, this is not a recorded statement or a related writing that's being introduced. However, the theory is the same. I think you can ask him, since that was the impression that was given, that there was there's a difference between the way he says things and what he said. And maybe you can go into that on your redirect at, we'll see.
Your Honor.
But I do believe that they're entitled to go into it when you've left the impression that he just didn't care, which is the impression that you've left.
Your Honor, I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt you.
It's all right.
I did have a couple of more points that I
Well,
wanted
then I interrupted you too soon, so go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Judge. In this case, there are in fact many hours of recorded conversation that Mr. Moran has in his white notebook over there, and that's what he's citing to you. He's trying to use this vehicle of the rule of completeness and expand it so broadly to include every other conversation they've ever had, so that he can specifically use the self-serving here to say comments, quotations of Mark Redwine to introduce into this case. And I think that is patently improper.
Well, isn't this being introduced to show that he's wrong, that there was some emotion? So therefore, and again, why is that hearsay? I'd give my life for him.
Right.
Well, maybe that's true, maybe it's not, but that's not why it's being introduced. So it's not hearsay. It's the same objection they've been making, which has been wrong throughout the whole trial. So,
I don't disagree that, you know, if they want to say, there were times that he was upset, there were times that he was sad, that's fine. I think that they can definitely do that. But I think when we're talking about specific quotations of the defendant, I do think that that veers well afield of what we've discussed. And I would
Well-
also say it's beyond the scope of the conversations that we have discussed in the case. So our conversations go up to and include June 27th and no later. If they want to get into later conversations, well, I don't know, maybe they can recall them, maybe they can't. But I would also argue that's definitely beyond the scope of what we have discussed.
well, on the dates of these, Mr. Moran, are you talking about conversations after June 27th of 2012 or not? Or 2013, excuse me?
Yes, 100%, because there's nothing recorded prior to that date.
Okay, I'm done talking to you.
Thank you, I'm sorry.
Your Honor, my intention is to confine what I want to inquire about to whether there was emotion, the impression that's been left that Mr. Redwine didn't care, and that there were repeated discussions about ways that Dan could have gotten. Because where we're at right
No,
now.
I'm not disagreeing with you. My question was, can you confine it to before Dylan's remains were found?
There was a
Because that's what was presented.
Your Honor, I would disagree based on the fact that there was discussion, quote, that there were conversations where there were observations of patterns. So that wasn't limited to.
Well, it wasn't limited to the blunt force trauma, I think, was about that date, but before the cranium was found. So I agree with you there. But I think other than that, I think you're somewhat limited, aren't you?
Judge, I'm also referring and relying on how it was said that over amount of time, there was a lot of things discussed in the call. So we're talking about a wider range and a specific question
I'm
about.
going to limit you to pretty much June of 2013, because if I remember my testimony correctly, that was before the cranium was found. So anything before that, I think is fair game. You can ask them about it. Do you remember telling Tanya Goldbright or wherever that report comes from about it? I don't see that being a problem. I don't think it's hearsay. I think it's if he doesn't remember it, it does contradict his previous testimony to some degree. I think there's maybe some ways around it. However, I can see further objections because the two of you are not going to agree when those, unless you think you can. I mean, do you need some time to prepare that? Do you need to have cross-examination maybe tomorrow morning so you have time to look at that to make sure that you're before those dates, or are your reports good enough that you can just go through that?
No, I don't have these limited by date. I'm happy to do that. Again, I need to stress that because this is a discussion about patterns that were observed over time, we're not confined to just June and prior to that.
And I'm ruling against you on that because that's what I believe the testimony was. If I'm wrong, you can appeal me. Okay. So with that, should we just save that cross-examination for tomorrow morning, and then maybe you want to bring up another witness, or what do you want? What do the parties want to do?
Judge, I can tell you 100% beyond any shadow of any doubt, there are no recorded conversations.
Doesn't matter if they're recorded.
So any quotations, any recorded transcripts, anything that.
We're not talking about recorded. These are statements that were reported to Tanya Goldbright of conversations. Not
Yes.
when they were reported, but conversations before the first set of remains were found.
And I think what you'll find is that Mr. Moran will probably agree there are no real reports prior to June 27th. That is the sort of initiating.
It's not, no, because I mean, the testimony is that he was talking to Mr. Redwine.
Right.
Prior to the remains being found.
Yes.
And then pretty much at the time the remains were found. It doesn't matter when the reports were, it matters when the conversations occurred. And that's why I thought there would be a problem if we just went into it today and you guys would be fighting and I'd be sending the jury out again. All right?
I appreciate that, Judge.
So I think you both better do some homework tonight and take a look at what conversations those were and be ready to do it in the morning. So my question to you is, do you have somebody else who's ready to come up and testify?
Yes,
All right, great. Let's take another 5 minutes. You guys can take a little bit of a break, because I need one. And we'll come back in here in 5-7 minutes, and then we'll have a drink. Okay? Okay.
Is Brandy here?
No assistance.
Hold on a second. Wait, are we moving that chair? Deputies were using it, weren't they? Okay, let's put it back. If you need another chair, we'll get you one. Just ask. If you want a cushion, Nicole, you can have that too. If somebody wants that, there's cushions that have been available to you guys for the whole time.
As in now? Elizabeth Horvath.
Sure. Let's do it now. Although the jury's on the way, so be fast.
Council's assured me that they will confine their questioning to Ms. Horvath solely about statements attributed to our client on a camping trip well over 20 years ago, and that questioning will not delve into their marriage relationship and any and all allegations stemming from that relationship. And they further told me that she has been admonished and advised not to go there.
Okay.
And I'm relying on that
Yes.
in not standing up and objecting as soon as she hits the stand.
I appreciate the record actually, Judge, because I just talked to her in the hallway again. I've spoken to her on the phone multiple times. And I was very specific, no other acts evidence from their relationship. And I'm confining the testimony to that statement as counsel stated. So I've given her multiple admonitions.
All right.
And I'm glad the court's aware of that now.
Okay, well, thank you. It's taking some minutes, but we can hold on a second. Oh, so we're not ready yet. Okay. And this doesn't need to be on the record. Are you guys gonna go do anything after Ms. Horvath, or is the next person short if she's that quick, or do you know?
I think she'll be a quick witness and we have another witness available.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, by the way. Everybody rise for the jury? Right, we can be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, I've assigned both sides homework for tonight before we finish the cross-examination of Mr. Brandon Redwine, so we're going to call him in. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. The people call Elizabeth Horvath.
All right. Ms. Horvath, come on up, please. Up to the witness stand. Raise your right hand before you sit down, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you. Have a seat.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please start by introducing yourself by your full name to the jury?
My name's Elizabeth Jean Horvath.
And for the court reporter, could you please spell your last name?
Horv, Victor, H-E-H.
And ma'am, do you go by Betsy Horvath?
Yes,
Where are you from?
I currently live in Chandler, Arizona.
Did you previously live in Colorado
Yes, I did.
for a large part of your life?
Most of my life, yes.
Okay. And did you previously know a man named Mark Redwine?
Yes, I did.
Roughly when did you meet him?
In 1982?
Okay. And were you married to him?
Yes, I was.
All right. Is he here in this courtroom?
Yes, he is.
Could you please indicate where he's sitting and something he's wearing for the record?
He's sitting at the end of the table, the yellow shirt, gray suit, green tie.
Thank you, ma'am. Judge, I just ask that the record reflect that she's indicating the defendant.
Mr. Redwine's again been identified.
And ma'am, how many years were you married?
6.
Okay. And roughly, were you divorced at some point?
Yep.
And roughly when were you divorced?
Our divorce was August of 1990.
Did you have children together?
Yes, we did.
What were their names?
My oldest son is Nicholas Brandon Redwine, and our second son is Mark Allen Roser.
Okay. And did you know about the defendant's children in his second marriage?
Yes, I did.
What were their names?
Corey and Dylan.
And did you know Dylan?
Yes.
And can you just explain, had you met him before?
I believe I met him when he was a toddler, infant toddler, little boy age. And in 2010, my son Nicholas, Brandon, invited them, Elaine, Corey, and Dylan, to his house for Easter. And I was there for Easter.
Okay. I want to turn your attention now specifically to November of 2012.
Okay.
At some point, ma'am, did you become aware that Dylan Redwine was missing?
Yes, I did.
How did you become aware of that?
My son Brandon let me know.
Okay. Where were you when you found out?
I was in the Fry's grocery parking lot getting Thanksgiving dinner, last minute things.
Had you had much contact with the defendant over the years leading up to this point in time?
No.
When you heard that Dylan Redwine was missing, did that cause you concern?
Objection, relevance.
I'm not going to go much further, Judge, but it informs the very next thing that she did.
That, but I think it's okay.
When you heard that Dylan Redwine had gone missing, did that cause you concern?
Yes, it did.
Did you feel the need to call the police?
Yes, I did.
And was there a physical manifestation to what you were feeling when you heard that?
Objection, irrelevance.
Well, I can see where that could be relevant, because I think I know where this is going. So I'm going to overrule your objection. I'm going to overrule your objection.
How did you feel?
Sick to my stomach.
Did you in fact call the police?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Now let me limit you. I want to talk about one particular thing, okay? When you called the police, did you, well, let me ask you actually differently. Do you now, as we sit here today, recall a statement that the defendant made to you years ago when you were married that caused you concern when you heard that Dylan Redwine was missing?
Yes, I do.
And did that have to do with where you thought that Dylan Redwine might be if the defendant had something to do with it?
Objection calls for speculation where you thought he might.
It's based on the defendant.
Yes, I agree. It's based upon a previous statement. I know it was years ago. You might want to establish one too.
I will, Judge. Absolutely.
All right.
Could you repeat that?
Yes. So, did you have concerns about a specific statement that the defendant had made during that time period when you were married that made you think of what he might have done with Dylan if he was involved?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So let's tell the jury what was the context and the time frame of him making that statement to you?
The children were young and we had gone camping. We would go camping fairly often. In this instance, we had gone up on I call them the fire road, the ones where I guess we're not supposed to go. They're really scary, and I was afraid we were going to fall off the road. And we went camping. Once we got up to the campsite, kind of looking around, and he had made a comment that this would be a good place to leave body.
Did he say why that'd be a good place to get rid of a body? Or did he say leave a body or get rid of a body?
Get rid of the body?
Okay. Did he say why it would be a good place to get rid of a body?
Because it was mountains and they're so vast. Nobody would ever find a body.
Okay. Did he make any mention of burying it or just say he would leave a body?
He did not make any mention.
Did you get the impression he meant bury it or just leave it out in the mountains?
I believe he would just leave it out in the mountains.
Now, this statement was a long time ago.
Yeah.
It would have been probably the late 80s, I'm guessing, by the timeline you already gave to the jury.
Yes, sir.
Would you agree with me that people make comments all the time, sometimes joking?
Yeah.
Why was this different? Why did you recall this so much later?
Objection, Judge. Calls for speculation. The statement's out there. Her interpretation is irrelevant as to the jury's determination whether to weigh this evidence.
It's why it stuck with her. As long as it's limited as we've talked about, then you're okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
What about his demeanor and the way he said it and where you were stuck with you all those years later that you remembered it when Dylan went missing?
I believe it was the entire setting, the isolation of the location. It was getting dark. I was scared. We ended up sleeping in the truck.
So the comment itself, did that cause you to be scared at the time?
Yeah.
Objection 401, 402, 403, and 404, Judge. Permission to approach.
You're not going any further, are you?
No, Judge, I'm just pointing out why she remembers it so much longer
All right,
after.
I'm going to overrule you does that take care of this testimony?
I'm just going to ask, I'm going to switch a little bit to the report itself.
All right.
So the jury's heard the statement that you heard from the defendant, but did you in fact call the police and inform them and have an interview about where this statement was discussed?
Yes, I did.
When did you do that?
It was, I believe, Thanksgiving Day after Dylan went missing.
So is that roughly a few days after Dylan went missing?
Yes, I found out on Tuesday. I believe that would be the 20th. And I can't remember if I called on the 21st or 22nd.
Okay. And when you called in, an investigator called you back and you relayed this information?
Yeah.
And are you aware of roughly when Dylan's remains were actually found?
in.
Relevance, Judge.
What is the relevance of that?
I'll ask a different question, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Did you relay this information to law enforcement that, if Mr. Redwine, did you relay the information to law enforcement that Mr. Redwine had told you you need to get rid of the body, leave it in the mountains? Did you relay that information to law enforcement before or after Dylan Redwine's remains were found?
Relevance.
That I think is relevant.
I answered, or I talked to them before,
About 7 months before?
correct.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ms. Bogan?
Thank you. Ma'am, as you testified, you met Mr. Mark Redwine in 1982, correct?
Yes, sir.
Married from 1984 until 1990.
Yes, sir.
So this camping trip that you speak of happened between, I presume, 82 and 90, or probably between 84 and 90, correct?
Correct.
Because the children were still very young.
Correct.
Right. So we're talking about a statement over 30 years ago.
Yes, sir.
And that's a statement that you didn't report to anyone until you heard news of Dylan going missing.
That's incorrect.
Nothing further, Judge.
Any follow-up?
Who else did you report it to?
I know I've talked to, I guess I'm confused on when did I report it to, or who did I report
You know what,
it
I'm not,
to?
I don't want you to answer.
I mean,
Just
over
hold
30.
on, please,
Sorry.
okay? You know, like when I talk, everybody has to be quiet,
I
okay?
apologize.
All right? It's okay. So, I'm afraid, because I'm not sure anybody knows what this answer is, that I don't want you to say it in front of the jury. So I'm gonna tell you to be quiet, all right, about this. Anything else?
One last question. Was it the fact that Dylan was a missing child and was last with the defendant that made you remember this statement?
Yes, sir.
No more questions, Judge.
Anything from the jury? Can this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Judge. Okay, you're free to go, or you can stay, whatever you want to do. Next witness?
The people call Brandy Flan to the stand.
All right. And Ms. Flan, before you sit down, would you raise your right hand for me? Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you. Have a seat.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hello.
Can you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
My name is Brandy Flan,
Can you spell your first and last name
Sure.
for the record?
BRANDIE, FLANN.
What do you do, ma'am?
I currently am at Bank of San Juan's. I'm the Executive Vice President over operations.
Were you ever employed with the Pine River Valley Bank?
I was.
What was your role there?
I was Senior Vice President, Chief Operations Officer.
What does that entail?
Daily operations of overseeing the branch bank.
Okay, but you do have to speak up a little bit, because
Sure.
you're not carrying, okay?
Got
They have to hear you.
There you go. And you can pull that microphone closer or move your chair in, whatever suits you. Were you responsible for helping to maintain the bank records for the various accounts?
I was.
Would it be fair to describe you as one of the custodians of the records of the bank?
Yes.
Were you ever asked to interpret bank records relating to Mark Redwine's accounts at the Pine River Valley Bank?
I was.
And if you saw those records again, would you recognize them?
Yes.
One moment, please, if I may approach with Exhibit 453.
You may.
And I'm gonna need.
And Mr. Shand, I don't know, would that be good to put in the notebook also? He's got that sleeve we can steal from him. Okay.
And Judge, I am going to object to the admission and publication of this, and I can
Well,
tell the
you
court
can-
why.
You can do it at the time they admit it. I mean, I don't know.
Okay. Put it on your radar, Judge.
All right. Okay, that was 453, Mr. Champagne? Yeah.
Oh, I'm supposed to be approaching you. You can take a look at those briefly and tell me if you recognize them.
Yes.
Okay. Are those the bank records you produced in this case for Mark Redwine's bank accounts at Pine River Valley Bank?
Yes.
Were those records produced at or near the time that you were requested to produce them? Sure. How did it come to pass that you were asked to produce these records? Do you recall?
I was probably given a subpoena regarding bank records.
Okay. And did you then go ahead and produce the records that were sought?
Correct.
Okay. And are you the person that actually took those steps and did that work?
No, my team would have done that and then given it to me to review and then turn over.
Okay. Did you in fact do that in this case?
Yes.
Okay. Are records like these kept as part of the regular business activities of Pine River Valley Bank?
Yes.
And are you in charge of keeping some of these records?
Yes.
All of the records in this packet?
Yes.
Okay. Move to introduce, Your Honor. Now you can object.
Object and permission to approach, because I'm going to get into facts, Judge, that
All right.
Your Honor, if I can just have one moment, please.
You may.
Thank you.
No.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Before you start, I need to talk to both of you again. It's just a housekeeping matter. Yeah, we probably ought to. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Champagne.
Thank you, Judge. Your Honor, I move to introduce exhibit number 453, subject to the changes that we discussed at the bench.
With that one change, it'll be admitted.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Actually, it's not a change, it's a redaction.
A redaction, that's correct. Move to publish. Your Honor.
You may.
All right. And let me give these to you, Ms. Flan, so you can use these. Okay. It's also going to be on the big screen. What are these documents, ma'am? What are these documents?
This first one that you have up is the account agreement between the bank and the customer.
Okay, and just in general, just big picture, what are we talking about here?
When you open an account, this is the agreement that you sign stating this is, you open this particular account and who the signers, owners, all the information regarding the customer.
That's large enough so the jury can see it. Okay, who are the owners on this account?
On this account, it's Dylan Redwine and Mark Redwine.
And do we see the date that this bank account was created?
This was opened on July 31st, 2012.
And the signatures on the account?
Yes,
Okay, that's both the owner's signatures?
correct.
And this is the standard paperwork you use anytime you open a bank account, right?
That's correct.
Okay, at this time back in 2012.
Correct.
Is that the account number there, the ending in 3442, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. Were there any other owners on this bank account besides Mark Redwine and Dylan Redwine?
No,
What type of an account was this?
this was a free checking account.
Okay. And was there an initial deposit that was associated to this account?
Based on the documentation, it looks like $200.06.
Bear with me, is that on the second page here?
Correct, I'm sorry.
And we're seeing that up on the big screen where it says no frills checking, describes the account number and then the initial deposit.
Correct.
Okay. July 31st, 2012, the account is opened. When you're an owner on an account, what does that mean?
It means all parties have 100% access to these funds or to the account itself.
Okay. Can anybody else access these funds except for the owner?
No,
Were there any ATM cards issued to this account?
based on the documentation, yes.
Okay. And I'm
Witness, tell us what page on the documentation, like,
Sure.
it's just in the exhibit, you gotta flip through 2 or 3.
It's on page number 4 in this package.
Thank you.
And it may be helpful, Ms. Flan, what you'll see is on the bottom right corner of those pages, there's another number. It should be in the 18,000. Do you see that number on there? It may not be on their printed copy. And that's fine. So page 4.
Okay.
Does the page you're looking at look like this one up on the screen?
Yes.
Okay. And let's just go ahead and take a look on that page. How can you tell that there was an ATM card issued to this account?
Sure. On the bottom of the last part of this document where it says card,
Okay.
that tells me that there was a card and,
And there's a pointer that's right next to you there on the witness stand. It extends.
Okay.
And there's a microphone right behind you. And I'm going to ask you if you're comfortable to come down and just point to the screen while we're looking over some of these records so that the jurors can know where to direct their attention. And you're welcome to take the microphone off the stand there, and it just slides right out.
Can you hear me?
Yes, perfect. Now, can you point the juror's attention to what you're talking about?
Sure. So right here, it says there's a card issued. And what is it, Dylan?
Okay, and let me just scroll up a little bit here. Oh, that's the name on the account for the card?
That's the name on the card, correct?
The name on the card, Dylan Redwine, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. When was that card issued? Can you tell from here? And I can scroll up or down as needed. And you may also want to bring the exhibit down from the witness stand if that helps you find it. Or return, yeah, you can return it if you like.
Based on this particular page, it doesn't tell me.
Okay. Are you able to determine that from other records, or would it have been back in those early pages?
So the next page, page 5 here, this one does tell me at the bottom that this card was issued in July.
Okay, I've got that up on the screen. Am I showing the correct information to the jury right now, or do I need to scroll down?
No, you are. You're
Okay.
correct.
And can you point that out for us, just so that they can see where to look?
Yes. So here it tells me these are 2-year terms, so this was opened in July, it would expire in 2014.
Okay, does that mean it was open then in July of 2012 or issued then?
Correct.
Okay, great. Do you remember what these cards look like? If I showed you the card, would you recognize it?
If you showed me, yes.
Okay. You're gonna have to bear with me because it is somewhere in this pile of evidence, so hold on just a second. Look at that. Not bad. I've got exhibit 251 here. Can you take a look at that?
Yeah.
Does that look like one of the card issued?
It does.
Okay. Were there any other cards issued on this account, ATM cards?
Based on this documentation, no.
Okay. So that's the one and only card issued to this account. Is that what you're telling me?
Correct.
Thank you. Are you able to tell from the documents in front of you in that exhibit whether this card was ever activated? And I can direct your attention to a few pages further down. Maybe horizontal printed pages in your packet.
So based on this card activity report, the card was not activated.
Okay, and I want to make sure we're looking at the same page, so just bear with me.
Okay.
Is this the page that you're looking at, ma'am?
It is.
Help me understand what this page is telling you.
Sure. So this page tells me that the card was attempted to be activated, but over here,
Please do. And if you'd like me to zoom in a little bit more, if that would be helpful.
I'm good.
Okay.
So here it tells me that these were attempts to activate the card, that they were denied because the information was entered incorrectly.
And so, can you give us the dates on the far left side of that, please?
Sure. So September 3rd of 2012.
And what does the next column over say after the time? You see there's words printed there? I think
Right here,
yes.
tells me that the PIN number was attempted to be used to activate the card.
Okay.
Or
So
a
this,
PIN number.
is it fair to describe this as the initial attempt to use the card or early attempts to activate the card?
Correct.
And I think many of us are familiar with that concept, right? When you get a card in the mail, you have to activate it first. And at the time, at Pine River Valley Bank, if you had a debit card, did you have to put in special information at that first attempt to activate the card?
At this time, back at this, the cards were sent out in the mail, so you weren't given the card at the time you opened your account. It was mailed to you, and then the PIN number was mailed separately.
Okay. And how did those two things interact in order to activate one's account?
We can use the PIN number to actually activate it.
And what would happen if you did not put in the correct number?
Sure. After the third attempt, it would lock the card up.
Okay. And do we see that in these records?
Right here, tells me the card is locked.
And that's actually literally what it says, card locked.
Correct.
Is that also that same day, the September 3rd date?
Correct.
Okay. Would it be fair to characterize all these attempts on the September 3rd as someone attempting to activate the card and failing?
Correct.
And can you just read off the first and last time of that range of attempts?
Sure. The first one was September 3rd, 2012 at 6:05 p.m. And the last one was September 3rd, 2012 at 6:12 p.m.
Okay, it looks like there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 attempts in that time range,
Correct.
and then your system locks the card out.
That's correct.
Is that correct? Now, a little bit further down below the next line there, the next black line, what do we see?
It looks like, again, trying to use the card, but the card still says, that it's actually locked at this time.
Okay, those are also in that same time period, September 3rd?
That's correct.
6:15 and 6:16, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And then do we shift to a different day?
And the next three attempts were on 9/4/2012,
Okay,
and these all state that the PIN was still invalid.
okay. And what I'd like to do is just go down a little bit further, and we're sort of still in the same vein here. What do we see on this page?
This is another attempt on 9/16/2012, and the card is in a locked status.
Okay. So this is another failed attempt to use the card.
That's correct.
And that's the 16th of September. What's the time on that?
5:05 p.m.
Okay, thank you so much. Are you able to determine if this card was ever activated or used?
So back on page 5,
Okay.
this one basically tells me the status has been in a PIN error, so it was never activated.
Okay, and let me just make sure I can display that for the jury so we can see it. Can you show the jury what you're talking about here?
So right here tells me the status was in a PIN error. So
PIN
the
error.
card was never in an active status.
So this card never got activated?
Correct.
Okay. And are you able to tell if there was ever another card issued for this account or another, like, replacement, duplicate, anything like that?
Based on page 4, this tells me there was only the one card.
And that's the documentation that we actually looked at earlier, I think, right?
Correct.
Like right here where I'm highlighting. Right there. Is that right?
Which page in the document is that?
Page 4,
The fourth page.
actually, it's towards the bottom, right there, on the card. There's only the one card activated, or I'm
Okay.
sorry, issued.
Okay. I want to just sort of shift your gear, shift topics just very slightly with you. these are the records related to the joint account between Mark and Dylan, is that correct?
That's correct.
You described that on the 16th of September, there was an attempt, the final attempt, it appears, to activate the card. Is that right?
Correct.
Were you ever able to determine where that occurred?
I believe I did.
And I know in those documents, as I recall, you actually wrote down some notes.
Objection, Judge, referring to the redaction, and I'm objecting to this question under foundation.
You know, you can do that, I guess, technically you're correct. However, do you remember on your own as to where it was attempted
On
to
my
be
own?
activated?
No.
Would looking at notes that you wrote help refresh your memory?
Yes.
She's allowed to do that. It's not gonna go to the jury. That's the part that was objected to. Go ahead.
So there is a page in
I'd,
here.
I'd ask that she be asked if she remembers and not that she read.
Right, so you're not allowed to, ma'am, you're not allowed to read it off,
Oh, okay.
but if it jogs your memory or refreshes your recollection, then you're allowed to discuss it. If it doesn't, that's fine too.
Wait, it's my handwriting, but that's all I can tell you.
Okay, do you recall the attempt to figure it out? Do you recall taking the steps to do that?
No.
Okay, that's fine, we'll move on. Were there other accounts included in these records? And specifically the personal account that was owned only by Mark Redwine?
Yes.
Okay, and are you able to determine, did that have a different account number than the joint account?
It does.
Okay. Within the banking system, at Pine River Valley Bank at the time, if someone had more than one account at your bank, is it possible to transfer money between accounts if you're the owner on both accounts?
Yes.
And would Mark Redwine have been able to transfer monies between the joint account that he and Dylan owned and the personal account that he owned?
Yes.
Okay. And I'd like to inquire of you whether you see an entry on the joint account transferring money to the single owner account owned by Mike Redwine on January 28th of 2013.
Owned by who?
Money from the joint account to the singly owned account by Mark Redwine. Am I making sense?
Yes. And
Okay.
what date again, I'm sorry?
January 28th, 2013, and I can refer you specifically, I think it's perhaps page 6. Let's see here. Page 7.
Yes.
And tell us, can you describe, well, let me see. You said, is that the right page?
That
Page
is.
7? Do you see that now there on the large screen?
I do.
Okay, and if you can point that out for the jury and describe that transfer for us?
Sure. Last one right here. And
Okay.
based on this, it tells me that it was a scheduled transfer for $2,000.
What was the balance prior to that transfer?
600.
I'm sorry, that doesn't quite
Oh,
make
I'm sorry,
sense to me.
Can you go up a little bit?
Yes, of course.
Thank you. This page doesn't tell me the balance, it just tells me the debits and the credits that went in.
Okay, well, we see a
And
series.
how long are you gonna be?
I'm literally almost done. This is the last set of questions I have.
Okay.
we see a series of deposits into this account, is that right? Starts with 206, 600, 600, 600, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And the balance then is $2,006. Is that correct? Sorry, $2,000.06.
Correct.
Okay. And then you see the transfer on January 28th, is that correct?
That's correct.
And what was the amount of the transfer?
2,000.
Leaving a balance of 6 cents, is that correct?
Correct. That's what it's right here
I see.
on that particular day. Yeah.
Okay. And so on January 28th, Mark Redwine transferred the $2,000, leaving a balance of only 6 cents,
That's correct.
January 28th.
Asked and
2013.
answered, document speaks for itself.
Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
You're overruled, but that's what it says, so.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, I hate to do this to you, Ms. Flynn, but the jury has to go at 5:15, and so you haven't done cross-examination yet, so you gotta come back to normal range, okay? But we'll be happy to see you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please remember my admonitions, do not discuss this case amongst yourselves or with anyone else during the course of the trial. Do not initiate, post, or respond to anything about this case on social media. Keep an open mind throughout the trial, reach your decision only during your deliberations. Don't talk to anybody about the case. If they do over your objections, let me know. Don't gather any information on your own. Don't do any research or look on social media. With that, we'll have you back hopefully at 10 to 8. Be a short day tomorrow, and hopefully there won't be as many interruptions as we had today. So, everybody rise for the jury. Okay, and Ms. Flynn, get here, we'll start a couple minutes after 8. Okay? Thanks. So you're free to go. So anything before we, anything for the record before we go? All right, we'll be in recess. Thank you. You too.
The buck for that coat. I'll get you back.
She heard it. Okay, shall we go through it?
Mr. Rogan, we're under the impression that we already.
All right. All right, so, where do you want to start? Right, it's admitted.
Yeah, I'm confident.
What, no, this one still isn't at 241, okay.